You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're listening to 420radio.ca, Canadian Cannabis Radio.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is not much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how to achieve the growth. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Yeah, man. Hello, Ted. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Today on the 420 Radio Show, we're going to be chatting for a little bit with Ted Smith. He is the founder of the Victoria Buyers Club, which you were the first buyers club in Canada, yeah?
Yeah. Hillary Black was selling cannabis to patients out of the back of Hemp BC when I started, but she hadn't actually gotten an official name or organization or phone number or anything to that effect. So I sort of beat her to that in certain aspects. But yeah, we just celebrated our 30-year anniversary.
Wow. I was a member of COM when they were down on Queen Street in Toronto.
Okay.
And I vividly have a memory of watching the police kick in the door and knock a patient over who was in a wheelchair as they were coming in when they were raided, I guess maybe 12 years ago now.
Yeah.
You know, you've been raided, you've been evicted, you finally get yourself settled in a place where you're not going to get evicted, hopefully. And look what happens again. You want to explain who you are, and we'll go into what has happened now, this latest fight you're on.
Okay. Well, back in January 1996, I decided that people with basically, incurable chronic medical problems deserved access to cannabis and should have protection according to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to do that. And so we started up the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club. But I also had just met a woman who made cookies and brownies and served a lot of people with AIDS. And so I even before I started the club, I met her, and really she helped inspire me when I saw all the other medical benefits on top of smoking cannabis that were good for people that were in pretty serious medical need. And so it was with her cookies and sobs and stuff that I started the club up in January 96, and then went from a van to an apartment, and a few years after into a storefront. And I was doing a lot of activism along the way. With a group called Hempology 101. Eventually taught a free non-credit lecture series and published a book. And I was actually on a book tour and convention tour when I met Marcel out east there. And so, I was doing a lot of education stuff. And then I got arrested up at UVic at a 420, passing joints out to students, and got arrested passing cookies out downtown. And then the club got arrested and raided 4 times in 2002, 2003. We were acquitted of every single charge that was laid against us. And then in 2009, our bakery got raided. We took that to the Supreme Court of Canada and won a unanimous decision that made edibles and extracts legal in 2015 for patients, that is. And at that point, the government sort of caved, and the Liberals decided that legalization was a smart move, and it did nothing for patients. And so, if anything, things have been worse for patients since legalization, because doctors are now refusing to sign medical licenses at all in some cases.
Yeah, just go to the store and you can get it yourself, kind of thing.
Right. So, and so on a personal note, along the way, I fell in love with one of the patients, Gail Quinn, and sadly, she was dying of cancer while we went to the Supreme Court of Canada, and after her death, I took some time off, and then I came back, partly because I could foresee legalization being a serious problem for patients, and so since legalization, the club has been raided 4 times now. The most recent one just last week, and we've been evicted as well, in part because of the pressures put on to us by the province. We have, though, been able to get support from a whole range of people. That's why we're still here and still operating, including our mayor and council. The previous mayor and council have been very supportive. The next few weeks, I'll be going to this current council to see what they're up to and how much they can do for us.
So you're being evicted again?
That's going to be what the government, partly because I could foresee legalization being a serious problem for patients. And so since legalization, the club has been raided 4 times now. The most recent one just last week. And we've been evicted as well, in part because of the pressures put on to us by the province. We have, though, been able to get support from a whole range of people. That's why we're still here and still operating, including our mayor and council. The previous mayor and council have been very supportive. The next few weeks, I'll be going to this current council to see what they're up to and how much they can do for us.
So you're being evicted again?
That's going to be what the government's trying to do, is get us evicted. So the raid here wasn't trying to intimidate us, really.
No, of course.
It was clearly, meant as a strategy towards giving us a fine and then coming after this landlord.
That's what they did at Gunjanistas in Hamilton when I was helping out there.
That's their play.
Yep, they came in and closed everybody down, and when they walked in, there was a patient and an employee sitting there rolling joints for our Hope program. That's all that was there. And they shut us down for 6 months, maybe 8. And we never opened again, of course, because their last strategy was to threaten the landlord.
Yeah.
So where do you go now? You're gonna just fight it again, or are you gonna?
Well, we do have a judicial review at play here that's slowly working its way to court, although now we're trying to push it to happen faster. We really only put it in the fall of last year. It's been frustrating dealing with administrative law. It's a lot different than criminal law, and so in certain aspects there isn't the sort of time pressures that occurs with criminal law. And honestly, until last week, we were fairly happy with it just kind of slowly going along. Now we're fast tracking it and getting our expert reports and the last affidavits together. so that we can push for a court date for the judicial review as soon as possible.
I had thought that you guys were just happily going along. You had a landlord that was understanding, yada yada yada.
Well, like I say,
that was the case at the last place too, wasn't it? So
yeah, it's been over 3 years since the last raid, so it did seem like there was a bit of a reprieve, that that the advocacy towards Mike Farnworth and others that we'd done had somehow been heard, and that they backed off. But for whatever reason, that patience is gone. Just last month, we also were notified that they are proceeding to seize the home of my girlfriend.
No.
Bought her house long before she ever met me. But she was on the board of directors through this, and ironically, we weren't even together when she was on the board originally here, and now, because she's on for the old fines of $3.2 million, they're also moving ahead with that. So yeah, we are under pretty serious threat here, that's for sure.
Wow, dude. What else can I say than that? I mean, it's what year is it? It's 2026, and we're still fighting in some ways the same fight. In fact, it's worse in some cases.
Yep.
There's lots going on down in Nova Scotia, as I'm sure you know, with raids.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I'm sad to see that increased enforcement as well.
But it's all the same reason. It's
control.
Basically, it's not even control. It's a taxation. In Nova Scotia, our provincial government is running out of money, and they got to try and get it from somewhere. So they're going to try and take every cent they can get.
It's all about the money, that's for sure.
Yep.
And then yesterday, I guess, they went in and raided a place or several places in Tanganyika. They're going after the criminal element, they say. They were apparently producing alcohol as well as other stuffs, and they went after them with the band's permission.
No. From what I read, it was not with the band's permission. And
chiefs invited them to come with the tribal police. I read it this morning.
Yeah, I read something else that said that it wasn't. Let's see if I can find that again.
There's a video of somebody. I'm assuming he's a higher up in the clan there, but my dog is sniffing around my chair looking for treats, and it's distracting me. So you were open the next day, I'm assuming. Yes, Tim?
Yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah.
It's been a struggle to get all of our products back online, but they really didn't even look that hard when they were here, which is one more indication that they weren't really trying to rob us or intimidate us, getting financial evidence that they can use to give us a big fine, and then follow through with the fine on the landlord. I'm certain that
they did the same thing in Hamilton, and they do the same thing in a lot of different places that they go into.
That's why it's not hard to figure out what they're up to.
Right. I mean, they knew that even though they shut us down, they knew that we were still there. We couldn't go in the lounge itself. We couldn't go in the dispensary itself, but we had 2 floors above. So you find a way to do what you have to do. You've managed to do that. You're keeping your patients relatively, still serving them, and that's really what matters, right? Is keeping your patients. When we were doing Hope in Hamilton, we were asked to leave by the business association that was running that particular area. I said, "Well, can't you go somewhere else?" No, this is where the need is.
Yeah. We don't have that problem. We have a very supportive city here, so that's been nice.
So the city's on board, but the government is not.
It's the provincial and federal government that we're up against. It's weird because it's the federal government writing the rules and the province enforcing them.
So what's for the future for you folks? Just keep going.
We're in a full-scale civil war right now, so we're engaged in a number of actions. On one hand, politically, we just actually had a meeting this week with the new leader of the Green Party here in British Columbia. She's effectively the opposition to the NDP right now. We're trying to get to David Eby, but it's like pin the tail on the donkey kind of thing. So the way that I think that I'll get to him is actually through the mayor and council. So next week we have a private meeting with the mayor, and then 2 weeks after that, on the 14th, or 2 weeks from now, I should say, on the 14th, we're having a gathering at the city council meeting. I got a few minutes to speak to council, and then afterwards we're going to get everyone out in the square at City Hall to discuss next steps and things that we're doing. I have another campaign day. I want to do a big event online 1 month after the day of the raid. This might actually be the first time it gets out anywhere. I'll be following through with things in print, but on May the 21st, I'm going to do an international rally called Pot Not Pills. And we're going to get patients to take pictures of all the medications that they would be taking if it were not for their use of cannabis. And so I want people to show, like, here's the little bit of cannabis I need, and here's all the prescription drugs that I've tried or would be taking if I couldn't use that instead. We really need people to understand that 10 milligram limit is not adequate for most patients in chronic pain.
No.
And so, anyone in Canada that wants to beat the 10 milligram limit, should be fighting for us to survive, because we're really the only ones openly selling over 10 milligram. And, if we can survive this and get an exemption to do some research, then we'll be able to provide that to people. But right now, there doesn't seem to be anybody else fighting for storefront access or 10 milligram limits or to beat that. And so, it's something that, I think the Pot Not Pills Day will bring a lot of attention to that. And then, we'll be trying to do some other, local protests and events to try and get David Eby's attention as well. But basically, what we want him to do is to just put a pause on enforcement until the judicial review can be heard and we get a chance to argue the Charter of Rights.
Get off our backs so we can deal with it, kind of thing. Yeah.
Let the Charter and the courts decide what is fair and reasonable, instead of the government deciding what is reasonable and shutting down a long-standing compassion club. It really doesn't make any logical sense, and really no one in the government will stand up and defend it. They'll just quote regulations if anybody tries to talk to them about it.
Wow, it's puzzling the way they do things, isn't it?
It is, especially because there's a lot of other situations that they could target if this was their goal. Ironically, there's another organization here in Victoria that's done harm reduction for many years, the Society of Living Intravenous Drug Users, or SOLID for short. And so they do different types of needle exchange programs and such. But they also started up a cannabis substitution project several years ago.
Yep.
That went from giving free cannabis away to selling cannabis in a nonprofit setting, the same as us. But they are literally operating out of the storefront 2 blocks away from here, selling illegal cannabis in a store that the province paid for. And it's essentially subsidizing the provinces, the illegal sale of cannabis as a harm reduction tool in this facility that's been left completely alone by the province all these years while we're getting raided. And so I've kept fairly quiet about that through the first raids, but now that we are being threatened in this way, I think that the provincial government needs to recognize that cannabis is a valuable tool in the harm reduction box, and that it should actually be moved up higher instead of buried as it seems to be doing now with this other program, and that they need to not only stop enforcing on us, but also help Solid become, a legal entity that can operate without having to hide. And so, it's very frustrating to have a government subsidized illegal competitor operating 2 blocks away from us while we're being raided and our houses are being seized.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's and like I said, I mean, this is going on not just in Vancouver. This is going on here and there and in the East Coast.
Well, Vancouver's a whole
not in Tyendinaga.
We're in Victoria, right? We're not Vancouver.
But not in
Harrison's operating in Vancouver, and he's got a dispensary happening over there that isn't medical.
Yeah.
And he's been raided twice, and that's it. And here we've gotten 4 raids and millions of dollars of fines. And so the enforcement actions aren't being applied equally at all here.
It's and you want to take it a step further, they're even coming after podcasts and other information sharers, because I can't even have Dana on the show anymore. They automatically block it. They'll just shut it down and delete it the minute he starts talking about his programs, and that's another way of control, right?
Yeah.
Copying the music. I mean, we can't even post news anymore in Canada, right? We find a way, we find a way.
I'll just read you the news. So I'm going to read you some news, and this is in regards to Tyendinaga.
Okay.
On Thursday, April 30th, 2026, in Tyendinaga Police Service, with assistance from the Ontario Provincial Police, executed 3 search warrants at separate businesses as part of an investigation into the unlicensed sale of alcohol.
Yes.
A significant quantity of alcohol was seized. During the execution of the search warrants, police also located and subsequently seized suspected psilocybin-related products. No cannabis or tobacco nicotine-related products were seized.
Huh. How do you like them apples?
Yep.
How do they feel it's okay to say, okay, you're shut down, you're under arrest, we're going to court, blah blah blah. Oh, never mind. And how many times do they do that?
Oh, they do it every time they realize that somebody's going to fight back, and they know they're not going to win.
How many times you've been through this? 4 times now, Ted?
Well, it's our 4th raid since legalization. We had essentially 5 raids before that.
So 9. This is 9.
Yeah.
Over 30 years.
Yeah.
So when you started, how long before they started coming after you?
It was actually a good 5 years, a bit more than that actually. I think before I actually started to get arrested, which was kind of surprising. I assumed I'd be getting arrested more than once when I started
every week.
And so it took quite a long time, but they typically operate by complaint, and people generally aren't bragging about breaking the law, and so they were really unsure what to do with me for a long time. And funny enough, the first time they tried to get a warrant for me, they were unable to, at which point they told me to get a storefront because I was getting protection.
Because they wanted to come in and they wanted a door to go through.
Well, yeah, it's easier to get a warrant for a store than a private residence.
Yeah, Cafe found out that, in Toronto.
Yeah.
When they shut them down, they just put up a banner in front of the shop so that it looked like there was no police presence, and the police brought in those big concrete piles, the big, to block the front of the place and everything. And they're still going.
That's amazing, really.
You know, there's a lot of places that are still going, and then there's a lot of places that are not. And unfortunately, the places that are not are the ones that we're helping people, not just making money.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, when it comes right down to it, it's about money. You have to be able to support the cause and your patients and yada yada yada. The money's got to come from somewhere, right?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Well, you know what? I'm sorry you got to go through this again. I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for your parents. I'm sorry for your girlfriend. And I hope that you guys can figure this one out like you did the last one.
Thank you.
You know.
Yeah. Hopefully, you know, if we do our jobs right here, we'll not only, you know, kind of get ourselves through this, but we'll, you know, set some precedents and be able to reestablish compassion clubs back across Canada like they should be. At times, you know, it's been interesting, you know, doing this work lately. Before the raid, you know, it felt like almost the good old days here, because there wasn't a lot of pressure on us. But it also felt sort of awkward that, you know, sure, here we are in this beautiful club, you know, you know, all this great medicine, but no one else in Canada has anything like what we have here. It's a very special place. The lounge that we have now is incredible. The community that we have is, yeah, it's just amazing and vibrant. And we shouldn't be special in that way. Everyone should have something like this. And so it seems that it's come to us to not only defend our club, but to fight until, you know, everyone else can have a place that they can call their own, just like this.
Well, you know, I'm up in northern Ontario now at the very top of Lake Superior, and we have one legal store between us and Nipigon, which is an hour away, several in Thunder Bay, but there are no Indigenous stores here at all.
No.
Unfortunately, because of the addiction issues they have up here, I think is the main issue.
Yeah.
They just don't want it. You know, you can get alcohol 5 feet off the res, right? You can get gas all you want, smokes all you want, but you can't get cannabis.
Yeah.
So for some people, if it wasn't for the legal market or the recreational market, they'd be really stuck. You know, I know a lot of people, Ted, that have just said, "Fuck the medical program. I'll just go to the store and buy what I want."
Yeah, well,
and
that's
unfortunately,
design,
that's what they
right?
want. They want
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that's by design. They want to shut it down. The doctors want to shut down.
Yeah.
They've never accepted medical marijuana. They've always resented the courts for making cannabis legal as medicine because they consider themselves to be the experts, not the courts, and that the courts shouldn't even have the power to do that. And so the medical community has absolutely resented the court system for doing this. And legalization has been their way to shut down the medical marijuana program. They haven't done it immediately, but that is definitely their intention.
And our next fight is psilocybin.
Well, that might be for others, but I've still got this one, so I'm not worried about the next fight.
But that's going to be the next big fight, and it's going to go very similar, I think, a little quicker because they know what they know now. Back then,
they've known for 100 years or more than 100 years what cannabis can do.
Correct, but they didn't. The approach was the same back then as it is now for mushroom, but more scientific. Thank God, right?
No, I haven't heard anybody saying that magic mushrooms are going to cause white women to want to have sexual relations with black men.
Yeah, but you do hear that about cannabis, I guess.
You did.
Yeah. It was a cultural thing. So, Ted, you guys got a website?
Yeah, we need to update it though. It's been dysfunctional for a few years, but we got a basic website up. It's victoriacannabisbuyers.club.
Okay. And your programs are still running? Yes.
Everything's still going. Yeah.
Awesome.
One day at a time.
What kind of things do you offer people who come in?
Okay, so yeah, we have our own kitchen, which really helps us with the consistency of some of our products in different ways. So yeah, so we make a line of capsules. We got about 20 different strengths of capsules, from things that just have a couple milligrams that are made with the stock, to some made out of bud, some with hash, some with rosin, some with RSO. We actually found a really wonderful source of inexpensive RSO. And so we're now, my newer products all have the 4-to-1 ratio in it, because of the way CBD helps THC break down. I'm not sure if you guys are up to speed on that.
Oh yeah,
but,
a little bit.
So yeah, the 4-to-1 ratio seems to be the big cancer killer as well, or the perfect cancer killer. So yeah, we've got RSO caps that are 140 milligrams THC, 35 CBD. We sell them as $2 to cancer patients and $3 to everybody else. We have that same oil in a tincture bottle. It's 140 milligrams. It's a bit too strong for some patients, so people can just do it by the drop or the dropper. And then we have jars of it by the ounce. We get it so inexpensive. We're selling it $100 an ounce to cancer patients, or $200 to everybody else. We have a whole bunch of CBD products as well, isolate products, spray bottles. We have a pet spray. We have 6 different types of suppositories that we make, up to 250 milligrams, and you know, some CBD, some THC. We have several topicals that we make as well. Some of them like a tiger balm with different essential oils in them. Yeah, we try and specialize in all these other alternatives. You know, obviously we have, you know, bud and cartridges and hash and all that sort of stuff as well.
And what's your pricing like?
Well, we try to put as little as we can, usually you know, 20 to 30% markup on most things. So yeah, like our capsules start at 25 cents and go up to $5. You know, the cookies, here's a good example. The cookies have got 75 milligrams in them. We sell them for $3, and that's the cost of the food and labor. They're made with leaf. Actually, we don't pay for the leaf, so we don't charge anything for that. And so like in a legal store, 75 milligrams would probably cost you like 70, 80 bucks. And we charge, like I say, $3 for that. We got
never get that in a legal store.
we got gummies that are 500 milligram gummies that are $15.
Wow, man, because you can go in and get what I think 4 5-milligram gummies will cost you, I think, $5 or something like that at the legal store.
Yeah,
and that would do nothing for
right.
most people that were medical, anyways.
Yeah.
Might fuck somebody up, you know, a recreational person that's not used to the edibles, right?
Yeah, but not someone in persistent chronic pain, you know, trying to avoid using opiates or painkillers, or fighting cancer for that matter.
Yeah. The biggest thing right now, I mean, we've always known that the oil will help with cancer and other things like that. But the biggest thing right now that I see a lot is pain management, specifically in seniors.
Yeah.
Because a lot of us that started doing this 20, 30 years ago are now seniors, you know. You know, the landscape has changed so much, and unfortunately the youngins are not coming out of the woodwork to do the kind of work that we started doing way back when, because all they care about is money.
Yep.
You know,
yeah, most of the new people that are coming in are certainly, you know, elderly and retired, and you know, unable to find what they want in the legal system, so they end up coming here kind of by default. And you know, a lot of them don't have experience with cannabis. We have a lot of patients coming in here that really just want CBD products, and the legal market is doing such a dismal job providing CBD products that
Okay.
you know we've ended up you know picking up a lot of you know extra members just through that, which seems ironic. You'd think that the legal system would be you know really doing a good job with alternatives to getting high, but you know they're not. They're just
Well, they took
very
it out of
low
the
high.
public market because you used to be able to go into the corner Becker's down the road and buy it. You know, they used to have the cartridges just sitting there in the stores, and now you know you can't even do that. You have to go to the legal place wherever you purchase legally, or a place like your folks, right?
Right, but all you're getting again is just distillates.
Yeah, you're not
That-
getting
that-
whole
CBD
plant
distillate,
medicine
so you're
stuff.
not getting any actual real medicine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Just so you
frustrating
know,
sometimes
this lady
having-
keeps appearing behind you, Ted. If you
Yeah,
can-
they're working. She's my man.
I know. I just bugged you. You were going to say something. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just gonna say it's frustrating having patients coming in asking for things like CBG, when really the only way you can have a CBG product is if you're you know using this equipment and machinery and processing it and really you know taking all the other valuable medicines away to get one of a bouquet of medical compounds that you know the medical benefits are reduced because they're not working in synergy with all the other medicines that come in the natural plant. So yeah,
But
we have
you know,
a few
just
isolate
let them know
products.
that just let them know that the whole plant oil will have CBG.
Yeah, well, we try, but I'm just saying, like, often patients are coming in and you know these products are being promoted by the legal industry because they can sort of patent and corner the market a little bit with these products, and so they think that's what they need. But yeah, we you know turn them on to whole plant medicine because aside from a couple CBD products, everything else we sell here is whole plant
Do you
medicine.
support the CBD pillow market?
The what?
The CBD pillows that they sell.
I've not
They're
heard
u-
of the pill.
They're
Okay.
using hemp fiber to make pillows and calling them CBD pillows.
Oh wow, okay.
They're CBD infused pillows and guaranteed to give you a better sleep.
Wow, I guess I'm wearing CBD pants.
Yeah,
Yes,
like
oh. We used to do that in the 60s and the 70s, right from Thrifties.
Yeah, funny. Eh?
The
THC and CBD are both key marketing tools
Yeah,
because if you put THC or CBD on anything, people are going to buy it.
yeah.
That's all it is. CBD pillow. They've sold thousands of them. And it just gives you an idea how stupid people can actually be.
Right.
So we're going to let Ted go because he's actually at work. He's doing his thing. And this lady keeps interrupting us. So Ted,
Maybe you should ask Ted if Ted wants to leave. Maybe Ted doesn't want to go.
I only have one staff with me today, so yeah.
He's got to go.
I
would
appreciate
you
being on the show here with you.
please tell us again where people can find you? You got a Facebook page, you got a website.
Yeah, I guess the website victoriacannabisbuyers.club. You can find the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club on Facebook and you know Ted Smith on Instagram and Facebook as well.
And what's the address of your shop?
1625 Quadra.
Which is in Victoria,
Yeah, downtown Victoria. Yeah.
British Columbia.
How long have you been there?
We've been in this store space for about 2 years now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because
we
your
were on another
website
street.
says Johnson Street.
Yeah, it's still got our old address. Like I say, we haven't got to updating that for a few years. Behind on a couple things here, it seems. The website was down even for like 9 months last year.
Oh yeah.
It seems to be one thing after the next.
If you go to the website and you look at the picture, Ted's the one with the mask.
That's right. It's still got that old picture. Yeah, we got a
Yep.
new logo. We got to be changing that up.
Did you guys you guys just continue right through COVID?
Yeah, it was awkward at times. We at one point had the patients waiting in the lineup outside and limited how many people came inside at once.
Yeah.
My staff are all pretty much patients as well, and so they were scared for their lives coming to work just as much as the patients were. And so yeah, it was pretty awkward for a time there. I think we even at the very beginning had were only open on alternate days, even just to limit people's exposure. But yeah, we survived. We shut our smoking room down for some time, so it was a while before we reopened that. But yeah, we got back to normal eventually.
Do you have a lounge area? Do you have an area where people can go and hang out with others and medicate? And
Yeah, just don't tell my landlord's insurance company,
okay, all right. So no.
okay?
Sorry, I asked that
It's a
question.
beautiful space. We're very lucky to have it. Yeah.
That when you approach a landlord with your idea of this is what you are going to be doing in this slot, and are you okay with that? And then they say yes, and then you get rated, and that all changes, doesn't it?
Yeah, we'll see.
I hope that your landlord is,
they're being threatened with some heavy fines.
yeah.
And so we'll see if their resolve stays here. I really hope it does. I haven't actually had that conversation with them here since this last raid, but they stayed with us after the first one, and so hopefully they'll make a stand with us here. And
I hope so, Ted, because this is really just a push and shove bully moment, is what it is.
That's for sure.
It's unfortunate that they're taking aim at. There's all kinds of other illegal shit going out in the world and other bad things that we need help fixing, and they're going after people who have chosen to use a fucking plant.
It's very infuriating.
And then you have wonderful individuals who think it's great to go and steal the plant.
Yeah.
The $2 million worth of cannabis that the guys from Brampton stole.
Yeah.
Everybody's got a game. All right, Ted, say goodbye. And it's been nice catching up again. I'm sure we'll be back here again. Please let us know how things are going on. I follow you, so I see. But
well, thanks for having me on the show, and thanks for all your support, guys.
All right, you take care.
You have a good one.
We've been chatting with Ted Smith from the Victoria Buyers Club out in DC, Canada, and we're going to listen to a song called Cannabis Heals, and we'll be back. This is the 420 Radio Show.
Da, 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 da.
Morning rough, don't talk loud. I roll slow through the crowd. Green breath in a paper crown. Got the weight, but I sit down. Hard week, heavy hands. Pockets full of shifting plans. You say pain don't leave clean, but I know what the roots mean. Let it spin. Let it swing. One small spark and the whole room sings. Easy now, take your time. Feel that calm come over mine. Cannabis heals. Cannabis heals. 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 Cannabis heals. Cannabis heals. It cools. It shields. One deep pull, I'm back in my skin. Cannabis heals. Let it roll in. watch with the plate half full. Baseline warm and the night too cool. Friends lean close, the worries fade. One love glow in the shade. Let it spin, let it swing. One small spark and the whole room sings. Easy now, take your time. Feel that calm come over mine. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals, 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 heals. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals. Yeah, yeah, it cools, it shields. One deep pull, I'm back in my skin. Cannabis heals, let me roll in. No rush, no fight, just a slow moon ride tonight. When the world gets wild in me, I find peace in the in between. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals, 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 heals. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals. It cools, it shields. One deep pull, I'm back in my skin. Cannabis heals, let it roll in. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals, 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 heals.
My dog is standing there staring at me. Just standing there staring.
You're her everything.
I know, but still, fuck off and leave me alone for a little while.
Oh my God, so rude. Tell your dog to fuck off. I never tell mine. Well, I have.
It's usually Steven. Steven, it's spring. They're both driving me nuts. So we're going out more and stuff like that. Speaking of going out, the total is now 4 panels on the greenhouse, if anybody's counting, so far this year.
Have you been able to collect them all up?
One ended up in the front.
Yeah.
In there, we had a Dorothy moment last week, I guess.
Yeah.
One has completely just shattered and just disintegrated, and is just kind of hanging. I think there's actually 2 just kind of like, right?
Oh.
I have it. The snow is literally just over the last couple of days because it's been raining. We have no snow in the background in the back now.
So here's a little hint for polycarbonate panels. They're not going to last.
No,
they don't like year-round weather.
No, especially up here in northern Ontario.
With wind, they will blow out. But what you can do is you can take a little drill and you can drill some holes in the polycarbonate panels and you can wire them to
and
the
it
frame.
allows the air to. It also allows the air to go through.
Well, no, you're just going to wire them so they're not going to be that big a hole.
That's I think what I'm going to do. 1 second, please, Rosa. Get out of the cat food, please. Go lay down, baby. Thank you. I think I'm going to use the the clear roof paneling.
Yeah.
You can get and just screw it down permanent in it. But yes, they don't last. I bought that about middle of the summer, first year I was here, and I've been here 5 years this year. 4 years.
I don't think it's 5, 3.
4 years.
It'll be 4 this year, yeah.
So I had issues last year. I had several panels blow out last year. So it lasted 3 years before it started.
Yeah.
And we do get typhoon fucking style wind that whips up from the lake here. Because, Lake Superior's like a kilometer. I moved close to the States, so I call it a mile now.
You didn't move closer to the States.
Sure, they're across the street.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. That would do it. See, we get a lot of wind here.
You don't have a
neighbor-
greenhouse, do you?
No, my neighbor does. But what we do is we take the cover off of it at the end of the season. Actually, well, in his case, we got to take the cover off about halfway through flowering because the plants surpass the size of the greenhouse.
You know, I think that's when I might not even bother putting new ones in this summer and just let them grow as long as they want to grow, or as tall as they want to grow.
Why not keep your ends and your side and your roof covered in a 12 mil clear plastic?
I thought about getting some heavy duty plastic, yes.
Right, but the 12 mil plastic is a thick greenhouse plastic. At the end of the year, or even
take it off
during the end of the season, the flowering, take the plastic off, roll it up, put it away, and then it's ready for the next year.
You can actually get tarps, clear tarps now that have the holes in them and everything.
Well, if you can get one that size, get it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about doing. I mean, it's only 6 by 10. So, but I mean,
how high at the peak and how high at the wall?
6 feet at the peak.
The peak is only 6 feet.
I believe so, because I fit in there. Maybe 6'5", because I fit in there and I don't, gash my head on anything. Right when I'm in there.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, my point is I've had reasonable success growing outside at the farm. Yes, I know the climate is different here, but all I did was I put the pots in the field and watered them and fed them. That's all I did. Yeah. Right here, I have to futz about, and that's not going to happen this year. I don't buy auto pots for your greenhouse. Okay.
I don't buy auto pots.
I'm not even sold on them downstairs yet, bud. Okay? Because I get them to go fuck anywhere downstairs in those pots. So come wintertime grow, I might just buy some pots and throw, or even use the ones that I've used outside. But this year, they're going in big pots. They're just going to sit there. I'm going to take the hose every day and go, pss, 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 pss. Here's a little food for you. Here's a little food for you. And do it the way people do it. Do it. Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Hi, buddy. What are you doing, buddy? What's going on? What's going on, man?
I don't mind auto pots if they're inside and you know what you're doing with them.
Well, you see there, I have not been able to tune them in. This year, I tried, and every single, there was water all over the fucking floor. So I don't know what happened there. I ran the fucking maintenance shit. I cleaned everything out, blah, 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 blah. And I went down there. There was a big pop.
That happens.
Yeah. I mean, I'm learning. Okay. Yeah. So
hose could have come off.
Actually, that's exactly what happened. The hose from the container came off.
Yeah.
We don't need this up anymore, do we?
Nope.
Get rid of that song.
MJ's coming.
I know. I got another song I want to play.
Uh-oh.
And this one's a little more your style.
All right, good, because that last one wasn't.
I know you don't like the reggae stuff, really.
Not really.
This is called "Ramble on My Soul." And it's in the same style as that Toads thingy, sort of, kind of.
Southern rock.
Yeah, the Toad's Dream is more of what's
I got dust on my boots and a bruise in my name. Your hand on my shoulder, like a match in the rain. We lived that town in pieces, never turned around. Now the dark keeps calling from the fairground ground. Keep me from the edge, keep me from the fall. I can hear the thunder moving through the wall. Ramble on my soul, ramble on my soul. Burn me slow, let me roll. Ramble on my soul. You wore a red scarf, like a flag in a fight. I found your name in gravel by the county line. We drank from a tin cup on the bend of the road. Swore we'd live forever, then the sky let go. Keep me from the edge, keep me from the fall. I can hear the thunder moving through the wall. Ramble on my soul, ramble on my soul. Burn me slow, let me roll. Ramble on my soul. If I go blind, take my hand. If I lose my name, call it back. Through the smoke, through the glass, we were always made to
Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Wow.
I think that streaming is going over. Holy crap, man.
Just going nuts there. I like that ramble on my soul.
Yeah, you know what? That came out really well. I redid that 3 times.
Buddy says it's almost time to start planting. A couple more weeks and the race is on. Well,
I already started.
My plants are already started growing, and they will be going outside soon.
I was just going to ask you that. I am being proactive this year because I've had enough. I'm at the point where I've almost had enough. So you know.
I gotta cut clones this week, and then I'll drop enough clones for what I need for outdoor. But I've got Darcy. I didn't want any seed this year, so I didn't want to be farting around section plants.
Are you going to do the satellite again? Sure.
Well, I was going to, but then Darcy talked me into 2 other strains.
And those are?
A blueberry and a purple Kush cross.
I thought you didn't like Kush.
I don't, but I don't.
Kush, you know, you gotta admit that A lot of people who don't like cushes will still use a cush because they're very high dose strains.
No,
No,
I'll grow Kush because it produces well,
well, that's what I
and
mean. Yeah,
it loses all of that disgusting flavor when I
when
turn
you
it
make
into
the
oil.
yeah, yeah. That's what I mean. It's a high producer, right?
But then Darcy whined me into taking 3 seeds that he found that are a purple satellite cross. He just doesn't know they were crossed with.
Is this the MOD?
No, doesn't know what the cross was. He just found 3 seeds in a bud.
Because that's what I have. I have the MOD satellite cross.
Well, that's what they all had that.
Yes. No, I
Right?
realize that. Yeah.
These seeds had to have come from another male.
Oh, okay. So
Right.
so tell me something. When you're crossing, okay,
Yep.
one when you cross a strain, you're getting half as the male and half of the female kind of thing. Is that how it works?
What? Say it
When
again?
when you cross a plant,
Yeah.
are you crossing the plant on the male side of the genetics or the female side of the genetics?
Well,
Which is more potent?
what do you mean which is more potent?
Well,
Define potency. Like you take pollen from a male plant and put it on the hairs of a female plant and it grows seeds.
yes.
The makeup of those seeds are going to be a variation of both traits from the male and the female.
Okay. So it's
Right?
not just one or the other.
No. So then what you do is you take like 100 seeds and you sprout them all
Together.
together. And then you start picking out which ones are growing the best.
The most
Because the
viable.
ones that are growing the best are going to be of the best genetics.
Okay.
Right? Then you select based on traits that you're looking for on a vegetative plant. Then you force it to flower and find out which ones are females.
Okay.
At that point, most smart breeders will take cuttings.
MJ's hiding in the car again.
Yeah. And grow them out. If it's not leaning quite the way they would want it to go, then they can go in and manipulate it by throwing pollen to it again and starting another batch of seeds.
And you just toss pollen on them.
Well, that's why we kind of call them pollen chuckers.
Okay.
Right?
Allison, unfortunately, to answer your question, Al is having car issues, so no, we won't be going tomorrow. But I think that MJ is going with Timmy. So maybe while she's there, she's gonna do a little bit of a clip for us for next week to show us what happened. Yeah, and this will be the first time that I have not been able to go, even from my chair here, since Al and I started doing that. It probably 10 years or so. My last time I went to the GMM was the last Freedom Festival. So
maybe MJ will run up and give Allison a hug for us.
And that's where I met Allison, actually, the first time I was at the last Freedom Festival we had down at the GMM. Yep, that was a long time ago. MJ came out to the car. She's with Timmy touring, and so she's hiding in the car again.
No, she's on her smoke break.
It's still cold. It's still cold out here. Not as cold as what you got, Al, but
actually, you know what? It was really nice today. I had to open the windows because I got a little too warm.
Where are you to, Bye?
Frost advisory.
Where are you to?
Right now, Brantford.
And then Toronto tomorrow.
Yeah, Toronto tomorrow. off to the GMM. I got my sign ready. It's double-sided because I got a lot to bitch about in the community.
Please,
Oh,
please,
what's your sign say?
Videos, MJ.
What's that?
What is your sign?
Oh, one side says make lounges legal. And the other side says, I want to travel with my medicine.
Well, you kind of can
Travel where?
Travel to a state that has legal cannabis.
Oh,
that's a little different.
That will never, ever, 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 ever happen. Ever.
Well, I'm not going to make a sign. I'm not going to make a sign that is going to be obsolete in a year.
Well, no, it won't be. You can
you know,
use that every year for the next 500.
Yeah. Yeah. That, you know what? I've watched a lot of debates on the whole US Canada border hopping with weed thing. And I've also watched a lot of that Border Patrol show. Okay. Canadian Border Patrol, I think it's what it's called, or something. But anyways, one thing that is for certain, and it doesn't matter who's in the office where, cannabis will never, on a personal level, be ever able. You'll never be able to bring it with you into the U.S. Maybe other countries.
Except we know people that have done it legally.
Sure.
Kaylee and Nick Jones got a letter from the U.S. State Department that allowed them to take their cannabis medicine for their daughter to her Make-A-Wish trip to Disney.
That was a first last year, yes.
Yeah.
But when I say on a personal level, maybe medically, yes, but on a personal one-to-one level, you'll never be able to just get on a plane, and when they say, do you have any drugs or weapons? I have cannabis on me, and they just say, okay. You can fly in Canada. You can fly in Canada with your pot.
Yeah, but that's not what my sign says. My sign says I want to travel with my medicine.
Yes. Okay.
So like for example, this is the most frustrating
part.
Your
sign is pretty ambiguous since you're allowed to travel with your medicine in Canada.
Yeah, but the photo, if you look at the photo that goes with it, it's the world and there's a plane flying around it with cannabis on the plane. Like I want to be able to travel around the world with my medicine. It's my medicine.
Oh, okay. Good luck.
Like going on a cruise ship with weed, it'll never happen. There's time zones, there's legal issues, there's, one of the reasons they had no alcohol.
But a ship sailing out of Canada should have no problem once it goes into international water.
Fair enough. That's what I was just going to get. There are some ports like Qatar and stuff like that where the country is alcohol prohibited, and yet they have alcohol on the ship available to their travelers, but they cannot serve alcohol while they are at dock. They have to be out, I think, 100 kilometers outside of the
international water.
In international waters. And there are actually a lot of places that do that. Why can't we do that with a cannabis cruise? You can go and have tobacco. They have smoking areas usually on a ship.
But you could do that if they really wanted to do it. If somebody wanted to do it, then there would be no reason for them.
I'm surprised a company like Virgin has not tried it, because they are the party company, right?
But send a boat, get on a cruise from St. John, New Brunswick,
and go around. No, it ain't.
Go around Nova Scotia up into all the way to Montreal, if you want, with stops along the way. It would be a great little trip for people, and there's no reason why you couldn't use cannabis the entire time.
Well, you see, and I thought about that up here too, because we have a cruise ship on Lake Superior that goes from Thunder Bay, Ontario, down all the way to the other end of Lake Superior, down to the lower end of Lake Superior. And
right. So as long as your boat stayed on the north side of that lake,
they don't do that though.
Because they go across the international line.
So because of that, Like for instance, if they went into the States, sometimes they come here, they even tie up here in Terrace Bay, right? And I don't exactly know the distance between me and the US border, but it's not that far.
Halfway across the lake.
No, it's a little bit more than halfway, I believe.
I don't know. Let me go and look. I'll look because I'm a crazy man.
driving me nuts now. I fed her while we were on commercial there, and now she wants more.
And
she thinks just because I'm in my office that I'll give her more food.
To answer Allison, I wasn't ignoring her. I just didn't want to interrupt. Al, I am on the East Coast. I'm in Nova Scotia.
Oh, I thought she would have known that.
And that's why I can say things like, where are you to by? Whether or not people understand it. In your case, Al, that line goes right across the middle of the lake.
Is it the middle? Okay.
So it kind of takes a jog around Isle Royale National Park, which is south of Thunder Bay. So it goes around that belongs to the US, and then it takes a straight line all the way down to the channel just before Sault Ste. Marie.
Something I learned yesterday, the largest crater, meteor crater or asteroid crater, or I don't know, it's been there for, is in Sudbury, and it's actually the Sudbury Basin, where Sudbury, the city, is been built up into this meteor strike area.
I thought the largest one was the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, I just watched the thing, so if the guy who made the thing is wrong,
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Excuse me 1 minute. Rosalie, would you please lay down? You're driving me nuts. Lay down, please. So, you guys are in where'd you say you were?
Brantford. Yeah.
Brantford.
Home of Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah.
And the telephone guy, but nobody cares about him here.
The telephone guy.
Yeah. They call it Telephone City.
Brantford. Why is this window open?
Sudbury Basin is number 3 on the list. It's 130 kilometers across. Formed 1.8 billion years ago. One of the oldest and largest craters, currently known for its significant mining region.
Yes.
I wonder if all that nickel came from the meteorite.
I wonder.
Oh, interesting.
That's an interesting hypothesis.
I mean,
do you know what I'm curious about? The Bleasdale Boulder.
Don't know what that is.
You haven't heard about this thing? It's like the biggest chunk of rock that's in southern Ontario that actually should be in northern Ontario. But when the ice melted, it just came all the way down here, and it's so big that when the ice all melted, that's where it's at. It's like the biggest, and it's got all these like little chunks of other rocks that it just collected along the way.
I've not heard about that. The reason
we have an area in Nova Scotia that I used to live beside, and they actually pulled a mastodon out, but it's an entire ridge that was all formed by glacier.
That's awesome.
So the glaciers moved down and they pushed all the rock into these hills and buried woolly mammoths.
Woolly mammoth.
Mastodons. That
you know that they cloned a woolly mammoth from one they found frozen, and they cloned it with an elephant, and they produced a baby. But no information after that. I don't know if it survived or what's going on with it, but they produced a a little guy, and they're considering it a mammoth, but I haven't heard anything else other than that. Sorry, the buck stops there.
The Bleasdale boulder is over 300 tons.
And where is that?
It's in Quinte West, Ontario.
Quinte West?
Quinte West. It's Bleasdale Boulder Conservation Area. It was documented in 1872 by Reverend William Bleasdale, who identified it as being transported by ice.
That's where Pinky lives down there.
So a glacier literally, as the ice caps expanded, a glacier literally pushed that rock where it is now.
Yeah, I watched something on the Niagara Escarpment, and it's the Niagara Falls has moved since it started 11 kilometers, and continuing to do so.
Yeah, everything's moving.
Yeah, no, I realize that, but 11 kilometers.
Yeah. What
like
was
it's
it?
Literally carved out the river, the Niagara Falls River. Is that what it's called, Niagara Falls River? What do they call that river?
The Niagara River.
Niagara River. But it literally started at the bottom of the Niagara River and continued to where it is now. Over.
Oh, you mean the St. Lawrence River?
This, yeah, okay. Whatever river connects to the Niagara Falls Gorge. Right?
Okay, when I was in living in PEI back in the 80s, we were told then that the province of PEI was losing 1 centimeter per year on the Brunswick side, and the north side, the Newfoundland side, was gaining 2 centimeters.
Because it was shifting.
It's literally moving north.
There are many islands in the Pacific Ocean that are there 1 minute and gone the next.
Oh, yeah. A lot of that is due to volcanoes and earthquakes. So.
Here today, gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's interesting you say that, because there's a beach in Sarnia that I go to all the time, and the waves crash up against it, and we go like every 2 months. So I went in the winter and I seen how high the ice was, and I went back just now and I was like, why is there so much sand here? Like there's like, it's like over the winter and spring, all this new land is built there now from just washing in. Like it was crazy. And you could see the rocks had these like indents that when you like ran your hand across it, you could tell it was from the waves crashing in and crashing out.
The thing that gets me is it not that long ago. Like it's happened. It happens very quickly. Is my point, right?
We have
right in front of your eyes.
Yeah, but we have a spot here, a few spots in Nova Scotia, because of our tidal system, that it changes twice a day. So I used to be a whitewater river guide on the Shubenacadie River, and we used to take boatloads of people up and wait for the tide to come in. And when the tide comes in, it goes 30 kilometers upstream.
I've heard
against the river.
A lot of marshes are like that.
So to get people down to the mouth of the river, you load them all in the boats and you drive down on the river channel. And you literally weave in and around sandbars everywhere. It's a really wide river, but a very narrow channel of water when the tide is out.
I just watched a YouTube thing on that.
Yeah. When you get out there, when the tide comes in and the wall of water hits you, the water raises, in some cases up to 30 feet higher than where you were.
Well, yeah, Lake Superior has white caps that are, 12 feet.
So what happens is this water rushing over these sandbars creates rapids.
Yeah.
And we get big ass waves to take people over, get them wet, have lots of fun. But what people don't realize is every time that tide goes up, it picks up every bit of sand that's in those sandbars.
As well as at the undertow.
Takes it all upriver, and then when it comes back down, it just deposited sand into sandbars. From one day to the next, you can have sandbars in completely different locations in the river. So it's one that it's a river that you really got to be careful on, because you could be on that river for 50 years. It'll never be the same twice.
What I was watching was about the desert in Vancouver. We have a desert in Vancouver, Canada, in BC, that is as dense as the Sahara Desert. And that's how, with the wind and the tides, how that desert was formed. That's what I was watching. And
the fact that the Sahara Desert used to be ocean.
So they were comparing it, right?
Well, everything this side of the Rocky Mountains to pretty much Manitoba was also ocean.
Right.
That's why we have all of them dinosaur fossils.
For instance, Toronto, the Toronto Harbor was right at the Royal York Hotel at one time.
Right.
And it's been built up and receded and now it is where it is now. But the boats used to pull right up to the Royal York Hotel, kind of sort of. Right? I know, I got the yawns today too.
Are we keeping you awake?
Yeah, a little. You know what? Today is day 7 of the tour, and it backed up right against 420 celebrations, which were 4 days long this year. And tomorrow's the GMM. So yeah, I'm just a little bit tired, but thankfully I have a week to recharge before Camp Canna BC.
So explain. Okay, you guys, you asked what Camp Canna is about, Marcel. It's in several different provinces, not at the same time, but over the summer, you can go to BC, Alberta, and just outside of Toronto, Ontario, right?
It's north of Toronto, but like an hour and a half, 2 hours. So it's like nice and in the country.
Barrie?
No, I think probably around like
around where I was.
Maybe Muskoka, Halliburton area.
Yeah, right over where I was, Marcel, and I was at the bottom of Muskoka. So
yeah, it's really cool. It's basically like I understand Marcel said it sounds like just camping, and you've been smoking weed for like ever camping, and that's totally cool that you have that ability.
They have other things going on.
Yeah,
it was usually liquor though.
Well, no, it's not like Harvest Fest. Like Harvest Fest was camping with vendors and
they have speakers. They have therapy people, like massage.
Are you talking about Harvest Fest, or are you talking about Camp Canna now?
Canada, do they not have like therapy sessions and stuff like that?
So at Camp Canna, each camp provides something different because they're not created. The only camp that's actually created is Alberta. BC and Ontario, we step into a camp that's already there.
Right.
So it's whatever activities they have at that thing. Plus, they bring in some people. You're right. There is a massage therapist there. There's going to be
different. They bring in comedians. They bring in
they
MCs and DJs. They bring it's a festival, but it's also a camping experience.
Oh, yeah, it's less festival and more just camping. But it's like kind of like when you would go to kids camp. You know, like when you go to camp as a kid and you stay in bunks with all your friends. And
yeah, I went to Camp Bobby Con on Lake Temagami, which is 3 hours outside of the city of Toronto, north of North Bay. And it was the most glorious place. That's probably why I moved up here.
Well,
never been to
have,
one of those camps, so I usually went to military camp.
Yeah, no thanks.
yeah, I never got to go to camp as a kid. But some of the people that have been, they have like really fond memories of kids camp.
And now she goes as an adult.
Basically it's adult kids camp, but with the ability to have cannabis there with you. You bring your own cannabis. If you run out of cannabis, they have an on-site delivery in BC and Ontario. However, in Alberta, you can do on-site sales, so they have on-site sales there versus on-site delivery.
I'll have some vendors there.
Yeah, regardless, they make sure that if you need to get your cannabis, you can still do that.
Which ones are you going to this year? All of them?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, we're going to be at all three. I'm super excited for BC, mostly just because I've never seen mountains, but also because there's a lot of cool people over there.
I don't remember BC.
We're in
we went
BC.
skiing a couple of times when we were kids, but I don't remember.
We're in BC.
The BC Camp Canna is in Canal Flats. So there's going to be a bus that's picking people up from the airport if they want to fly in, or those that drive there can just drive there. But there's going to be a bus that picks people up and brings them to the camp.
How many people usually show up? Or is there a cap? Or is it a private event? You can only have so many people? What?
Yeah, there is a cap. I've heard that BC is about 75% sold out.
Where did you say in BC?
It's Canal Flats.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, I'm super excited because the camp that we're going to there is like, it's sort of like off the grid. Like everything is run by like water power, and like it's going to be super cool.
I went to a family
now.
I went to a family camp with my mom and my sister, and we met her friends there, and it was a whole week of camping. And I was in my early 20s, I guess. And we got there, and I saw the sailboats, and I said, I'm going to go over to the dock and see if I can. I was really big into sailing back then. And I walked up along the dock, and I said, can I take one of these? He turns around. He said, yeah, I taught you how to sail at Camp Wabicon. I think you know how to sail. Go ahead. So, yeah, I miss sailing. I couldn't get into a boat now.
If you're flying and take a bus, it's flying into Calgary, right?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Because that's a hell of a long bus ride from Vancouver to Canal Flats.
Yeah, I don't think it's from Vancouver.
Yeah. Probably flying to Calgary, then you'd be there in a couple hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, what a kind of a nice spot. I mean, it's right in a valley.
What's the URL for Camp Canna, MJ?
Oh, it's campcanna.ca.
There you go.
Yeah. And I will give a shout out and a little bit of a plug. If you do go over to the website and you're really curious, book yourself a concierge call. You'll end up talking with the owner, and you can ask as many questions as you want. And before you book your tickets, let them know that you heard it from me, the doobie. You might get a discount.
Ooh, discount.
Yeah, save money. That way you can use it for the gas. Since it's so dang expensive.
Yeah. All right.
Well,
I got another song. Go ahead, Marcel. And then I'm going to put
the spot's a pretty remote spot, but it's in probably some of the most beautiful area because it's literally right down the road from Fairmount Hot Springs.
That's where we're going. We're going to stop there too.
Oh, you're going to love that place.
You said campcanna.ca?
Campcanna.ca. Did you say Fairmont, like the hotel Fairmont?
Yeah.
Nice.
No, I'm talking Fairmont Hot Springs.
Yeah, like actual natural hot springs.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're stopping there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Us. That's literally just the other end of the lake.
Yeah, I think we're gonna stop there on the way on Thursday because we're going to
drive out?
we're gonna fly in.
You flew in. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna fly in and then drive.
So you're flying into Calgary.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're gonna drive in. You're gonna go up through Banff.
Oh, I put Camp Can. Let me try that again. Camp Canna. But see.
So we're gonna go through Banff. That's cool.
Oh, come on now.
And you've never seen the mountains?
No, I mean I've been to Vegas, so I've seen those mountains, but
No,
I've
there's a
never
little,
seen
little big, a little big difference there.
Not really. It's the same mountain range.
I've seen mountains
really?
in
I guess it would
Venezuela.
be, yeah, I guess it would be.
Yeah.
But those are more hills. The Venezuelan ones, they're
Is
just
that
like
right this time? Is that right? Is that spelled right? Yes, it is. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I think we had this discussion, right? That hilled, treed mountains are not mountains; they're just hills.
Correct.
The rocks. Yeah.
Although,
trees on them, they're a hill.
most mountains don't have trees on them, except for pine, because pine will grow in the rocks and attach themselves to the rocks. I watched a video on that this morning.
Yeah, but pine do not do well with low oxygen and that close or that low of atmospheric pressure.
You know what? The pine up here, the tops had the beetles, right?
Oh yeah.
And so when you're driving up here, there's an area where all the tops of the trees are like look dead, right?
Yeah, they are.
They are. Yeah. The Japanese or Asian beetles.
Mm-hmm.
They just devour the plant life up here, unfortunately.
Pine borers, things.
Yeah. Life in the boreal forest. Okay, another song. It's called One Plant, One Love. This is the 420 radio show.
Okay, why do I think that's going to be a Jamaican theme song?
In the yard, sun on the fence, green leaf dancing makes sweet sense. One little plant in the humble pot, roots run deep in the place I got. Mama said, keep it clean, keep it right. Share that mercy through the night. One hand feed, one hand hold. Quiet fire, hard to go. When the pressure come, I breathe out slow. Let the good vibes start to grow. No fight, no fear, just a gentle flame. Same earth, same sky, same name. One plant, one love. One plant, one love. One plant, one love. It'll rise above. Give thanks, give peace. Oh, give thanks. Oh, give thanks. One plant, one love. Jamaican breeze. By the roadside, rhythm in the air. Sister laughing, brother not care. Leaf in the morning, leaf at dusk. Not for trouble, just trust. When the day feel hard, let it ease. Let the mind bend with the trees. From Kingston corner to the mountain stone. Everybody want a little piece of home. When the pressure come, I breathe out slow. Let the good vibes start to grow. No fight, no fear, just a gentle flame. Same earth, same sky, same name. One plant, one love. One plant, one love. One plant, one love. It rise above. Give thanks, give peace. Oh, give thanks. Jamaican breeze. I sit around the circle wide, no heavy shadow, no divide. Drums keep time, feet move free. Healing grow where the people be. One plant, one love. One plant, one love. One plant, one love. It rise above. Give thanks, give peace. Oh, give thanks. Oh, give thanks. One plant, one love. Jamaican breeze. Oh, one love. One plant, one love. One plant, one love. Forever sweet.
And like that, Mary Jane is gone.
Phew. Yeah,
That's
nice.
cool, buddy. If you go to our YouTube channel, and you'll see music by Al, and that is a collection of stuff that I've done and the stuff that Al Graham has done over at Pace.
Oh, he's making songs too?
Oh yeah.
Cool. Wonder if Darcy's listening.
I wonder. Maybe he's sleeping with his mama.
Oh, who knows? That sounded fucking
I
weird.
know. I was like, shut up.
You're talking about Al.
Sorry, Darcy. Now we'll know if he's listening or not.
That's too funny. I found a recipe I'm gonna try, and then I'm gonna try them, and then if I like them, then I might try and medicate them.
What?
Creamsicle cookies.
Oh, you saw those, did you?
Yeah, but I looked at that recipe that was on the video, and I didn't like that.
I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, so I found the recipe, and then yeah, I think I can medicate them.
I learned something that I want to pass on. When you make, I made butter out of FICO or RSO, whatever you want to call it, oil. And I noticed, and what I do is I break off a chunk and use it and put it back in the freezer. So I noticed a white fluid in the bottom.
Water.
Let me finish. I noticed a white fluid in the bottom, and it's not water, it's milk. And I was told the lady, I watch a lady who makes stuff out of oil all the time. She said a lot of people just ew and throw it away, right? But it's milk, and it's infused milk. It's just it's like
so what I do when I'm when I'm making butter, right? Because a lot of times I'll make butter for certain recipes. As it's cooling, I put it in the fridge to cool it.
Yeah.
As soon as it starts to set, I bring it out and stir it.
Yeah, it's separating. Yeah.
And I stir it several times to incorporate that infused milk back into that butter. So until it's fully set, it gets stirred a few times just to incorporate it all. And then I don't have it separate when it freezes.
Okay, but most people will make their oil, be it out of cannabis or oil or concentrates, however you like your oil, and then they just put it in the freezer and they use it as they use it. And so my point is, don't throw out that milk, that milky white product in the back at the bottom of your container after you've used up all your butter, because that's infused milk. Put it in your coffee or tea or use it in cooking, whatever. Don't throw it out. It's not bad.
Or when you make your butter, let
Oh,
it
yeah.
set while it's still hot and liquid. Let it set.
Yeah.
And then take the clarified butter off, which is ghee.
And that's why they
Right.
tell you to take that off, right?
And then take the rest of that butter that still has the milk solids and stuff like that in it, and use that in your baking.
Yeah. I'll do that from now on, because I opened up the container. I used half of it, right, to make cookies the other day, or well, a few weeks ago. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because I finally bought some fresh eggs, so I'm going to make cookies this weekend.
Cool.
And I've got a half a tub left, so I made it as per instructions, and threw it in the freezer. And then when I went to use it the last time, I saw this like viscous white stuff in the bottom. I was like, ew. And what did I
went
do?
off on his butter.
Oh, yeah, it looked like somebody came in my jug.
Al in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I'm not that desperate, thanks. Not yet. You'll read about it in the newspaper.
Oh God, no.
But yeah, so I wanted to make sure that I passed that along, because that's something that most people would just go, ew, and drain it out. And then, that's a good, in some cases, that could be a good half a cup of cannabis milk.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as your butter's not moldy and stuff when you make it, it's not going to be bad.
Yeah.
So, now next question. How long will cannabis butter stay in your fridge in a margarine container?
Probably forever.
Yeah, that's my point.
And the reason being is the U.S. Department of Health holds a patent on cannabinoids as antioxidants, which means they act as a preservative. So hemp seed oil, which is very, very volatile oil, can't be heated or loses its properties, goes rancid very easily.
Yes.
Within a few months. If I mix it with my formulation and do it up, I've not seen it turn rancid yet, and I've got stuff that's over 7 years old.
I've got about this much left in the olive oil and FICO mix, and it's just sitting on the counter. It's not even in the fridge, and it's been a year since I made it, I guess.
Oh yeah.
And it's fine. I put it in my tea. I put little droplets in my tea every now and then when I don't have any bud. And you know what? It helps. It helps. Yeah. To the point where I went to the legal store and inquired on getting some RSO, because they have it there. It's $35 a syringe for a gram. I figured better to have that than nothing, because that maintenance microdose every day, 4 times a day, it really, really, really helps. And it's good for your skin too.
For a comfortable little dose, 1 gram should supply you 100 doses.
Yes.
As a comfortable dose.
Right. And that'll last you at four. That's a month's worth.
Well, it depends on how much THC. So if you look at most oils, are going to range anywhere from 50 to 85%.
Let me look. I have other computers. You can keep talking.
If it goes over 85%, you're starting to deal with distillates.
Yeah, and you know how I feel about that. Yes, I am 19 plus. So while I'm looking for this, I want to make a mention. Facebook, even though we're on Facebook, we broadcast the show. We broadcast other shows on Facebook. They are now deleting the video after 30 days. So now our Facebook pages for the show, for the station, for the looks like a bunch of fucking deleted videos. There's nothing else
Not
there,
rude.
hardly. Yep. So please step on over to our YouTube channel, and that's where you can get, as Buddy mentioned, our playlists. We put all our music on there. We put all our shows on there. If you want to follow both Al, him, and myself, step on over to 420 Pace. That's where we do a weekend reboot called the Saturday Reroll, which is all of our shows here at 420 Radio and all of Al's shows, as well as a few others mixed in over at Pace Radio there. And that runs all day Saturday. So check that out tomorrow at 420radio.ca, 420pace.ca. The 420 Pace, and what's the last one? The paceradio.net is Al's. So you can go check us out there. But anyways, my point was, check us out on YouTube. You can watch us live there. You can watch years and years and years and years of shows. I think there's over 1,000 now. So even Allison's on a few, because she used to be here with us at the 420 Radio Show when we were doing audio stuff. Long time. And also, I want to make a mention. I was hoping everybody else would be here today, but today marks our 20th season start. This is our first show of the 20th season.
Damn.
Yeah, and a lot of things have changed.
No shit.
I mean, Marcel's been around, I think, close to 15 now.
I think so.
We found Mary Jane made a deduction and found out she'd been around for 9 already. Allison was for she was around for a little while. I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Was Darcy here before Mary Jane?
Who?
Was Darcy before Mary Jane?
No.
I didn't think so.
I met Mary Jane when what's his name?
When you were in Hamilton.
No. Shortly after that. I think she was following us for a little while before that, but
okay.
I met her at first when we went to look at the building we were gonna do the store in.
Okay.
I can't even remember where it is now. In Trent.
Yeah.
With what's his name?
Ross
Middleton. Yeah, sorry, Ross.
Allison's been around for the last 100 years.
Well, she has been. Like I said, okay, so
I don't think Allison's older than me.
I don't think we're all about the same age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think
all I can hear in the background is my dog and my cat both eating.
Oh.
Such an annoying sound. Okay, so I was looking at extracts and oil. Where is it?
I don't know what percentage that was.
It's Oliva RSO. Says Oliva RSO is high THC decarboxylated full spectrum cannabis oil. This product only contains cannabinoids, terpenes derived from cannabis grown at our farm in St. Thomas, Ontario. No fillers, no additives, no synthetics. It is 62 to 70, 62.5 to 70.5%.
Yeah.
And
so if you make 100 cookies, then they'll be between 6 and 7 milligrams per.
No, I'm going to use this for caps, and they're going to be the number
one. If you make 100 of them,
yeah.
Then they'll be. But if you're going to mix them with an oil,
I'm going to
Are you
mix
gonna
them with vegetable oil. Excuse me 1 second.
You have to fart.
Tell my cat to fuck off. That wouldn't be good radio.
Yeah, but telling us that you did it probably wasn't good radio either, but that's okay. If you're going to mix it with an oil,
with a
right?
vegetable, virgin olive oil, I have a big pail of it.
And what size capsules?
The number ones, and I've weighed it out, and I use them also for my mushrooms, and it holds about 0.15
Of mushroom.
of the mushroom. So it would be
Yeah.
about the same as the liquid, because you can only fill up half, right?
0.5 milliliter per number one capsule.
It's not full.
0.5 milliliter for a number one capsule.
Is that what that is?
If you take 10 milliliters, you should get 20 capsules.
Okay, you know what? I'm dyslexic, and that kind of math just fucks my head up, dude.
Allison is our age.
Yep.
We old.
Yep. I'm 63 this year.
That's the kind of math I do every day, Al.
Yeah, but I can't do it, and that's why I'm dyslexic. Hello?
Right. So that's why I'm telling you
I know.
that each capsule
So I'm
holds
looking
half
at
a milliliter.
100 caps per gram. Or 200.
Well, no,
You said 200 when I made my first batch.
Right, because you're mixing it with a carrier oil.
Okay, so I can get 200 caps.
Yeah.
And 4 times a day. So that's a month's worth of medicine for $34.99 plus tax at the legal cannabis store. Okay, and there's other brands that you can get on the OCS. This is just what I have available to me at the legal store here, my cannabis in Terrace Bay.
Right.
Eventually I will be making my own.
Right. So you take your one gram of oil.
Yeah.
And then you top it up to 100 milliliters of your carrier oil.
Right.
Olive oil or whatever. Mix it completely.
Warm it and mix it.
Yeah. Yeah, you can warm it and mix that.
Don't let it boil, because if you let it start boiling, you're going to burn off your cannabis.
You should never go over 180 degrees.
There you go.
Fahrenheit. Heat it up.
Just a young pup, buddy.
Mix it up well. And if you do it in a clear glass container, take a flashlight and shine it. And look and see to make sure it's all dissolved.
Yeah.
And then fill up your capsules. Fill up 200 capsules of that 100 milliliters.
Yeah.
And then you'll have a nice little dose for every day.
Dean has a printer, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you call them?
3D printer?
3D printer. So I'm going to see if I can find a pattern or whatever you call those files that you have to get to use them. I'm going to try and make a dispenser to help with filling, meaning it'll hold all the shells, right? As opposed to going and spending $100 on one that actually works.
You know what I built my first one out of?
But I'm just going to say, Marcel, the first one I have is right here. And I went out and I bought a piece of trim at the store. And then I put holes in it to hold my caps. And that's what I started doing the caps, my mushroom caps with.
Okay, so what I did is I took a...
Now I just go like this with my fingers and then lick my fingers off.
Yeah, but I took a piece of pegboard,
Yeah. You have to
wooden
make
board with all the holes in it.
yeah, but you have to make the holes a little bit bigger. If
Nope.
You use that. No.
For number one, they fit perfect.
I'm
The
trying to
problem
see if I
is,
can find
is the
them.
number one will fall all the way through. So I had to screw another piece of wood on the bottom to make a base. And
Here's what
I
made.
literally used that for years. Mine has 50 holes.
This is what I made.
Yeah.
And just on the fly. And I happened to have my drill beside me. And it worked. And I use it because it holds everything. And I don't. But then I started, I was like, I'll put it in a bowl. I'll take my fingers and go fit, and put them in the bowl. And it works.
Yeah.
Right? Whatever works. But I think that I could probably find a pattern for a 3D printer that would make something that would work a little bit better and that would be not wood, so it would be more easier to clean, keep clean.
Hang on. I'll tell you the name of it. Because number one, that's a lot of plastic and time on a 3D printer to do that.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
So that's not a cheap one. And there's a company called Cap 'em Quick. And Cap 'em Quick has a little plastic tray that you can get in varying sizes depending on what size capsules you want.
Is there a URL?
Has 50 holes. Hang on, I'll find you a link for Cap 'em Quick. I
Put
had
it
to
in the chat there.
No, I gotta find.
We'll put it in the chat, is what I'm saying, if you find it.
I will when I find it. It's probably on fucking Amazon.
Amazon. I like Amazon. Did you just burp?
Me? No.
Holy. I should have made cookies for tonight. But I didn't. I didn't. How long does an egg last in your fridge?
A what?
An egg.
An egg. Months.
Like, so how long after the best before date can you?
Months.
Months? Yeah.
Months.
There's a way to find out if it's still okay before you use it. That doesn't involve breaking it open.
Probably.
Well, from what I understand, as long as it's refrigerated, they'll last years. I may be wrong. I don't know. Buddy, do you know? Allison, do you know? Anybody? Bueller. So it's time to go. Did you find the information that you were looking for?
Yeah, I found one here that shows you all of their products.
Okay, well let's bookmark that for next week. Okay.
Posting it right now.
You're gonna post it? Okay. I'm gonna grab that and we'll bookmark the conversation for next week.
There you go.
There. Okay. Quick, Cap M Quick.
Cap 'em Quick.
Cap M Quick. And I've seen these, and
Yeah.
I've tried to order these, and they weren't available.
Oh.
So I should get number ones because that's the one I have, correct?
Yep.
$33.99. Is that Canadian or US?
I have no idea. I didn't look at the website.
Okay. I think it's probably US. if I remember correctly. But anyways, all right. So I'm going to bookmark this, and we'll have this conversation next week on the 420 radio show. How's that?
Sure.
Okay, buddy. It's time for us to go.
All right. Y'all have a great week.
Bong bye.
Bong bye.
Time to walk the dog.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I'ma do the reggae clap. Feel the rhythm rise, let the joy right in. Reggae music take me to the planet where I need to go. Turn the bass up, I sway slow. Feel the sunshine glow, the stars glow. I smile so. Fire up the speaker, let the good vibes bud. Feel the rhythm rise, let the joy right in. Shaman, I'ma do the reggae clap. Feel the rhythm rise, let the joy right in. The stars glow. I smile so. Shaman, I'ma do the reggae clap. Fire, fire, fire up the speaker, let the good vibes bud. Light the spark, flicker, sing a little zigga zagga zig. Shaman, I'ma do the reggae clap. Feel the rhythm rise, let the joy ride in. Reggae music take me to the planet where I need to go. Turn the bass up and sway slow. Feel the sunshine glow, the stars glow. I smile so. Fire up the speaker, let the good vibes bud. Feel the rhythm rise, let the joy right in. Shaman, I'ma do the reggae clap. Feel the rhythm rise, let the joy right in. The stars glow. I smile so. Shaman, I'ma do the reggae clap. Sing a little zigga zagga zig. Jamming, I'ma do the reggae clap. Feel the rhythm rise, let the joy right in. Reggae music take me to the planet where I need to go. Turn the bass up, I sway slow. Feel the sunshine glow, the stars glow. Hey! I smile so. Fire, fire, fire up the speaker, let the good vibes bud. Feel the rhythm rise, let the joy right in. Jamming, I'ma do the reggae clap. Feel the rhythm rise, let the joy right in. The stars glow. I smile so. Jamming, I'ma do the reggae clap. I fire up the speaker, let the good vibes bud. Like the spark flicker, sing a little zigga zagga zig. Jamming, I'ma do the reggae clap. Feel the rhythm rise, let the joy right in. Reggae music take me to the planet where I need to go. Turn the bass up, I sway slow. Feel the sunshine glow, the stars glow. I smile so. Fire up the speaker, let the good vibes bud. Feel the rhythm rise, let the joy right in. Jamming, I'ma do the reggae clap. Feel the rhythm rise, let the joy right in. The stars glow. I smile so. Jamming, I'ma do the reggae clap. Fire up the speaker, let the good vibes bud. Like the spark flicker, sing a little zigga zagga zig. Jamming, I'ma do the reggae clap. Feel the rhythm rise, let the joy ride in. Reggae music take me to the planet where I need to go. Turn the bass up, I sway slow. Feel the sunshine glow, the stars glow. I smile so. Fire up the speaker, let the good vibes bud. Feel the rhythm rise, let
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. I would like to thank you for joining us, and more importantly, our special guest tonight, who is joining us, which is Major Neil Franklin, who is retired. He was able to join us. If you're unaware, there was a hurricane that just happened, and it came right through where he lives, and we're thankful that he was able to have electricity and to be able to join us today. So thank you, Neil, and all the best to your family and friends and your surrounding community there in Florida there.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me this evening. Truly blessed, and you're right, electricity just came back, so we're going to have a good show here, hopefully. Great questions you guys have for me. So,
well, thank you very much. As due to your law enforcement experience, there were various issues that have come up for us as veterans. We just spent an interesting couple of days up on Capitol Hill. We had 26 meetings, and we met with all different types of law enforcement, basically based on the armed services and veteran services committees, and many things came up for us while we were there. But at the same time, we wanted to reach out to an experienced law enforcement professional because more questions came up for us that we were just kind of curious about. And so with that in mind, I'm going to kind of go into our first question, which is, we were curious, since how do your fellow law enforcement officials at your level, being that you were a high-ranking officer, you've come up through the ranks, how do your fellow law enforcement at your level feel about cannabis prohibition? You were led to enforce it over the decades, and you have, and being, needless to say, extremely seasoned. How do those officers and yourself feel about it after all these years, or decades, really?
yeah, well, I would say that the feelings are rather mixed. And a lot of it depends upon your background. Okay. For instance, most of the commanders at my level, if their background is narcotics investigation, maybe criminal investigation, maybe coming from a place where they've been able to use cannabis prohibition laws to their benefit in the work that they do, you would find that many of them still support it. If their work has been relative to, drug and addiction on highways, and, for those who are familiar with our strategies when we're doing drug and addiction on highways, when we're looking for drugs like cocaine and heroin, and unfortunately now fentanyl is being trafficked up and down our interstate highways and more. When you're looking for that, cannabis, marijuana is that one way that we can easily get into your car, into your truck, or your boat, whatever it may be that we're looking at, because of its distinct odor. But now, as we're starting to change state by state, there are a number of states that have already said, well, we, law enforcement, can no longer use the odor of marijuana to search. It's no longer probable cause to search, and legislation has been passed at our state levels to deal with that. But if you're from a place of, say you're at my level in policing, structure-wise, as a commander, and maybe you oversee community policing efforts. Maybe you oversee some administrative efforts. Maybe you oversee, maybe you're running a precinct and patrol or more. Maybe you have a command area, a broad area that you oversee, and you're trying to improve relationships with those people in the community so that you can get more information to solve violent crimes. Because any commander that really knows his or her business in policing, they know that you can't solve violent crime in that community without the consistent input, information coming from the community. And we know, the evidence is clear, it's there. Just look at New York City, where we, stop and frisk, where we've had that issue for a while. We know that cannabis, marijuana, creates a barrier. When you're enforcing those minor cannabis laws, it creates a barrier between police and community and citizens. So it depends on your background, and where your work is in policing. But I will say this: if you go back 20 years and you ask that question, the vast majority would not be in agreement with moving forward and ending prohibition of cannabis. But what has changed really in that 20-year period is education, not just for the general public, but it's really changed for law enforcement on a number of different levels. And I know that we'll get into that during our conversation tonight.
Well, thank you. That's a very enlightened perspective. And needless to say, we appreciate you again coming out, because we don't usually have the opportunity to talk with officers straight to face about cannabis or prohibition itself, much less talk to experienced brass. So we appreciate again you taking the time. The next will be Council Member Al Byrne with our next question.
Major thanks again for being with us tonight. It's really an honor to have you here. And wow, what you just said to me was amazing. Listen, my question is, we have the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, as an organization of the federal government, and it has created a
Al, I lost you there for a second.
Yeah. Got him. Maybe froze. The question is, what are your thoughts on the ATF singling out cannabis for special warnings when it is certainly not the only Schedule I substance to be made legal by a state law?
So when I'm going to speak a little bit about ATF, but when I speak about ATF, we have to understand something about our federal law enforcement organizations. ATF, DEA, and FBI work closely together. I mean, they're joined at the hip under the Department of Justice. And if you know anything about the history of the DEA, recent history of the DEA relative to its thoughts on cannabis, you know that they're not inclined to move in the direction that we want them to move in, ending its prohibition. If you just go back just a few years to Michelle Leonard, when she was being interviewed, I mean, she was being questioned by members of Congress, she was being questioned by others regarding comparing cannabis to drugs like heroin or meth, and those drugs that are in that Schedule I category. And she was, it was an interesting interview where she kept saying that, well, all drugs are dangerous and cannabis, basically she was trying to make a case for keeping cannabis in a Schedule I category, when just about everybody knows that it shouldn't be there. Many know that it shouldn't even be scheduled. But I say this, just to say that ATF and the FBI are going to support what the DEA say about a particular drug regarding its scheduling system. They're going to back each other up. So relative, to this question about, again, ATF singling it out relative to guns. What can we say? I mean, until Congress moves on it, that's going to be their position. Until we get our legislative body to finally step forward and say, okay, enough of this, it's over. We're going to change it. We're going to end the prohibition of it. ATF is going to be there. They're going to continue to hold these their positions on relative to guns and the possession of guns and the purchasing of guns. The FBI is going to be right there with them. DA is obviously going to be right there with them. So we got to get Congress to move on this. But you ask individual members of ATF, you have individual members of DEA, those folks who are working in the trenches. They're just like in regular law enforcement that we just talked about. Their positions have changed quite a bit. But the hierarchy, those folks at the top, they're political, and whatever the political rhetoric is, that's where they're going to be. They're not going to step out of line.
Yeah, they're they kind of follow the flow of things altogether, unfortunately, which we always kind of hope that they would have their own individual mindset, but that's not necessarily the way things were set up. And you
absolutely not.
Right.
Absolutely not. And just real quick, when we're talking about this, is one of the things that we've been working on in LEAP. We have numerous discussions around, and LEAP, for those who don't know, Law Enforcement Action Partnership, is trying to separate politics from policing, trying to separate as much as we can politics from law enforcement, so that you don't have this political pressure to enforce laws that we know are archaic, that should not be enforced. The political pressure causes so much heartache among the ranks. And if we can move away from that, if we can, however we can, wherever we can, it's always a good thing for policing and what we do within our communities.
Thank you for that. Next up will be Council Member Nate Landau.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can.
First of all, thank you so much for joining our show. My question is the ATF's policy costing lives because they are not, they're discouraging their members from not using cannabis for post-traumatic stress disorder as a treatment that we all know really works? Is that a policy that you think is costing lives?
Well,
because they're
Nate, I'm a firm believer that it's costing lives in a number of different ways. Let me first begin with the rank and file members. We know that we have enormous amounts, just like with veterans, we know that we have enormous amounts of PTSD among the ranks. You look at our suicide rate in policing, extremely high, extremely high. You look at alcoholism among the ranks, extremely high. And when compared to the national average of people across the country, if you're a police officer, your PTSD levels are extremely high. Your rates of suicide, your chances of committing suicide are extremely high. Alcoholism and yes, drug use are extremely high. You will find that drug use mainly in the area of prescription drugs for a number of different reasons, obviously. The domestic issues and abuse, extremely high within the ranks of policing. I can go on and on. We know that there are police officers across this country, I've talked to many myself, who would love to be able to use cannabis to deal with their issues of PTSD. All right, we know that. They are quite familiar with some of the work that many of you have done, and some of the progress that's been made with managing PTSD among veterans. They know that. They talk to veterans. They know it works. They know that there are people dealing with PTSD who have been able to get off of these very powerful and problematic pharmaceutical drugs, right? So because the federal government has yet to move, police departments across this country will not cross that line. They just won't do it in allowing their people to use medicinal cannabis. And it's a shame. I know of one police officer, I will not mention his name because his case is still being adjudicated administratively and probably soon civilly. But because he's still dealing with some things administratively in a very large Maryland police department, this police officer has come to us, has come to LEAP, seeking help because what he did, knowing how medical cannabis can help him with his psychological issues, including PTSD, he started using it. He actually applied for, and he did it the right way according to Maryland law. He applied for a card, medical cannabis card. So he did it the right way. He wasn't using it while he was on duty, and he wasn't using it so close to going on duty, going on a clock that he would be under the influence. Very smart, doing it the right way, but now he's got issues. And now he's being administratively pursued by his agency because of this. So they're not only police officers that know it works, want to use it because they don't want to lose their lives. And see if something else they also notice. Number one, like this particular police officer's family life is better, his home life is better, right? He again is no longer taking those pharmaceutical drugs that he was using to manage depression, right? No longer using alcohol the way he was to go to sleep at night and to manage. So he thought he was managing depression using alcohol, right? So he was using prescription drugs that were not prescribed to him, which is illegal. So these are some of the things that he was doing. So in addition to it being better for them in managing depression, PTSD, so in hopes that they do not take their own lives. And yes, in policing, we've known police officers to not just take their own lives, but also to take the lives of their family members at the same time. But here's something else that we also know. Because of the depression, because of the unmitigated psychological issues that police officers are dealing with, the force that they use when they are enforcing laws, the force that they use on citizens when they are enforcing law tend to be extreme. Okay, because what they're holding in is going to manifest itself at the first opportunity. So they're going to lash out, they're going to strike out, usually beginning verbally with verbal abuse of citizens, doing traffic stops, doing other calls for service. They're cursing at citizens, they're mistreating them, and then it escalates into the physical force. So we know that to be a fact. And as we know across this country, unfortunately, police officers have and continue to take the lives of many people when I know and I firmly believe that other courses of action could have been taken. Not just the instant when the deadly force was being used, but from the onset of the interaction with the citizen, de-escalation was an option in many of these cases, but it never even got to that before deadly force was used. So we know that if our police officers are healthier, mentally healthier, that they're going to interact and treat the citizens better. They're going to use their judgment much better. They're going to do a better job of keeping emotion out of, a situation that they encounter. So it's not just safer for the lives of the police officers and those close to them, but it's safer for the lives of the citizens who they interact with on a daily basis.
Oh, That is
Thank you for that. I just wanted to add that in Canada, all law enforcement and all military, when they're off duty, they're allowed to consume that.
Well, unfortunately, this is the United States, and we're not supposed to follow other countries. Other countries follow us.
Well, unfortunately, we're using other countries' policies to help change our own U.S. policies, and one is the
Hope so.
Canadian Veterans Policy, because they actually give away 3 grams of cannabis to their veterans who receive 100% disability. So that's 3 grams per day, any modality, and ordered and coming directly to you. So
I did not know that. That's fantastic. Thanks for that information.
That's a program they've been running since 2007, and they spent last year about $120 million providing their veteran service members with that free cannabis. So that's one of the things that we were talking on Capitol Hill that we're trying to do, is get introductions between them. So next up is Council Member Michael Green for question number 4.
Well, again, thank you thank you so much, ATN, and thank you so much for being our guest this evening. What you've just said, in response to the previous 3 questions, all fascinating. That, and the question we had drafted for number 4 dovetails very tightly into what has preceded. Our question is originally drafted is, what are your thoughts about the desire within active police ranks to use medical cannabis in their amongst themselves? And you've begun to address that. The example of the Maryland officer obviously comes up, and what you've said about reduction in violence, not only towards themselves, abuse, et cetera, amongst police officers, but how they approach the public is fascinating to me. So 2 things occur to me. One, to the extent that local agencies, states where cannabis would otherwise be legal, is it the finances of federal policy and the interaction between the monies that federal government provides states? Is that a major factor? And 2, amongst membership, rank and file, is there a growing consensus, and is there a time where that'll actually be manifest itself in some kind of political pushback where a positive change may be enacted?
Okay, so a couple of quick points. First of all, just to add to my desire regarding active police officers and using cannabis, medical cannabis. I was kind of excited a little while ago when New Jersey passed its adult use for cannabis in general, right? And, you know, part of that policy was for law enforcement to be able to use cannabis, not just medicinally, but period. You know, while off duty, of course, while off duty, just like alcohol, use it off duty. You can't come to work under the influence. But things are on hold there for now. We're eventually going to get there. It's no doubt in my mind. So obviously my desire is that police officers and many folks who are employed in a number of different disciplines, that they be able to use the same way they would be able to use alcohol while off duty. Obviously, you cannot come to work under the influence. If the employer says you cannot be under the influence while working for them, then fine. But while you're off duty, I believe it would be beneficial in a number of different ways. Not just medicinally for policemen, but generally speaking, I think there would be a number of police officers after a very strenuous day in the streets of a city like Baltimore to go home and to relax with some cannabis instead of a 6 or 12 pack of beer or a bottle of wine or a fifth of Jack Daniels or whatever they might be sucking at. I think it obviously would be more healthy. It would be healthier for them. And I think it would go a long way in helping them to effectively release and manage that stress that they encounter, many of them encounter on a daily basis. So obviously that's, you know, how I personally feel about that. Regarding the money that law enforcement may be receiving, and they do receive for certain levels of drug enforcement, to my knowledge, there's no longer anything that specifically addresses cannabis enforcement. However, there are still funds available through the Department of Justice for drug enforcement. I just heard now. She didn't mention any money when I heard the current head of the DEA speak a few days ago about the influx of fentanyl coming in to the country in the form of pills, multicolored pills, which she says is very attractive to children who would happen to come across these or see them. And I don't disagree with that, not one bit at all. But she's talking about ramping up, here we go, drug war, no longer 101. This is drug war like 2.5 or 2.8. We're taking it to the next level. She's talking about doing the same things over and over again, going after the cartels south of the border, spending who knows how much money doing that. You know, we've seen this movie over and over again, but here's how law enforcement does that. The most effective way to stop and search cars and trucks and people on our highways and in our cities to look for other drugs like fentanyl or heroin or what have you. The most effective way to do that, to get into someone's pockets, which I mentioned earlier, is the odor of cannabis, is the odor of marijuana, whether it's burning or whether it's, you know, sometimes large, you know, bundles of marijuana you can smell. But the burning odor, which most police officers are very familiar with and trained in many of our states can still use that burning odor as probable cause to search you or your car. Now, when those dollars are attached to finding drugs like fentanyl, finding drugs like heroin and cocaine, and reporting those numbers back to the Department of Justice, you know, to satisfy a grant application so that you can get more funds, then yeah, a good way to get into someone's house or car to search is cannabis. So that's kind of the nuance relative to that.
Well, that's interesting you say that, because it occurs to me, if that were the case, and if drug enforcement continued to step up and made those stops, claiming they had probable cause, but found nothing, which would have to these days be more often the truth than not. We're not talking about mules running 50 kilos in from Arizona here. You're talking about some serious drugs with heroin, fentanyl, et cetera, I would have to surmise statistically it'd be looking like we're wasting like a tremendous amount of money on less than meaningful stops as opposed to real interdiction. Well, so I don't know if you want to respond to that comment, and then please.
Yeah, you don't have to wonder about that. You're absolutely correct. The statistics are extremely low. You see, because not just for finding, you know, harder drugs are those numbers extremely low when they stop someone and search them because of the odor of, they claim the odor of cannabis, but those numbers are extremely low for finding harder drugs. They're also extremely low for finding guns. The police know that they know it's just a matter of numbers. The more cars they stop and search, the more people they stop on street corners and search. It's just it's numbers. It's a law of averages. You're eventually going to find harder drugs. You're eventually going to find, you know, guns, but you're violating the rights of people. You know, you're stepping all over their constitutional rights. And it's just not right. And then you have the racial implications that come with that as well. But go ahead.
No, exactly right. So I guess even though this wasn't a question we formulated earlier, do you have an opinion what it's going to take to wake up organizations under the Justice Department like the FBI, DA, et cetera, and maybe the federal government, Congress, and the president to, for lack of a better term, maybe nobody likes this, just get woke about cannabis and move on to the things that certainly are more important?
Well, what may happen before Congress gets to the point where they move, what could happen before that to help it on? Maybe a lawsuit or two, right? Maybe it's something for the higher courts to deal with. I mean, it's about time. I mean, we kind of thought that we were kind of like almost at critical mass. because I like to look at history. I like to look at history, you know, when things change. And if we look at alcohol prohibition, it was state by state that decided, you know what, we're no longer going to enforce the 18th Amendment, the prohibition of alcohol. And Maryland, my home state, was the one state that never ever agreed to enforce it. But as each state made it known that they're no longer going to enforce the prohibition of alcohol, the 18th Amendment, as more and more states came online, the federal government finally had to say, okay, it's over. And they passed another amendment to end it. I kind of thought that we're probably there, at least. I'm telling you, when we get through November, when we have a number of additional states, Maryland being one of those, where the people are going to decide that it's over, then maybe this will be the turning point. Maybe after this election in November, maybe we'll have enough critical mass via the states to get Congress to move. And if not, like I said, maybe a lawsuit or two that are in play might have something to do with helping to move that ball across the finish line.
All right, thank you very much. Next, Wade Laughter has a follow-up question.
Yes, thank you, Chen. And I really want to thank you for joining us this afternoon, this evening. I have all kinds of respect for persons who are willing to do police work. Back in the day, I lived in San Francisco for years, rode motorcycle, got to know cops who rode motorcycle for the San Francisco Police Department. And yeah, I would run into them at this one specific bar and got to be friends with more than a few of them. And one of the things I came to realize is one of the things that's hardest about your job, you spoke about PTSD, and in a police officer's day, every single person they interact with is having one of the worst days of their life, right? Over and over and over and over, simply because you needed to come there, be it because someone was killed or there was a robbery or a horrible car accident, whatever. And that stress is cumulative. And some of these guys and gals at that point actually were heroic at their consumption of alcohol. That's really where I'm going with this. And they were friends, and I felt like it was hard to watch them slowly killing themselves. Alcohol is a poison. And I really, I know I'm saying a lot about myself here, but I'd really love for you to maybe talk a little bit more about how cannabis could have a different effect in the lives of not just the officers who do this duty for our culture and communities, but also for their families. I mean, you made reference to that in passing, but I'll stop there, sir. And thank you again for joining us. I'd love to hear your response. Thank you.
Yeah. Just real quick about the alcohol use, and I'm going to mention two TV shows that are very much real to life. One is extremely real to life. I mean, it's a very accurate depiction. The first one being the HBO series The Wire, and unfortunately, both of them are about Baltimore. And I speak to that because I'm very familiar with Baltimore and Baltimore policing. The HBO series The Wire, if you remember, there were a number of different scenes in that series. It's a 5-year series. One a particular bar that the police officers would frequent, after work, and they would get extremely intoxicated. And there's nothing worse than an intoxicated police officer who believes that they're above the law. They become intoxicated and they go out and do things. Their behavior is obnoxious because they carry this badge in their hip pocket and a gun on their hip, and then and they know if they get stopped by another police officer because someone calls in a complaint or they get stopped for driving while under the influence, then it's most likely that they're not going to be held accountable for that behavior. So, you know, in episode after episode, you see this real life depiction of what happens at this particular bar, you know, and how intoxicated these police officers get. A second show is more recent. This is about the gun trace task force in Baltimore that was recently discovered, and you know, big case by the FBI, uncovering this squad of police officers who were out committing robberies of people. They were committing home invasions of people. They were stealing drugs, selling drugs, stealing money, you name it. They were doing it, planting evidence, whole laundry list of things. And as a matter of fact, the FBI is still looking into the Baltimore Police Department because there are probably others who were somewhere involved on the peripheral. But if you watch that, you know, they would have the shift parties, you know, where they go drinking, but right behind the police station, the precinct, the district station, after work. They would go out to these strip clubs and become extremely intoxicated, abusing the patrons as well as the sex workers at these clubs. You know, and it doesn't stop there. It goes home with them. So this is where I'm leaning. You know, they go home intoxicated, and they go home and they become intoxicated while there. It affects their children. You know, we know that alcoholism, whether it's psychological or otherwise, can be transferred from a parent to a child. You know, seeing this day in and day out. You know, we know that kids mimic their parents. Many of them want to be like their parents. But this causes a lot of trouble at home. You know, we do get a lot of calls in policing, you know, to the homes of police officers who had been drinking, who are intoxicated. And it doesn't do a lot of good for the home life, their spouse or their children, whoever else might be in that household at the time. But again, that second show, it's called We Own This City. I forgot to give you the title. It's called We Own This City. And it's a very short series. Again, I believe it's by HBO, but I encourage you to watch that as well. And you can just see how much drinking goes on. And I'll end with this. So did you understand that this show, We Own This City, is a real life depiction? The writers of that show are actual media, newspaper investigators of that gun trace task force. They use the actual court dockets, the court records, the records from the FBI and their investigation, interviews. It's so real that they use the actual names of everyone who's involved. They don't substitute names. They use the actual name of the sergeant, the actual name of a police officer, the actual name of the captain and the commissioner and the state's attorney and all of that. This is real. I mean, it's horrible. If we could just, again, the difference that substituting alcohol with cannabis would make is just unfreaking believable. And every cop knows this. And the reason every cop knows this is because whenever you get called to an incident involving violence, it's highly likely that someone's intoxicated. Not all the time, but highly likely that someone's intoxicated. And every one of these police officers will tell you that they probably have never had, like me, have never had a call of violence where the person was under the influence of cannabis alone. Never. And if you find a police officer who handled a call of violence and the perpetrator was using cannabis only, it's going to be extremely rare, or maybe the person had some underlying mental health issues prior to using the cannabis.
Yes, that one is usually the most important one there. Next up is Gage Ansler. Gage.
Major, it's a pleasure to have you on here. So absolutely good to see you and good to talk to you. Thank you for being here.
Thanks,
I don't think there's a lot of data on this topic, but it seems that rural police departments are more likely to enforce cannabis laws than, say, urban police departments. And maybe this could be because that rural areas are more likely to be conservative and maybe have less tolerant attitudes towards cannabis use. So do you see a difference personally? Do you see a difference in approach in rural versus urban, in rural versus urban responses to cannabis uses? And I'm talking maybe between state police departments, local border patrol, sheriff departments, range in that range. What's your opinion on that?
Mm-hmm. I think you're going to see a direct correlation with, earlier we talked about federal organizations, right? ATF, FBI, DEA, so on. So if you start there at that, 40,000 foot view of law enforcement being the feds, and you work your way down, then you come down around 20,000, 25,000 feet, this is your state law enforcement organization. And then you keep coming down, now you've got your major cities, then all the way down to your rural and small town police departments. I think that you'll find, generally speaking, is that the farther down you come, the more likely you're to find a police department that is in line with using cannabis off duty, at least for medicinal purposes. And the politics is just completely different, as I mentioned earlier. It's easier to get things done at a local level than it is at one of these bureaucratic, overly bureaucratic, bureaucratic institutions like the FBI and the DEA, ATF. Even my agency, the Maryland State Police, and the bureaucracy, the politics at the governor's level, in the state house, and blah, 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 it's just crazy. Then you get down to cities like Baltimore, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, you still have the politics there, but you get down to, say, like a sheriff's department, sheriff's office, where if you have a progressive, forward-thinking, forward-looking sheriff that says, this is nonsense, especially if they ran on that platform, right? So I've run into sheriffs who have run on a platform of, this cannabis prohibition is ridiculous, right? Because we know that the vast majority of the public agrees with them, so they run on that, they win on that, and so that now they're not afraid to say, what, it's ridiculous. Our state just passed the law, to make it legal. We're not going to be out there enforcing these laws. We're not going to be doing this. We're not going to be doing that. And they have the support of their constituents because they're elected into office. They're going to do what the people want them to do. But unfortunately, at the governor's level, for instance, at the say state police superintendent at his level or her level, for instance, they're put into that position by the governor. The governor can yank them just as easy and quickly as he put them into that position. So they're going to, whatever the governor's position is, that's their position, no matter what they know, no matter what their education level is regarding cannabis and cannabis use, they're going to side with the governor. They're going to play that role. So again, as you come down closer to the people with these smaller agencies, sheriff's department, you're going to find a different perspective. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm here in Florida, and we have sheriffs here in Florida that think cannabis is the most evil thing on the face of the planet. So again, I'm just, generally speaking, that's what we see. And, it's just easier to make decisions at the local level and than what it is at some of these higher, heavy, bureaucratic, with bureaucracy and yeah.
Gotcha. That more talk, less walk. So understand that. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Next up is Council Member Tony Landry.
Welcome. Thank you, Neil, for being here tonight. And my question is, how do you feel about driving under the influence of cannabis? In terms, maybe comparison to alcohol or some other drug or.
So earlier I talked about crimes of violence, alcohol, people using alcohol versus people using cannabis, and what I see and what we generally see in policing. People using the alcohol, violent, people using the cannabis are just so relaxed and so chill for the most part. And I've never arrested. Now, understand something. When I was working the road, I was at the one barrack that I worked at the longest. It was between me and this other trooper. We were the highest DUI riders in that part of the state, not just in that barracks or in that county, in that part of the state. I've stopped people who I thought were under the influence of cannabis, but I stopped them for something altogether different. I could smell it. I could smell, and some of them admitted to using it. But prior to stopping them, I didn't see a driving behavior that would cause me to question their ability to drive. I'd give them a field sobriety test, and again, their balance was fine. They could answer my questions and all that. I say that to say I've never arrested anyone for driving strictly under the influence of cannabis. Now, they may have been smoking cannabis and also drinking, then yeah, they got arrested. But never just for cannabis. Again, I arrested numerous people for driving while under the influence of alcohol, whether they were involved in an accident, as many of them were, whether they were just all over the road, step out of the car and they practically fall flat on their faces. But I must say, hundreds, if not close to, I probably arrested maybe 500 to 600 people for DUI in my career, and not one of those arrests were for someone strictly under the influence of cannabis. And I want to say something here, because you'll hear our elected officials and others who are against ending the prohibition of cannabis. You'll hear them scream and jump up and down, oh, there's going to be more people out driving under the influence of cannabis, making our roads more dangerous, blah, 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 blah. Now stick with me here on this. So here's something that people have to understand. Is that number one, there are already a lot of people out there driving under the influence of cannabis. There always have been, and these are people who, if they've had too much to smoke, where their judgment and their motor skills are influenced at a level where they're dangerous, to themselves and others on the highway, then that person is a lawbreaker. Okay, so they break the law, just like someone who drinks too much and goes out and gets behind the wheel of a car and they're intoxicated. They're lawbreakers. So yes, we do have a number of people out there who smoke too much and drive, and they're lawbreakers. But they've been out there, they're going to be out there because, you know what, they break the law. Now understand something though. The additional people who will start smoking cannabis once it becomes legal, they're not lawbreakers because they're waiting. They're waiting for us to say it's legal, now you can smoke. So why would they become lawbreakers all of a sudden, smoke too much and go drive a car when they shouldn't? So my point is, there won't be an increase in people driving dangerously driving while under the influence of alcohol, because the increase in the user population are law-abiding citizens. They're not going to all of a sudden break the law. And then you know what? And you look at the data doesn't reflect that. You know why? Because you'll have a study over here that says it does, and you'll have a study over here that says it doesn't. So there's no, I'm going to say, there's not enough cooperation out there among these studies to say that in these states where cannabis is now legal, that our roads have become more dangerous because of people driving under the influence of cannabis. The evidence just isn't there, so, but again, if someone, even those that probably have had too much to smoke and drive, they're not driving 30 miles over the speed limit like some of these people who are intoxicated by alcohol. They might be driving 10 or 20 under the speed limit. But anyway, I'm not one to I don't believe, seriously do not believe that our roads become more dangerous because of us making cannabis legal for adults to use or for medical patients to use.
Well, our last question, you kind of answered outright, because it was basically all about driving under the influence and your thoughts on driving under the influence of cannabis. So I put up another question for Tony. So Tony Landry, you want to go ahead with that question?
Yeah, sure. At what year did you realize, or did you come to realization that the drug war was an absolute failure? Does that sound right?
Yeah. So I would say that it really didn't even happen within like 1 year. It was a process for me, and I think it was a somewhat of a lengthy process for me, is because many of you know that I spent a lot of years in drug investigation, in policing. I mean, man, I not only drank the Kool-Aid, I was making the Kool-Aid. You know, I was the one in the kitchen with the big, you know, glass pitcher with the smiley face on it and packs of Kool-Aid and a, you know, 5-pound bag of sugar, just mixing the Kool-Aid. Because I not only worked undercover, I commanded drug task forces, I commanded a whole region in the state of Maryland, you know, of 9 drug task forces at one time. So I'm not just going out there doing the work. I'm ordering people to do it. I'm giving them direction, and I'm feeding them this propaganda that I was taught about why we had to do this. And I was doing this with a lack of education about the history of drugs and the history of our drug laws in this country. And so I started in my later years as a commander, commanding drug task forces, I started to see a little sparkle or glimpse here and there about some things that just didn't seem right, how we would target certain communities of color. So I began with seeing an imbalance in how we applied the law, you know, in certain communities. Same thing with poor communities. Knowing that we had drugs in some of our affluent communities, we didn't dare touch those communities. We didn't dare go into a affluent community with drug dogs and just randomly scan cars for drugs, because we'd find ourselves, you know, reassigned the next day to some worthless job. But in poor communities, we just had a ball. You know, we thought it was fun. So, but when I got to the end of my career with the Maryland State Police, I started working for the Baltimore Police Department as the head of training. And this was in the year 2000. And it was a good friend of mine, Ed Totley, who was working undercover for the Maryland State Police. He had worked a number of cases for me under my command. And he was working with the FBI October 30th, one night when he was making what was supposed to be a final buy of cocaine from a mid-level drug dealer. And he was assassinated that night by a drug dealer. He was shot point blank range in his head. And that moment kind of made me start paying attention to the violence that surrounded the drug trade. And it was easier for me to do because now I was out of the Maryland State Police and I was in a different role completely, training. And in Baltimore City, around that same time, we had 2 police officers who were killed by local drug dealers in the city. And so I'm starting to see these pictures of violence surrounding the drug trade. And then I think what was really critical, that 2 years after Ed was killed, I was still working in Baltimore City. It moved from police violence being recipients of the violence to citizens being recipients of the violence, be it that an entire family of 7, mother, father, and 5 kids were killed in one night by the neighborhood drug dealer who had set up shop on a corner right outside of their home. And she was doing what we tell every citizen to do: work with us, come work with us, the police, give us the information we need on these people selling these dangerous drugs in your neighborhood. Work with us and we'll come clean them up and, you know, make the arrests and take them away, and you'll be in a better position. She started working with the police, giving us information on this drug dealer and his crew, the mother, Angela. She wasn't afraid that her boys would become addicted to drugs. Her fear was that her boys would be recruited by this crew and then would be in a completely dangerous situation. She knew that their lives would be over, either in jail or dead. So she started working with the police. When this guy found out about it, the head of this crew, he said it was time to send a message that you don't screw with him or his money. And he set their home on fire in the middle of the night while they were asleep, killed the entire family. So it made me I started paying attention to the bodies, right? The shootings, the shootouts, the retaliation, the people getting caught in the crossfire, these kids. And I eventually, even though locally I was doing some searching, I eventually stumbled across Jack Cole and the Law Enforcement Against Prohibition. And I just started meeting other cops who started feeling the same way, and many for different reasons. But that journey, which started my education, my true education regarding our drug policies and drugs in this country, led me on to seeing our prison population and what that was about. It led me on to seeing and understanding what was doing more harm to policing than any other set of policies in this country. And I love policing. And I quickly learned that our drug prohibition policies have separated us more from the people we're supposed to be serving than anything else you can think of. I started learning that these drug prohibition policies, if we were to end, would solve more ancillary issues and problems in our society, within our society, and in any other single issue on the globe. Those set of prohibition drug policies would solve so many other issues, not just in this country, but globally. Immigration, right? It would solve the cartels who are doing things other than moving drugs. They're heavily into human trafficking. It would strike such a blow to those organizations and organized crime. It would be unimaginable. It would allow us to end the stigma of drug use in this country. And again, this conversation we're having tonight, regarding being able to use cannabis for PTSD, not just cannabis, but to explore more in the world of psychedelics for PTSD issues, right? It would solve it would solve so many issues. I think it would strike a blow to alcoholism in this country as well, no doubt. But and child abuse and physical and mental child abuse. I mean, the list is long. Poverty issues. It would definitely do wonders for our overburdened prison population in this country. I mean, we could sit here and talk all day about, or all evening, about the things that would happen. So that place of violence, starting my road of education, that started over 20 something years ago, and my education is still continuing today. And I'll end with this. Regarding this journey of education that I've had and continue to have, those that have been introduced like I have to this education, to learning the history, to learning other things, I don't care what your journey is like. I don't care what your discipline is. I don't care what you've done, what you plan to do. Once you've started this journey toward ending prohibition of cannabis or anything else, once you start down that road, I've yet to meet anyone that has stopped, turned around, and headed back toward prohibition. Not one single person, and I've met thousands. They've always they may have slowed down a little bit, but they've never reversed their direction once they started moving to where we are on these issues. Some make it all the way to the end, like I have. Some pause in the middle, only go as far as cannabis, only go as far as psychedelics, but no one has ever turned around and headed back in the other direction.
Going along that line of discussion, I think Wade Laughter had a follow-up.
Yeah, again, I really wanted to thank you for joining us this afternoon. This has been an amazing and educational conversation. My question originally was about uh, the interest in particularly mushrooms, but other forms of psychedelic therapy. But you brought it up and covered it pretty thoroughly that you think there's area of interest there, and then made reference to the idea of decriminalizing drugs as a whole. I was going to ask you what you thought about how Portugal is handling drugs in the use of drugs in their communities. Um, but you've just done an amazing job of covering the bulk of what I wanted to ask you about already. And so I guess I'll just close again by thanking you for taking the time to talk with us this afternoon. And I think we could all look forward to ending the war on drugs and treating drug addiction, because there are drugs that have high potential for addiction and little, if any, redeeming medical value, which is the whole concept of scheduling. But cannabis obviously doesn't fit in there. And I think informed as versus political choices would be ideal in this area of policy. And I'll stop there, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. And you mentioned Portugal just real quick. Absolutely wonderful. Their harm reduction approach to drug use is just, it's special. And I know that members of the law enforcement community, high ranking folks have made trips, along with some of our political folks have made trips over to Portugal and have looked in deeply into their program over there. I'm very excited about it. Unfortunately, it hasn't moved too much here. But when you look at things like psychedelics, you know, we worked on decriminalizing them in the district, you know, in Washington, D.C. We worked on some of those policies out in the Northwest. We worked on some of those issues in Canada, by the way, along with cannabis in Canada. We had a very strong branch up there in Canada right prior to them legalizing cannabis there. But psychedelics, I just returned a couple of weeks ago from a retreat in upstate New York of law enforcement folks who were talking about police officer wellness, health and wellness. And it was primarily about psychedelics. What do we think about the potential? You know, and it followed really what you guys have done in the veteran community regarding the use of psychedelics for PTSD. I'm excited about that. Again, I was advocating for it. We've been working with MAPS for a very long time, you know, regarding psychedelics and decriminalizing psychedelics, and you know, the research that still needs to be done and should be done. But this retreat really got me excited. And you know, hoping that somewhere soon down the road we can begin the use of psychedelics within the law enforcement community as it relates to you know, PTSD, depression, and some of the other things that we're challenged with and dealing with.
Thank you. Councilmember Al Byrne, you have a follow-up.
No, actually, I don't. Neil, the talk of Portugal just gave me a question. As you're aware, the medical community in the United States is pretty much centered on their own research. In other words, I've used the term ethnocentric a lot. The research that our government looks at is ethnocentric U.S. research, whereas the rest of the world has done quite a bit of research on their own. And while that other research medically is ignored, I'm wondering if it's the same for law enforcement. I mean, you have a place like Portugal, you have countries like the Netherlands where cannabis has been some sort of legalization for quite a while. Has their violence level dropped in these places, or has it increased? And the next part of the question is, just like the medical situation, does anybody in the United States pay attention to that?
Yeah, so again, that's one of the reasons we have been advocating for, and LEAP was also trying to build its own coalition of law enforcement police chiefs to send over to Portugal. And you're absolutely right, the violence has decreased in places like Portugal. But one place in particular is Switzerland, where Switzerland has a heroin maintenance program, and what the police, initially when, President Dreyfus in Switzerland, implemented this program, they weren't on board. But then when they started in violent crime, property crime, and theft, they immediately, got on board with it, because as any police officer would tell you, many times when it comes down to these robberies and these thefts and so on that you see on a daily basis all the time, it's users who are trying to get the money they need to support their habits, right? So, because we've created a society that pushes them out to the margins of society, right? We ostracize them, we kick them out of their jobs, out of employment, they have no money, we put them in jail, they come back out, they can't get employed. However, they still have their addiction and they still feel the need to feed that addiction. So what do they have to do? They have to buy it from an illicit market, which means they don't have a job, they got to go steal money. They got to go rob somebody. So the police started saying, wow, this is great. We're seeing reductions in these types of crime. So yes, the evidence is there. But again, the challenge is getting our people here to admit that we were wrong, to admit that we do not have the best or the right approach to dealing with this issue of drug use in our country. It's very difficult it was difficult for me. It's very difficult for a police officer who spent so much time enforcing these laws, literally your entire career, enforcing these laws, and then to get 10, 20, 30 years into your career and to have someone tell you that, you know what, it wasn't, not only did you not make any progress, truly, you didn't make any, may have looked like progress, but when you gauge progress like this in policing, say you have rapes, or say you have burglaries in a particular area, and you finally latch onto the person who's committing the rapes, or you finally latch onto the small crew that's committing the burglaries or store robberies, you know what? The rapes go down, the robberies go down, the burglaries go down when you make those arrests. That's progress. That's clear, crystal clear evidence of progress. But when you take off a drug crew on a corner, the drug activity on that corner doesn't stop. Not only that, before you know it, you've got shootings now occurring within that 5 square block area. What happened? Well, you've just arrested the regulator of that 5 block area. You just arrested the crew that actually had the violence. Yeah, they were selling dope, but you know what? They had the violence under control. They had it tamped down because they want to make money. Now you've got a void in that marketplace, and now you've got the neighboring crews fighting for those valuable street corners. And so they shoot it out, and then you have retaliation. And you know what? You still got people selling drugs there. That's not progress. That's when you realize you've actually made things worse for your community. And when you tell a police officer that, when you explain that to them, when you really sit down with them and say, look, man, these laws we've been enforcing, we haven't really been doing all this good work for our communities. Let me tell you why. This is what happens. Bam, 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 bam. It's hard to accept. For me, it was hard to accept the fact that I arrested all these people for smoking marijuana. All these people, all they did was just smoke a little bit of weed, a little bit of cannabis, and maybe sell me a dime bag, back then, or, a couple of grams here, a couple of grams there. No violence whatsoever. And their freaking lives were ruined. Hundreds of people like this. hundreds of people like this. And now to tell a cop that, you know what, that wasn't good for that wasn't good for your neighborhood or your community. That actually made it worse. And here's why. You just gave all these people criminal records that they really didn't deserve because of these screwed up policies we had. Not that it was your fault, but you were taught something that and given a job to do that wasn't for the benefit of your society, for the benefit of your community. And this is why these people are now, for the most part, unemployable. That means they're a financial drain upon your community, your society. You know, these particular people, maybe that person was the head of a household. You know, you can go on and on with the list of people that you arrested and what happened to that family unit. Not just that person, but in many cases, that family unit, that household. You know, yeah, you arrested that person for selling a little bit of weed, but they weren't carrying guns. They weren't shooting people. They were making just enough money by selling weed to put food on the table, or maybe to pay that electric bill or to pay that rent. And now that income's not coming in, and that family is now out on the street, and they're now receiving money from social services. You know, he may have been doing this, but you know what? He had a great relationship with his kids, and he kept his kids in line. Now he's locked up. Where are his kids? So when you go through story after story after that and explain it to the cops, it's hard. It's a bitter pill to swallow to think that you've spent, 10, 20, 30 years doing this type of work. And not only was it for nothing, but in many ways, you probably made things worse for your community.
Councilmember Tony Landry has a follow-up.
Yeah, you had mentioned the psychedelics. I wanted to know if you were familiar with the Concord study in 1961 to 63. They gave psilocybin-assisted therapy to 32 prisoners on the reentry program, and it reduced the recidivism. Upon coming out of prison, they went through a ceremony, like about a week of psilocybin-assisted psychotherapy, and the majority of them didn't return back to prison. I was wondering what you thought on that, if you'd ever heard of that study by, I think, Dr. Leary. I'm not sure the first name, but the Concord Prison Project study.
So I'm not familiar with that, but I'm not surprised at it, because the many people that I've spoken to who have undergone the therapy, for whatever their issue or reason, they speak to not just how their lives have improved, but why, because of now how they see things and what they understand, and how they feel about the meaning of it all. So I haven't heard of it, but I'm not surprised at the results of that you just explained to me. Not at all.
Thank you.
Councilmember Todd Scatini.
How you doing, guys? Thanks, Neil, and please accept my apologies for showing up late. It is homecoming here in
No problem.
Missouri. So I just want to say thanks for giving your time tonight. I am the son of a Kern County Sheriff's deputy. I grew up in a cop house in California. Both my mom and my stepfather worked for the sheriff's department, and I saw a lot of PTSD within. Now I recognize it as PTSD within their friend circle, and I watched them experience losing at least 5 members of their friend circle to suicide or other significant illnesses that were born from wearing the badge. And I was wondering if, did the police or does law enforcement look at the military and the veteran community as a real ally? Because I think we certainly have a synergy. Now after having spent 27 years in the Army and having seen kind of law enforcement from a kid's point of view, I recognize that a lot of the issues that we suffer from are very similar to what's going on in the law enforcement community. And I was wondering if there's any sort of potential for alliance or coalition that we could create, because I think our voices really resonate together. we are a certain class of society. We are the warrior society, and the law enforcement is a certain class of society that's so deeply respected, yet it is us who is judged by the content of our urine. And I feel like if the law enforcement officials would have access to cannabis, perhaps we could get a long way very quickly.
Yeah, that's a really good question, because obviously, if you can build a coalition of folks, and continue to grow that coalition, you can really get things done. Just real quick, and that's kind of like what LEAP is about, trying to assemble this coalition of folks, teach them what we've been taught, show them not just teach, but show them the data, give them the history, building a coalition on a number of different topics, obviously, drug policy being one of those. We actually modeled the organization after veterans following the Vietnam War, right? And assembling these voices to help change the landscape, the policy landscape. And one of the challenges that we do have in policing is this. First of all, with retired folks from policing, piece of cakewalk. I mean, these guys get it. They don't feel the political pressure. They no longer feel the pressure of, a squad or a division can place upon you, or your patrol squad or whatever can place upon you while you're active. And my point is this, and this is why it tends to be so different for us in policing. So we have this thing in LEAP that when we're trying to convince law enforcement of these issues and where we need to go and what we need to do, we really try to stay away from doing it in a group setting. In a group setting, what we find is that we'll start the conversation. It could be at the FOP Lodge, it could be at a convention somewhere or at a conference, and we have the group setting. They're in the room, they're sitting, they're listening intently. And as we start going and talking about this, doing it in a good way, that work, you'll see them, they heads perk up, they'll sit up and they start leaning a little forward, and they're like, damn, I never thought of it that way. You can just see eyes open up. Then all of a sudden, the good old how can I say, the cop's cop, right? The guy that's been there for 25, 30 years,
yeah.
who's sitting back like this, and he'll say something like, say we're talking about, so we had a question about driving under the influence of cannabis, right? And he'll be sitting back and say, yeah, come on, man, this is a bunch of bullshit. You know it, I know it. Everybody in here knows it, that we're going to have people driving stoned all over the daggone place out there. There's no way in the world we're going to agree to legalizing cannabis. And he uses the word like we and us and all that, and he's looking around at people. And first of all, nobody in that crowd wants to rebuff, wants to push back against that guy, because that's the guy, right? Nobody wants to push back. So if you don't have a presenter who is savvy enough to be able to, to come back and answer, to confront that guy, and to do it in a way where you're not disrespectful, but by asking the right questions. And so if you're not talented enough or savvy enough to do that, you just lost the room, because of groupthink, because of, just in that policing world, you want to be as part of that group or that crowd as you can be. And you don't want to say or do anything different than the crowd. And when that guy speaks up, that's the crowd speaking for the most part. So we tell our speakers, we tell our members, speak to people one-on-one. and then when they ask the questions, you answer the questions, and you answer the questions a lot of time with asking them a question, but speak to them one-on-one. It's hard. It's very difficult to get an active cop, especially if they're like members of a drug squad or a drug unit or another unit. It's very difficult to get them to do something that's different than the rest of their squad or crew, because they don't want to be ostracized. They don't want to feel like when they're out there on patrol, they don't want to feel like they're by themselves, because they want to make sure they get backup when they need backup. And it's just a very interesting world. But again, I think that we have done enough work over the past 10 to 20 years to create a significant groundswell within policing, especially as these states continue to come on board, online one after another with cannabis. Again, it's really this can drop it any day now. It can literally drop any day now. The floodgates open up, and then the feds move on.
Are there any police forces that you know of, Neil? I know the New York Police Department initially they had dropped testing for THC, but then immediately put it back on. Are there any police forces that you can think of in the U.S. that are no longer testing for THC?
That's a really good question, and this is why it's a difficult question to answer, is because in most states, by far, it's not that the police department that sets those standards. It's not an individual police department. It is, in some states, they refer to as the police certification regulatory as POST, Police Officer Standards and Training, which is run by the state, and they certify every police officer who's hired by an individual police department. In the state of Maryland, it's called the Maryland Police and Correctional. No, it's no longer correctional. Maryland Police Training Commission. So they set those standards of testing for THC. There might be a few states where you can do it as an individual police department. Now, you can set higher standards, but you can't go below what those state standards are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Alburn.
Neil, we're getting close to the end, and I wanted you not to depart from us without saying you're forgiven for arresting all those cannabis people in your past. You did your job. We've all been where we had to do our job. Yeah, you're welcome. Just to support your position now, which of course I agree with. You might know this book, but it was written by a guy named Scott Baum, and it's called Smoke and Mirrors. It's probably 20 years old, and Scott interviewed 200 government employees, ex-government employees, who had been somehow involved in the war on drugs. And now they were ex, and he asked them, did you think you did the right thing? And they said, at the time I did my job, but I would never do it again. Now I think that the number was 199 out of 200 of those men and women thought the war on drugs was not the right thing to do. But Neil, thank you for your service. You've done a good job for a lot of people in a lot of places. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to, say this, and of course, thanks for that. I appreciate that, Al. I'm involved in I'm actually a plaintiff, one of a few plaintiffs in a lawsuit against the Department of Justice right now regarding medical cannabis and the Second Amendment. As a matter of fact, I'm hoping to be able to make the October 12th. There's going to be so there's a motion to dismiss by the Department of Justice. And there should be a hearing in Tallahassee on October 12th, and I think I'm going to be able to make that. And so, as the plaintiff, my position is so I've had a number of back surgeries, dealing with some pain issues, trouble sleeping at night. Um, and I know I still have some uh, maybe some mild depression issues from policing and some of the stuff, but mainly for me, I got this pain issue. I have taken opiate pain medication in the past to deal with it. I just had knee surgery, so that's another thing that's working on me, but mainly my back and my neck. So I got here in Florida 2 years ago, and within the past year, I applied for my medical cannabis card here in the state of Florida. Also, since moving to the state of Florida from Maryland, I've been able to, I like to shoot, and I've been able to buy a number of guns, and I've bought a number of guns. But I realized that if I'm using medical cannabis, I can't buy guns. I can't possess guns. I have a national concealed carry permit as a retired law enforcement official. And now I haven't used medical cannabis yet because when I got my card, I realized that, oh, wait a minute. On this federal form, I can't lie and check no as to whether or not I use an illicit drug at the federal level because cannabis is still illicit. So if I lie, I go to federal prison. If I check yes, I don't get my gun. Now, there's my Second Amendment. So as a plaintiff in this suit against the Department of Justice, my position is I'm being pressured. I have to make a decision between whether or not I want to suffer pain-wise and use these powerful opiate-based pain medications that we know be extremely addictive. Why are you, the federal government, making me choose between my Second Amendment right, especially as a retired law enforcement official? You're making me choose between that and a pain-free life, absent opiate pain medication. You know, why are you making me choose these? And so therefore, you know, they need to settle this. They need to remove cannabis, at least from that form, medical cannabis. They need to, in my opinion, they just need to move it from the scheduling system so that people like me can abide by my state law, get my medical cannabis card, deal with my issues for whatever they are for obtaining that card, and still have and exercise my Second Amendment rights as relates to buying, purchasing, and carrying firearms.
Absolutely, and that's one that is one that is an issue that we are aiming up and gaining steam toward because various, you know, we've got 40, almost 40 states now that have medical cannabis, and just due to that basic fact alone, we should have equal enforcement in a sense of access to our Second Amendment across those. I, as a dispensary owner here in California, I can't own a firearm either, and that is has its own problems and issues of being one. I'm a combat veteran. I know how to handle my weapons, but at the same time, it's the laws that are inherent around me dispensing medical cannabis, as well as, you know, being a veteran on top of that. But it's something that we need to also be inclusive of is, and one of the things the Veterans Action Council wants to do is we want to be more inclusive of our police and first responders, especially in the talk on PTS and suicide, because I know that there's a lot of focus specifically on you know, veterans and veterans focus specifically, but as you stated very succinctly at the beginning of our discussion, how high the suicide rate is amongst LEOs as well as first responders. So in talks of post-traumatic stress, Second Amendment, etc., I hope the police force and first responders know that they have allies in us veterans, and that we are here, and as voices that we are here to lend a hand and our voices to the cacophony so that it can be heard loud enough so that we can move things forward. That's it for our discussion for tonight. I want to thank Neil Franklin for joining us. Needless to say, it was a challenging situation with the hurricane that came through yesterday. And again, all the best to your friends and family and to your community there in Fort Myers and the surrounding areas there in Florida. And thank you for taking the time to join us tonight. Do you have anything that you'd like to talk about or plug, or any events that you're coming up that you'd like to speak toward?
No, actually, I don't. My at least my immediate calendar, except for this event here, has been wiped clean because of this hurricane that just came through. As a matter of fact, earlier today, I was supposed to be addressing members of Congress at the Congressional Black Congress up in DC, but the airport here is still closed in Southwest Florida, so that did not happen. And I don't know what's on the horizon, but I would like to just mention one thing, something else that I am working on, and that is in this area of prohibition that continues to get us, this country, in trouble. We're traveling down a same, I'm going to say, dangerous path with another drug, that is nicotine. Now, understand, I think we all understand that smoking cigarettes is extremely hazardous to one's health. But I'm, a couple of things real quick. Number one, I'm a 64-year-old man. You know what? If I want to smoke a cigarette, I can smoke a cigarette. I don't smoke, never have smoked. I just wouldn't do it. But right now, the FDA is appearing to be moving forward with banning menthol cigarettes. Now, on its face, you might think, okay, so what's the problem with that? They want to ban the sale and manufacturing of menthol cigarettes here in the United States. But what they fail to understand and realize, we all agree with the health issues, but what they fail to realize from a policing perspective is that within the Black community, 80% of Black smokers, more than 80%, prefer and use menthol cigarettes. Now, if they can no longer buy menthol cigarettes tomorrow from their neighborhood store or gas station, do you really think that that's going to end the use and purchasing of menthol cigarettes within anybody's city or community? The answer is hell no, because they will become just as valuable as other drugs being smuggled across the border. They will be coming from China. Menthol cigarettes will be coming from who knows where. Menthol infusion kits will be sold over the internet and elsewhere. Basically, we would be generating a $30 billion underground illicit market for menthol cigarettes. So you know what? I'll stop selling heroin on a corner and I'll start selling menthol cigarettes on a corner, because you know what? The laws, the penalties are not as severe. However, the competition is just as severe. So guns, tools of the trade, as gangs and crews compete for corners of selling menthol cigarettes. Basically, we haven't learned our lesson from alcohol prohibition or drug prohibition. And here we have the FDA attempting to move forward with something like this. And unfortunately, there are groups out there that don't want to stop at menthol cigarettes. They want to take it clear across the board for all tobacco products. And that would be just another huge disaster for this country. And we would have more violent crime on our streets. And we'd have deadly cigarettes now flowing through our neighborhoods. And with this, when you have any type of illicit market like that, the first people that you hire, that these crews hire, are kids. You know what? So if your goal is to keep cigarettes out of the hands of our future generation, you're just going to open the doors, because they're going to sell to other kids. They're going to take them to school and sell them. and they're going to be the ones carrying the guns, and it's a nightmare. So we're working on that. Hopefully we'll have some success. That was one of the things I wanted to speak to members of Congress about today. But just keep that in your mind when you see this information coming out regarding the FDA. Whatever you can do to push back at it, just tell them, hey, let's not try to solve yet another health issue with cops, courtrooms, and prisons. We don't need it. And violence. We don't need it.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. What an honor it was to have you tonight. Cannot thank you enough for your hard work and dedication over the years and your continued work with Law Enforcement Action Partnership. We wish you nothing but the best. I would like to, I'm wearing my Bud for Blood shirt that I got today, my hemp shirt. We did a Bud for Blood campaign with Kristen Yoder.
Nice.
Where we got cannabis users to go out and donate blood. So I want to thank you
Nice.
again for that successful campaign. She's actually turning that into an organization. It's been so successful because, cannabis users don't give blood as well as they should. And she's shaming them into giving their blood, and it's working. So keep at it, sister. And again, I want to thank Neil Franklin, our council members, Michael Green, Tony Landry, Gage Amsler, Michael Crowitz, Al Byrne, Nate Landau, Todd Scatini, and Wade Laughter. I myself and Etienne Fontan. I'd like to thank you all for joining us for our our VAC roundtable tonight. It is to enforce or not to enforce with our special guest, Neil Franklin. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in, and we'll be back in 2 weeks. Y'all have a
Thank you, guys.
rest of
Pleasure
your-
seeing you all.
Thank you, Neil.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
at the crosswalk, counting out the hurt. Name tags, diagnosis, story written on our skin. They called it a crime. We call it medicine. We walk for our medicine. Feet on the ground like a heartbeat rhythm. Patience teaching patience again. Pass that truth like a torch in the wind. We walk for our medicine. Risk on our backs, but we still step in. If care is a crime, then here we are again. Kitchen table, late nights, printed study, highlighted lines. Grandma's hands shaking, but she still reads every sign. Ask me why I'm here on cardboard in her grip. They threatened her freedom, she tightened her fist. Hands up, sleeves rolled, scars out, stories told. Arrest us for healing. Say it loud, say it bold. White coats watching, but the waiting room's the street. We bring the clinic to the concrete.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net, 420pace.ca, as well as at our social media locations. Good evening, Tamara. How are you doing?
Oh, hanging it out. How about you?
Well, I'm watching the snow fall and the rain fall instead of watching the roots grow. So that's always a good sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the weather's been pretty unprecedented out here as well, and it's really causing some effects on my rheumatoid arthritis and what's going on.
Yeah.
So, headaches and all kinds of lovely things, and it just seems to be, then the
Yeah,
virus and having not to be able to take the medications that I need. So it's just been the last 4 weeks have just been.
Well, yeah, anybody's affected by the weather, it would be under a roller coaster. Like today we had rain. Tonight through tomorrow, they're calling for 25 centimeters of snow.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we're just supposed to continue to get rain and moisture, which is not bad for, like, we need it. Like, I'm not saying that for, we don't want forest fires, but for anybody with a rheumatoid or immune or inflammatory anything, when you've got that much barometric pressures going like this all the time,
Yeah.
it's causing some havoc. And like I said, depending on your medication regime, you could be fine. Some of us aren't so fine.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's just the way life goes when you live with chronic illness, right?
Exactly. Well, what do you say? Should we bring in our
Yep.
guest?
Yeah, so tonight we'd like to introduce you to Melissa Ellsworth. She's been a longtime patient and cannabis activist and advocate from Nova Scotia. Now, Melissa's been working hard for the last 10 years and fighting with WCB because her start of this, we'll ask her to kind of tell the story, but this all kind of rolls back from an injury, a job-related injury that rolled her into where she is today. And yesterday, I believe it was, she had her intake for May. So from having a work-related injury to him going to having a perfectly normal quality of life to where she is today has been a drastic degeneration in the system.
Wow.
And so I would like to introduce you to Melissa.
Welcome, Melissa,
Howdy.
to the Face Radio Show. How you doing?
Can't complain.
Can't complain. Yeah. You haven't got the flu, right?
No, and I'm not.
No.
One thing I want to clear: I'm not in a hospital. I'm just in my comfortable bed, just on a heated mattress pad, because the weather here has been horrible, and tomorrow's infusion day, and yeah.
So this would be you would be one of those people that we were talking about before we introduced you, suffering from and dealing with the weather changes. Yeah.
And other things as well, because she's also been detoxing from some of the medications that she's been on too for the last little bit. So the first question, because a lot of people, like we were speaking about before the show, a lot of people don't know who you are or what you're, where you came from and why you're here. So the first question we want to ask you is who you are and how'd you get involved in cannabis?
I was a nurse. I was working in psychiatry. I worked at pretty much everywhere. In 2006, a patient, I ran in to rescue a woman. There was a patient in there that possibly could have killed her. And I went in to get her out. And as I was running her, that got the patient through the chair. And I didn't know it was a chair behind me because I could just hear like a helicopter coming. So I knew something was coming. I knew it wasn't a knife right from the kitchen. I knew that, like I was listening. It's funny how your brain can kind of try to differentiate sound so quick. You know what I mean? In those split seconds. But when it hit me, that's when I realized what it was. It was a wooden chair, and the seat part had hit me at just between the shoulders and the back. And then the top or the back part did, like the part you put your back against, but then the top part had come down and on top of my head. And I had my glasses on like prior to that because he was in a therapeutic quiet room for his safety, for other patient safety, due to issues and stuff. And when the next shift came on that morning, the psychiatrist that was on wanted to let him out for a little bit on his own to see how he'd do, but I don't think anybody checked that room before they let him in there because it was all glass. I remember I was running with her towards the door. All their faces just like dropped. So I knew something was coming. And it was the chair. So I got her out and I went to emerge. There was a lady there that was there for 5 hours with chest pain, a guy with a 2x4 with a spike through his arm. Like I wasn't going to be seen. So I back to work upstairs and I just sat in the staff room with the lights down low for a little while. But then towards the end of the shift, like I could really feel like I got that happened around 11:30. And towards the end, as the day went on, I really felt like I got my bell rung. Like I could hear like my bell was rung because it felt like my teeth
Yeah.
were vibrating, and like I just felt, and by the time I left, I had a pound headache. So I went home that night, and then the next day was the day that it just, from then on, just everything went sideways. Absolutely.
So you had to deal with WCB, of course, first of all, right?
Well, it happened at work.
Right. So work related injury, right?
But we have to go through now.
Right.
And prior to that, there was, I think that we had made the Chronicle Herald 3 times. Our unit, the unit I've been injured on, had made the Chronicle Herald, I think, 3 times in 1 week for nurses being assaulted.
Oh.
Right.
Now, would they have normally gone, like you mentioned, they didn't check the room. Would they have normally have gone in and made sure that there was nothing in the room that could be used as basically, a weapon?
I wasn't hired on full time. I was casual. So I worked between 7 lane, 6 lane. I worked at the Burnside Jail in the healthcare center, a healthcare unit. So you know what I
Okay.
mean? Like I was getting full-time hours, but they didn't have to pay his benefits, which is what.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I know how that works.
Yeah. So that's that. Sorry, that's basically what I was doing. And
Mhm.
from a safety perspective, that, yeah, they should have checked that first before they let him in there. Because
But then you weren't being covered by any like extended benefits, which meant that there was no long-term or short-term disability that you were eligible for, right?
No,
Because of the way that you
yeah.
had to work in casual, so there was no long-term extended benefits for you.
And see, at work, we had this number one time, and I don't know if I can say what it is on here, but I still remember what it is to this day. It was called the safe line. So if something happened on the unit or at work, you called it, you left a message. And then the person that I guess dealt with the messages dealt with workers' compensation or whoever they dealt with, their boss, I don't know. But we reported because I had broken fingers. There was one day I got kicked in the chest, and another LPN got kicked in the chest too, back to back, like within 20
Now, was
seconds.
it all happening at one location?
Yes. Yes.
Because you mentioned that, you
And that's
went
the
to
thing,
different places.
when you're working in healthcare, and it's still like this to this day, there are no repercussions for healthcare workers to do anything about a patient. They can be victims and can't do anything or say anything. It's within their NDA, and that they, even whether you're working casual or you're not, if you're working in healthcare, you sign an NDA with the facility that you're working at, and that basically says that if you're injured, you have to do there's other ways of going about it, but you keep law enforcement and any other disciplinary out of it.
Well, the thing with workers' compensation is that it's law. So if you have more than so many employees, you have to be paying into workers' compensation and blah, 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 whatever. So
Yeah.
if there's an injury at work, it has to go through workers' compensation. And once you sign the injury form, you're signing away your rights
Yeah.
to everything.
Right.
Everything. For not only
I don't.
employer too.
I don't know if you can see the message on the screen there, but Leslie says that she's here watching the show.
Hi, Les. Yeah.
Yeah. Now so as far as dealing with, so you ended up having to leave work, and you could, as far as your fight with the workers' compensation end of things, is this something obviously that's ongoing, or they just come right out and just denied you and said you're on your own?
Well, this happened in 2006, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it was a while ago. So the case manager I had at the time, even though I was still working, at that point too, I didn't really feel safe at work because this was happening frequently. And we had an orderly who who was assaulted very badly in the elevator at 2 a.m. in the morning. by someone that I knew frequently from the Burnside Healthcare Center.
Arlene,
There was a
just
lot
so
of
you know, Arlene and Bob are here as well.
hi guys. I told you.
So
Yeah,
the thing is too, like you were working towards getting your cannabis medicine taken care of too by WCB, the covering medicine itself, and that's kind of where things kind of got sideways too when you started talking to them about wanting access to cannabis medicine. Is when you started kind of having problems with them.
Yeah, because like I was doing my I was a nurse. So once I didn't feel safe, then I went in corrections, right? Then I got injured again. Cause I mean, it's not like I worked at Tim Hortons and I burnt myself on the coffee maker. And I'm not making light of anything like that. You know what I mean? But the professions that I had, I might as well have been one of those people that fling around on the really, because both professions, I was going into their houses, so to speak, right? So we always had to be more alert than most.
Yeah, yeah.
It wasn't your regular environment, and until people
Correct.
work, they don't know. They just don't understand.
No, because you're
And
working with mentally, mental health issues. You're working in law enforcement with people that are incarcerated and mental health issues.
there's
And
substance
it's not the same. Exactly.
things, so many things.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
And nobody's in there, and anybody who's detoxing or having mental health issues, we don't give the people that work with them enough credit.
No,
Because it's a dangerous job. Like it's dangerous because and again, there's no repercussion.
the unit I worked on corrections, my last injury, there was 8 women. I think there was 4 women on each side or 5 women on each side. We were the furthest responding point from the institution, and I was the only officer in the building. There was me and a behavioral counselor. That was it. And the behavioral counselor wasn't security trained, so I was it. I taught PE, I did programming, I did case management and security.
Do you know offhand if any of these concerns that you've had have changed anything? Has anything been changed?
In two, once I ran the gamut of medications. Some
Mhm.
worked, some didn't. Some were gabapentin made my legs blow up like crazy. I had to cut my
Right.
bracelet off one day.
No, but did anything in the institutions change with all these complaints and everything that you've been through?
No.
Are
Yeah,
these
that's
institutions,
what I,
has
yeah.
any of these has anything changed in those institutions? Or are these institutions still running in the same capacity that they were running?
Well, a couple of years ago, they had roundtable sessions, right? Because they wanted to hear our concerns, because they wanted to make change, because I was doing what I'm doing now, and
Exactly.
I was contacting the premier, I was contacting MLAs. I'm saying this is not right, and they had roundtable sessions, and I had my 10-minute or 4-minute, 5-minute speak at the roundtable session, and I stood there literally in a tank top and a pair of leggings, and that was in 2023. And I told them I had their own paperwork in their hand. They couldn't even understand how I got it. But all these sessions they had around the province, even in the evening sessions, they wanted to know what our concerns were. And the 3 main concerns out of almost every meeting they had was lack of empathy from workers' comp, harassment by workers' comp, and treatment by case managers. That was not one thing that was even brought up. And
What about the fact that they're not doing any extra security or hiring extra staff at these places, which puts the staff in danger right from the get-go? Like, I mean, if you're working by yourself in an institute like that, and you got all these hats that you're wearing, and you're in this institution by yourself, you said you were the only person on the unit at the time. You're in a unit with 25 other people that have issues, whatever their issues were.
10. I think there was 10. But
still, it's 10 to 1. You're 10 to 1.
Yeah.
Because behavioral counselors is basically told to, if shit goes sideways, to just go in the office and lock the doors and call.
Well, yeah, that's all.
Well, what if you don't? What if you don't get to the office?
Or what if somebody gets in that office behind you? Like, I mean, this just doesn't seem like any of the protocols that should be being used for a unit like that.
They weren't, and that's why I ended up in this position as well. Because then my employer tried to deny that the injury even happened because behavioral counselor was behind 2 sets of locked doors in the bathroom, didn't tell me they were going there. So to my knowledge, they were on the unit.
Mhm.
My God. It just seems like a lack of, it just seems negligence
Yeah.
on the
So
institution. It seems like negligence by the unions. It just seems like negligence by the employer.
All around.
now what? Okay, you mentioned that the inmate hit you with the chair, got you in the back and on the top of the head. Have they? What's the actual? Is there an actual diagnosis for what they say the injury is?
They didn't accept the diagnosis until 2010.
And
After
they is. But I'm
also
wondering.
after a second injury too, right? Like she was injured twice. So she was
Correct.
first injured in 2006 and re-injured again a second time, and they didn't accept either diagnosis till 2010.
And they tried to combine both injuries into one claim.
Okay, and they is compensation people. But
Yeah.
as far as what are the doctors what's
Oh,
the
they're telling them, but
yeah.
Patients going. That's the problem. And then you add the cannabis medicine to it, and the fact that they will cover all the treatments and
they
all
won't
this, that, everything else except the cannabis.
I
And
know.
then they did for a bit, and then they told her that you tell us, so like, because I don't want to get this wrong, but they were allowing a certain amount, and then they cut it back to a certain amount, and then would cover a certain amount. So kind of like the same thing they do with the veterans, like, market price $850, cut back to $650, same type of thing, right? So that's what like, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many things that intricately from 2006, which is 20 years ago, by the way,
Mhm.
everybody. That's 20 fucking years
Yeah,
ago.
20 years,
Just
yeah.
dealing with this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Right.
anybody that knows me, and my doctor even said, she said once, because I ran the gamut of meds, I did. I jumped through the roof. And then once he put me on Nabalone, and Nabalone worked kind of, but not really. And I was having some issues with that. So that's
And
what.
so some people may know Nabalone is a synthetic THC.
Yeah. Yeah. So that workers' comp had no problem covering. So he switched me
Yeah,
to
pharmaceutical, yeah.
he switched me to cannabis. That's when, and I was nervous because I worked for the government. Even though I
Yeah.
wasn't going to be able, I was never going to be able to go to work in that capacity again. I still could have worked in parole. I still could have had some. They could have still had, like, there was no undue hardship there. I
Mhm.
mean,
Right.
20 years later, I'm
Right.
still. I think
But
I'm.
again, this is also lacks the fact too that you have lack access to doctors and medical care too.
Yeah, because I had to move
So
back.
systematically, you have, like, where she worked institutionally systematically broken down. Then she's got WCB that's kind of like broken down. Then the lack of health care in Nova Scotia, which has also led to this. So there's like so many systematic, like, levels of neglect on this, but at the end of the day, it's all based at the government of Nova Scotia's feet. Like, this isn't a federal. This is and
Yeah,
Halifax.
it's provincial.
Like, this
Correct. It's
is
provincial.
sitting
Right.
right at the base of the government of Nova Scotia's feet, even WCB. Like, that's
Yeah.
not even a federal thing. I'm not trying to differentiate, but I am. This is all government. And the thing is, WCB is not. WCB is regulated by the government, but it's a private insurance company, and that's what I think a lot of people don't understand. Is that you're fighting a private insurance company, and all the government does is regulate them. They can't tell them to do anything. It's the same type of thing. But then at the end of the day, healthcare is part of government regulation,
Well,
right?
get this. I can go to the liquor store and pay $140 for. I'm trying to. It's over there, but I'm too sore to get it right now. It's called Big Bag of Buds, and it's ultra.
Yeah.
It's about
Al
140
Rap gets that.
140 bucks because sour diesel is the strain. I went 36 months without a headache on sour diesel.
Oh wow. And
I
was
put on
and
50 pounds.
has the access to sour diesel been eliminated for you?
Yeah, because at the time when I was approved, they didn't have a policy. I set the precedent. I think, I don't know. And then all of a sudden, right after that, they come out with this ridiculous 9% THC cap, 4 grams, and stuck with it. And I'm like, you can't
Oh,
get 9% at the liquor store.
9%. They
Yeah,
capped
like
you.
they've limited, like, I mean, she can buy whatever she wants, but the only thing that they're going
Sure.
to cover financially for her is something that's not going to work.
Yeah, which is
Right?
why, yeah,
Why buy it if it's not going to be
why,
effective for her to begin with? But again, like, why limit her to 9% THC when that doesn't
yeah,
even exist? Like, who? Like, I don't even know if you can get a 9%
because
THC
Couldn't.
strain.
Only
Like,
flat.
a limitation on, like, and like, what my understanding is I don't know, was it the doctor that put you on that 9%? Like, who put that limit on it?
My doctor's prescription is 8 grams a day with no limitation.
Right. So who put this
what,
9% THC
what caps
limitation
is,
on? Well, how the hell are they putting a cap on that? They don't
oh,
even.
come
That's ridiculous. They're not Health Canada. I would just tell them to get bent.
But they say they're following Health Canada policy. But I had a grow license from Health Canada for 8 grams a day, no issue. Same medical condition.
yeah, and but when it comes to the coverage, because
why?
when they
When it comes
when
to
the average, the general average of the prescriptions that are signed that are directly the patients are dealing with the licensed producers and all that is usually around 3 grams.
But
Well-
it's ridiculous to expect anybody to be able to go out and find something that's 0.09% THC. Like, I mean, the exact dosage that WCB is expecting her to get. Like, it's ridiculous.
That is one when my LP called the other day for asked me to put in an order. And the only two things available at my LP were a CBD strain with less than 1% THC and another strain that was only like 6%. And I think
That isn't gonna,
CBD.
but that's not gonna help you either.
No.
Like, I don't understand how they can expect any of those limitations on. Like, I just like that flabbergasts me. That and I get the understanding of them covering it for cost wise.
I can
But
get
that's
a pile of gummies, but imagine what my digestive system will be like.
Oh yeah. You got to eat a pile of gummies at 10,
I've
only
been
10 milligrams. Like,
to go down that road.
yeah.
You know, even the capsules I think are higher in THC than that.
And I couldn't do there were certain carrier oils I couldn't do because they really bothered my GI system.
I know of a product that's available that you can buy, and they do ship across Canada. Just so you know,
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to have it covered if it's not from the legal
it
market.
wouldn't be covered. It wouldn't be covered by
That's
compensation.
what I mean. Like, and that's the whole point of this. The whole point is that she shouldn't have to have the 0.9% limitation or have it being covered by a legal market to have it covered by anybody. And that's the same with any patient. Like, we have this pharmacare from coming out for Canadians. They'll cover veterans, but they aren't going to cover anybody else, and they're not going to cover cannabis under the Canadian Pharma Act, which I think is crap too.
When I log into my LP, it shows me that I only have 2 products available to me. And then above it's the veterans, and there's 56.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm not like, no shade to them.
No.
Pain is pain, and you know what I mean? Like, I don't. And here's the kicker. Al, you're gonna love this one. Remember, I don't know if I mentioned this, not Tamara. Half of I'm at 8 grams a day. That's why they're like, oh my God, I've been a patient since 2013.
Yeah.
So my opioid scripts have gone up. Everything else has gone up.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh yeah. I went through,
It's not good at all.
Through Christmas, I went to pick up because we finally got them back on the NABL. They were still refusing to cover my they're still refusing to cover my cannabis. They increased it to 12%, and they still keep me at 4 grams a day, which still limits what I can access. So when the LP called, I just said there's no point in putting an order in because I can't. There's no. It's a waste.
Well, yeah, well, it's yeah.
Waste of your money. It is. It's a waste of your money because if it's not going to effectively do anything to help you, just to keep a
Then
prescription,
why
and keep
get
it,
it? Yeah.
like why waste your money?
Yeah.
I mean,
Now,
sure
when
you're
it
going to
comes
smoke
to
it, or sure you're going to ingest it, but it's still not going to do anything for you.
normally, like when you throw the, not even thinking about the cannabis end of it at all, when you deal with workers' compensation, there's quite often that there's a doctor at their end. And even though whatever your doctor has decided, sometimes their doctor, they listen to what their doctor says.
Yeah,
So that's
absolutely.
more than
They
likely where that 9 million, the 9% THC comes from.
They increased it to 12 when I
Oh.
kicked up. What happened was I went in, I finally get in to see a neurologist after
Mhm.
years of fighting. Finally get in to see the neurologist again. And he sent in a report, and the medical advisor there basically said, no, it has nothing to do with her injuries. It has not, she doesn't have this, she doesn't have this. And that was the end of that. And I'm what? So I filed a complaint with the College of Physicians. And within 48 hours, all that I did have PTSD. Imagine it took me this long. They admitted that I have PTSD and the trigeminal neuralgia and the occipital neuralgia. So that finally was in writing, and it was based on the same medical diagnosis that the first one denied it on. So it's literally like flip the coin.
Yeah.
I know it's ridiculous how they have these
lives
these
around.
supposed physicians that have two different opinions on the same thing. One will tell you no, and the other one's telling
Oh
you
yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
How in the hell does that? Can they?
And the board will follow what theirs says. I see we
Just
got a
flabbergasted.
comment. Jennifer's commented here that that's why we need cannabis consultants on family health teams.
Yep.
Yeah, so that they help educate the other end of things.
Yep.
But they're looking for people that all have medical. Like that's the thing that holds a lot of us back is non-medical training. Because, like I said,
Yeah.
when you go and they don't. First of all, we checked on Monday, Cheryl and I again to see if Health Canada was recognized cannabis as medicine.
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
lo and behold, they're not. So, and again, Cheryl is
check
going
every
to
couple
do
of
all
days.
this, this research and stuff for microgreens and stuff for Haley. Because Haley, like, is like totally named. Like, after the show, Haley and I had a conversation for 20 minutes while Cheryl was on the phone with the doctor. You couldn't have done that with Cheryl or with Haley 5 years ago. It's like a totally like night and day, right? Again, thanks to cannabis, juicing and microgreens, and it's the alkalinity that they're finding in the raw juice that's helped her. And again, whether it works for everybody, you have to try it and see.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
Exactly.
And see the
Exactly, but again, because Health Canada doesn't recognize cannabis as medicine,
They're
we're in this
big thing. It's oh my god, 8 grams a day is a lot. And I'm like, hold on a second. Half of my 8 grams is THCA. I don't heat it. I don't. And
Yes, no buzz to it.
no, it's preventive. So that's why since I've come back, I've deteriorated so badly too, because it was also preventing and treating at the same time.
Yeah.
Because I once as a nurse and someone with like such a head for medicine and like did all that, because if something new came on the unit, I'm like, oh, what's that? And if it had buttons and stuff, I was gone. I wanted to know what it was for. I wanted to know all about it. And I'm still up to date on all the latest medical stuff, just like I was going to work, because that's my jam. But when I ran the gamut and all of a sudden I tried the medical cannabis, it took me a little bit to find what worked and what didn't.
Yeah.
But I kept a journal and once I figured it all out, I'll tell you, it felt like for years I was trying to pound a square peg into a round hole. And then the round peg went into the round hole.
All right. Let's continue this conversation about cannabis when we get back from our break.
All righty. We'll talk about how you consume it, all that stuff. Okay, we'll get into everything when we get back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We are live here with our guest, Melissa Ellsworth, and we'll be back in about, let's see, I gotta hit the wrong button there, but we got 2 minutes, 3 minutes, somewhere right now.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And welcome back to the Pace Radio Show. We're live with our guest, Melissa Ellsworth. Melissa, just just before, as we went to a break, we got a message from your friend Leslie. See if it fits on the screen there. She says that you should not have to pay for out of pocket for any medication. Workers' Compensation Board would rather her take medications that she could get addicted to, instead of paying for the prescription of cannabis that actually helps her. She's not even a third of the person she was. Cannabis is legal, and by the government that is allowing WCB to deny her proper health care.
Well, it's not just WCB. To be fair, it's the Canadian Medical Association. Period. It's the doctors that are being directed by the College of Physicians in every province not to sign licensing for patients. It's Health Canada not recognizing cannabis as a medicine. So this is not something that WCB is doing, Leslie. This is something that the College of Physicians and the Canadian Medical Association has been doing to patients forever.
It's harm reduction too. It's all
Yeah, oh yeah, big time. I've gone through my condition for 22 years now without any opiate prescriptions for my Crohn's disease. So yeah, cannabis is harm reduction for sure.
And
but again, too, like they don't want people with disabilities to live with any quality of life or in dignity in any way, shape, or form. Never mind financial stability.
And don't ever win a tribunal where something sets a precedent, or you know what I mean, because at that point you become a target.
Yeah.
Well, then you become problematic. You become so problematic that it's easier just to fucking, make you look like you're not altogether on the right side of things.
Yeah.
And anybody that's connected to you also becomes targeted, right? Which is exact crap.
It's existential damage because my dad is beyond worried.
Mm-hmm.
Like Leslie said, I'm a third of the person that I was.
What
Yeah,
you were.
and your families watch this too. Like your mom and dad are there helping as much as they can because let's be fair, they're not young anymore.
No,
You're as old as I am. My
No.
parents, my dad's gone. My mom's
My
going to be 80. For God's sakes.
my parents are both gone. Just so you know, another
Right?
message. Got another message for you, Melissa. This is from JJ O'Brien. She sends her love.
Oh, JJ. Oh, jeez. Getting everybody today.
And
Thanks for
Kendra.
everybody for coming in. Thanks everybody
Yeah.
for coming along. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Kendra, Jennifer as well.
Yeah.
So the now when it comes to your cannabis and your cannabis use, some people just prefer just to smoke joints.
No.
But some people, prefer to make tinctures, salves, edibles.
I just meant for me.
Pardon me?
I just meant for me. But for me, like I had a machine and the machine had a no heat option. And I used the no heat option and I would make oil and that would end up THCA because it wouldn't be heated.
Heated.
Yeah. So I'd have that. And anybody that knows the benefits of THCA. So then I'd have I'd have different strains that I
Why
knew.
don't you explain to people what the benefits of THCA are? Because some people don't know what the benefits of THCA are. That's why we're here to educate. So explain what the benefits of THCA are.
We need an hour on that. No,
Yeah, that's all right. We got time.
We have to be off the air by 11 your time, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we don't have like an app, but again, like, because
thing
when
is-
you say, well, you know, some people don't know.
Some people
So
it's if you have anything that ends in itis, if you're having some dysregulation stuff, seasonal affective, definitely. Acne was another one. Because you can actually use the pulp. What I have done is I didn't have acne, but someone's son had acne, and they were of legal age, by the way, and this at one time, remember years ago, Accutane was huge. They even went that route
Yeah.
with their they ended up on antidepressants and everything. It was and then we went this route and totally different person, just like they
well, again, too, like a lot of people will swear by a root compound. So when you're growing your own, you don't get rid of the root. You wash the root, you grind it up, you dry it up, you grind it up, and you can use that the same as you would use a CBD or CBH powder, right?
And if I could do that, I would. But I'm disabled to the point now where I'm lucky I can feed myself, because that's where they let it go to. And here's
And that's
the
why,
thing.
again, that's why people need to have people they can trust to be designated growers, so they don't have to use.
To Medivy Blue Cross on several occasions that I need an increase for chronic pain. We went from 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 grams. And then my doctor said, how about we try to keep you maybe a gram ahead, so that way if it takes you 2 years at the tribunal, which it was taken, then you wouldn't fall. You wouldn't have to play so much catch up, because it was playing the catch up for so long. Because I had to wait. There was times I had to wait 3-4 months just to get my script straightened out.
No, it's
They're
ridiculous.
still playing that game. They're still playing that game. They've been playing that game for fucking years.
I
10
was,
weeks.
I was almost
10
6
weeks.
months last time.
Yeah. So it was, and when you're relying on it for, like, I have no appetite, none, and a lot of it's due to stress. And where's the stress coming from?
Yeah.
I'm worried about my health because as a nurse,
Exactly.
body, and then every single thing. Like I asked for my doctor requested a therapeutic tub for heat, at least because they even denied the psychotherapy. So she said, "Well,
Oh, really?
yeah." They said,
Oh, they've denied her
everything, like I'm their beaten post.
You should have seen her house, the way they made, like they put her in an Airbnb. There was supposed to be some rentals on her house, and then they brought her back to her house when it was unfit for her to even be in that house, and
Oh,
still didn't fix the problem. This is another problem, WCB. Like there's like so much we could be on here for 5 days.
And
Mm.
MLAs, Tim Houston knows who I am. Barb Adams, who was the justice minister, she knows who I am. But my issue is everybody I talk to say this is a civil thing, this is civil, but we can't get a lawyer. I can't get a lawyer to touch it.
no way.
The depth of it.
No, because it's WCB. WCB in any province, a lawyer won't touch.
They had a
'Cause
lawyer
it's private.
this summer to try to wrangle me in, but he didn't do a very good job of it.
Yeah, I know. I remember here in Ontario, it used to be. Well, it's been a while since I've ever been on it, but when I was on it many years ago, yeah, it was a pain in the butt dealing with them.
Yeah.
Well, because they roll you over too, like WCB lasts for so long, and if you got extended benefits, they'll roll you onto your extended benefits. So
Oh,
they
yeah.
run out, so they don't have to be responsible for you. There's Alvin's been on WCB, like he's supposed to have, like he's got a permanent knee injury. They're supposed to, have a doctor check him every however many years to give him some sort of payout. Well, unless he contacts them, last time he contacted them, they said unless you need a new knee, don't contact us.
Mhm.
And then he does, but then they tell him he's got to lose a bunch of weight, blah blah blah, and they just fuck him around.
If I don't like, they take a certain percentage of your monthly pension and they put it aside because when you turn 65, your pension ends.
You're done. Yeah.
Yeah. My
Yeah. They tell you to go on CPP.
Yeah, and I'm already on CPP, so I'm done.
You're on.
And,
So you got the disability CPP,
yeah, and
really?
I had to appeal it.
But
'Cause I
compensation.
I said to
Yeah,
them, "Do you know comp has me written off?" And they were like, "No." And I said, "The right hand needs to talk to the left hand."
Why are you on like why are you on CPP? You should just be on disability. WCB
Well,
disability.
I'm on both. I'm on both.
Oh.
But I was already on WCB disability. And then I applied, they kept telling me to apply for CPP.
Right.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because then they could claw back what they're having to pay you. Right.
Yeah.
So do they claw back what you get from CPP off your WCB? Yeah, they claw it back.
And they take a certain percentage of my monthly pension and they put it into one of their sketchy funds. And then when I turn 65, that I get that payout. So mine should be around 47,000. But I'm not going to live till I'm 65 and I have no dependents. So they get to keep that.
No, you should have fucking something written up so it's given to charity.
Yeah.
They have it. There's a bunch of changes they made last September that some of their stuff is basically law now.
Yeah, because you haven't received it, so you can't give it. You can't give it as far as a hair.
How many years till you're 65?
9.
Can't we just like scoop you along to that?
I know.
And then you can at least give it to the neighbor's cat or something.
I know.
I'm just kidding. I love you.
Who didn't have dependents and they got to keep their money. So if that's 4 and the average is 50 grand, that's $200,000 just for 4 people.
Yeah.
Like that's almost incentive.
Oh, they do. They just like I said, they're a private insurance company. They don't want to pay you out, and if they can pocket the cash, put it back into their fund, all the power to them. That's their profit.
And when my injury at the jail happened, I basically gave them the union letter that said that no, this is the employer's fault, and they asked what it had to do with my injuries. I said, everything. So my employer kind of was sketchy, and then comp allowed them to be sketchy because my employer was the federal government. I was a provincial employee and a federal employee because I was provincial as a nurse and a federal corrections officer.
You should have pensions from both of them too. No?
They were bouncing me back and forth until the labor thing ran out because Sean Fraser didn't know the difference between provincial and federal labor when I was contacting him when I lived up there.
Hmm.
Like me and the ombudsman go back to 2015. We're on a first name basis, even though nothing's being done. We're still on a first name basis. Mhm.
But your tribunal set the precedent for other patients being able to be covered for medical cannabis.
Well, I also changed the law on sexual harassment back in 1995 to include a couple of things too. So, yeah,
right.
This is not my first rodeo.
No, it doesn't sound like it. When you get on a first name basis with a lot of politicians, then it's not your first time. So,
But I mean, for her to have to be on the first name basis and have her life quality of life be disrupted
yeah,
like this,
yeah.
it's just
And
not. It's not.
For them to sick 5 women from workers' compensation on me at one time, like they legit did. The director, I had 2 case managers at me. I had people I didn't even know. They were accusing me of doing a bunch of stuff I didn't do. I was like, what?
Well, this stuff is like it's all in the doctor's reports.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I started making what they were doing public and saying you're making us look bad. And I'm like, no, I'm just making the truth public. That's it. That's all.
Yeah.
They didn't say nothing to tell me that I couldn't tell the truth.
No.
That's the bottom
Mm.
line. There's no reason why she would have to fucking not tell the truth. They
And
didn't. She didn't
I
sign anything.
provide the truth. I always, Tamara, I always
Yeah.
provide the receipts. Always.
Always.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah,
And that's the
because
thing.
there is so much
It's not
skepticism out there.
defamation if it's true, and that's a fact, right?
Yeah.
If you're coming out with facts, it doesn't matter who you go. If
Like,
it's fact, it's fact.
Like, are they accusing? Do they ever accuse your doctors of being misleading to them?
No.
No, they had their doctor deny everything.
They
that her
just
doctor
Yeah, their
said.
doctor. Yes, the back to their doctor again.
They
Yeah.
that's been good. They call them
And then that doctor denies this doctor and blah blah blah. It goes back and forth, which takes time.
because I even contacted the Department of Health and said, like, is this a public safety issue when the medical advisors at workers' compensation are calling the community physicians and specialists, because I'm seeing the specialists people when they're calling like our top people incompetent.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was even doing that because I was just like my as a nurse knowing what my responsibilities were, and then as a federal corrections officer knowing the laws and human rights, because that
Right.
was put into our heads like the tattooed on our eyelids, no joke. So that's why, and that's the infuriating part, is that I know the difference.
Mm.
And like Conroy and all those guys and Smith and everybody come, plowing through. You think by now there'd be some semblance of something.
Yeah. You think by now Health Canada would recognize cannabis as a medicine.
At least.
Yeah.
With the 5,000 and 30,000 and fucking research papers that come out on a monthly basis, but they always need more research.
Yeah.
My last tribunal, I self-represented. I
Did
did.
ya?
Yeah, I self-represented, and it cost me almost $75 to mail in my stuff, like I did it
Mhm.
all. Yeah, I had it all, and workers' comp did not even submit one piece of paper.
They just like
They don't think they have to. They don't think they have to do anything. They
Yeah.
expect people to give up.
Yeah.
They probably didn't even say, they don't even send people in there because they don't expect people to go. They don't expect people to show. They expect people to just go, well, you're not, I'm done fighting. and then they came, and then they met her.
It's also part of the abuse and the coercion and all that other stuff. So it's all hand in hand.
It's
We,
ridiculous.
We got another message, another tribute to you. You can't see them because probably, do you see this?
I'm the bat without my glasses.
Yeah, okay, good. That's why I'm reading them to you. I figured you were sitting back too. Okay, this one here comes from Cheryl Lynn. You disappeared. So I'll just read it off.
Okay.
She says, I love and appreciate Melissa so much. She saved my life. She helped me when I had no answers, no clues what was happening to me, no help from doctors, no help, no hope, really. She helped me find answers, find a way to get diagnosed, and started me on the proper dosing of the best made unicorn medicine. Seeing her unending struggle just to live and get the help she needs and deserves is so heartbreaking. She has the biggest heart for helping others, and she is by far the strongest person I know. And she says, love you.
Love you.
Kendra says you're a warrior.
Yep,
Right.
she is. She was gonna walk across Nova Scotia. Like this crazy.
You're gonna walk across Nova Scotia.
Yeah, she was gonna walk across Nova Scotia. I'm like, you can't do this. Like, you weigh 30 pounds. Like, you're not even fit physically. And she's like, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna do this anyways. You can't stop me. And she was gonna do it. And then she decided that maybe she wasn't gonna do it, but she wanted to. Her heart's in it.
Handle it. I would have fell apart like a skeleton, like a what?
Well,
Like
that's because you
a
got
dollar
thicker,
store
you got
skeleton.
thicker, right? But again, like, you know, like I'm like, you know, you have like, I mean, Jen Collette will attest to this because Jen did this too. Jen did walk across part of Ontario trying to raise awareness for cannabis education at one time, and Jen will attest to how hard that was. And I'm looking at you, and I'm like, I love you, but you know how hard that's going to be, and you're like, no, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, that would be.
I did have lots of help, like
I know, yeah. But again, like, and she says, if I don't have people, I'm just going to drive my Jeep and do it by myself. Like, if I'm across the country, I'm like, fuck, I can't even go out there.
Maybe would it, you know, I guess walking across would help try to create awareness versus trying to do something that they might think is unruly, like occupying an office.
Well,
I think occupying an office sounds really good.
They had me labeled crazy and uncooperative and difficult. And actually, one of my tribunals said I'm the most difficult case they've ever had. That's exactly.
That's because you're standing up for yourself.
Yeah.
And they don't expect that.
When
sometimes some people get attention by, you know, protesting in a way of, you know, standing out in front of an office.
Yeah.
With some type of sign or something.
It's like
along
Bengal feral cats. We tried that.
Yeah.
Too. It is.
Yeah. You know, being vocal, take a microphone and a blowhorn or whatever.
I got a pink bullhorn.
Yeah.
I even had Tim Houston rapping when he did when he copied Eminem. If you had one chance, if you had one opportunity, I recorded that on there, and I was going to walk across in front of the workers' comp building playing that over and over all day. No,
You've already thought about that.
I trust me. I was 10 minutes away, and we were ready. We were signs. We even had a skeleton to put together. We were gonna, because there's a graveyard ironically across the street from the building, and we were gonna put the skeleton in the corner and hang around its neck. First responders waiting for help from WCB.
Yeah.
I would have put a skeleton waiting for Tim Houston to do his job.
Yeah. And
he's the one who's always.
I put that right on the front doorstep with him sitting on the step, with the skeleton sitting on the step with a sign that says, "He's just sitting here waiting for Tim Houston to do his job."
He told us he was going to. He told medical cannabis patients, because I was in the room. He said that he was going to keep dispensaries. He did.
He did. He fucking did. And he's been trying to fucking keep it again. He took the Big Ma and fucking shut their fucking dispensaries down. He had them loading them on fucking backs of goddamn flatbeds.
Well, you know,
like, they won that court case though. They actually won their right to get that they won.
Yeah.
was coming. And I used to work for the NSLC, and I'll tell you right now, that's where the target landed on my back because I was sexually harassed by my manager.
Oh.
And I filed a claim because my union wanted me to, because they said it happens a lot. It needs to be dealt with. That set a precedent. That changed the law, and that put a target on my back because even up until 2022, 2023, and anybody can go to my YouTube channel because there's recorded phone calls with a director where she says, but Melissa, your PTSD is from a sexual harassment. That was work related too.
Mm-hmm.
And never mind after that happening, me getting my life together, going back to school, becoming an LPN, and then going on and then becoming a federal corrections officer. Like if they were that worried about that, if that affected me that bad, I wouldn't have been able to go on to learn to consume all that. Especially if you've ever had to know law and criminal code and parole, the difference in inside days and outside days, and that alone is confusing. But like all that stuff, but they threw that in my face and up until 2022, 2023. So it
Yeah.
really makes you wonder, like, what came first? The egg, right?
Yeah, you'll start blaming the patient.
Yeah. Well, I'm difficult. It's
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is me, and it's
You're
no.
you're problematic.
Yeah, to them you're resisting.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's like so disheartening because it's not even it's not just one story. This isn't just a one story one off. This is continual from one end of the country to the other end of the country. It doesn't matter what province it is in. You hear about people coming across the same issues. Like I said, with the federal government coming up with this pharmacare medicine, to cover pharmaceuticals, why is cannabis not in that realm? Like insulin, yes, I totally, like that's a life saving. But again, when they start introducing different levels, like they're again CPTSD, which also we have a lot of service people, frontline workers, a lot of people that struggle with this. Cannabis should be covered by the Canadian pharmacare. That's just
It'd be great if it was, but
never mind. You have to go and buy it through a licensed producer. As long as you got a receipt from the legal store, that should be all that you fucking require. Because we wanted access, right? And access for some people is the store around the corner. Not having to wait 6 days for the guy in fucking Victoria to send it to you in the mail, and if the mail goes on strike, blah 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 blah. So the instability and the insecurity of that, which causes stress.
Playing it from the NSLC and then in the receipt and saying no, we don't cover that because that's recreational.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Again,
yeah, exactly.
the only time that they don't recognize cannabis as medicine anyway. So the only time that they actually do decipher between medical and recreational is when you take the licensing to sell it.
Yeah, that's it.
So they've got to pick a lane.
Yeah, pick a lane.
Yeah.
And
Well, they've
pick
had
a lane.
20 some odd years now of a legal program to collect all the information that they need on the medical.
Almost 30
testing. Yeah.
The Section 56 is, if you go back to the first Section 56 that was actually basically given in 1996.
Mhm.
We're going on 30 fucking years. Never mind 20.
Yeah. All righty. I see it's the top of the hour. I see we got ourselves another message. We'll get to it when we get back after the break. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We are live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the Piercing Room, where you can get Toke by Shay. Daily deals. Check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, you're live with Pace Radio Show, and we got Melissa dealing with her phone there. You got it straightened around? Good stuff. All right. We're live here with our guests, Melissa Ellsworth. And Melissa, as I mentioned before the break, we got a message, and we got another one during the break due to your last comment, and you told them get in the right lane, and Jennifer agrees. Pick a lane is right. Yeah. And Leslie said, yeah. Leslie says, I like this interaction with our viewers, giving messages to our guests. It's always nice. So
Yeah.
Leslie says it's all about the money. Nova Scotia is the highest tax province in Canada. That they make cannabis legal, but make it difficult for those who really need access to it. I've been asking Melissa what I can do for her, and at this point in her life, I will fight tooth and nail to keep her earthside.
I agree with that one. And the thing of it is, like, too, like, I'm not sure what your recreational market's like, but we have been given the medical access, but no medical dispensing, right? Like, there's nowhere.
Right. Well, mail order.
One. Where is that one, Al?
Well, sometimes you can't get it because the post office is on strike or something's
No,
going
where's
on.
the one actual storefront that they do have?
Oh, there is no.
I'm talking
Well, okay, there
storefront.
was. Okay, yes, Ottawa. There was a store in Ottawa that was licensed, and it did give cannabis to
Right.
patients.
Right.
Gee, it's been a while since I've heard anything about them. I forgot
Right.
all about them. Yeah,
Again,
yeah.
so
I don't know.
medical cannabis access is still at a fucking all-time zero zip fucking zero.
Basically, yeah.
Like, I don't care about the post office. I don't care about having to order it online. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about being able to go into a store in your town and have the ability to buy a brownie that's not 10 milligrams, that's this big.
Yeah, like let's
You know what
say
I mean?
like
You couldn't buy brownies. You can't buy baking in the legal stores. You
Right.
can buy a caramel. Okay, the caramel is like 10 milligrams. There's one caramel in the package, and it's literally this big. Right?
you
And
know,
it's
why
10
not
milligrams.
allow if they're worried about all the security and so on and so forth when it comes to cannabis and all that stuff. If they have stores right now that we can go into, they're like Guardian Drugstore, Rexall Drugstore, whatever,
It's all up to
PharmaSafe, and you go into them and you walk past all these aisles with all these different things that they're selling. And what do? You walk to the back where there's an area where they dispense medication. Why can they not have, if they want all the cannabis in one store, why do they not have a section to allow them to dispense medical
Didn't
cannabis?
Shoppers Drug Mart make a
You
great
have-
big stink? I
Yeah.
believe they did. Shoppers Drug Mart made a great big stink about taking over the medical part of the,
Yeah.
the Cannabis Act when it first
well-
became legal in 2019. Or in 2019. And
They-
again, like here we are, and then it was all about this. Well, it's the children and the smell and the people that it's going to bring into the store, and so again the stigma that was attached to it because they didn't want patchouli tea to dead stigma. What about the children? This is why it never ended up in Shoppers Drug Mart. Okay, like that's just let's be real here. And then when they realized 5 years later the sky hadn't fucking fallen, and we had this other whatever came out that we had, what was it, a 5-year, what the fuck do you call those
The
things?
review.
Yeah,
That's it. My brain.
Yeah,
Sorry.
they had the task force review thing that
Yeah.
was guaranteed after
That-
5 years, but it took a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they wanted to review to see if there'd be any increase in dosing for the edibles that they declined.
Yeah. Yeah. They threw that.
But
out.
again, they put these things out. They don't give it out to the general population. 650 people do the survey, and this is what they go off of. 650
yeah.
people.
And most of
Like,
the
are
people.
you goddamn kidding me?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, question 5.2 of that survey asked if the brick and mortar stores could replace the medical access program.
And then exactly, and 650 people showed up for the game to say,
Yeah.
"Hey, man, whoa, we still need that medical access." Because if people wouldn't have showed up to the game at all, they were talking about taking gardens and stuff away again too. Because if there's no legal need for medical cannabis, then there's no need for anybody to be able to grow it either. So the domino effect that happens if we lose that right and that ability,
it's like pulling
cannabis
the
society,
Yeah.
we'll
well,
never
yeah.
it's like
four
pulling the-
plants. 4 plants. Oh my God! Like I've said before, they're ripping people off on that too. Because 5 to 1 gram is a patient. So
Yeah.
Canadians
Yeah.
are allowed to grow
Yeah.
a gram of cannabis. It's
Yeah. What were you saying, Melissa? You were saying something
It's
there.
like pulling the thread on a sweater.
Yeah.
You know, you find a loose thread on a sweater and you start pulling, the next thing you know, half your sweater's gone. That's what happens.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
so. Where are you at when it comes to? You got your treatment tomorrow, right? You do your infusions once a week,
I
or is it
put,
once a month?
I put them off. I had to put them off last week because I was in rough shape because I was going through opioid and nabalone withdrawal over the holiday
Never withdraw.
because they didn't cover. Because my intent was to come off of opioids. That's why they put me on the nabalone,
Mm-hmm.
but they only covered it for 3 months.
Oh.
Everything
So then
else-
you should be still continuing with the Navalon, be off the opioids by the time the 3 months were up, and then just continue on with the Navalon, which should have warded off did the harm reduction for any further discomfort from the opioids.
Yeah.
But if Navalon shouldn't have to be weaned off of because it's cannabinoid.
Well, that's
so
where
why
that.
would
That's what I went. What Navalon? What I didn't. Yeah. I
yeah, why
wasn't
would you
thinking-
need to wean off Navalon? It's cannabinoid based. There should be no withdrawal or no side effect from that.
I
And if there is, why and what is it?
wasn't so much the nabalone. It was, I think it was the opioids.
The opioids. Yeah.
opioids, but the not having the nabalone to fall back on
Yeah.
was just yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're trying to get off of the opioids. You got to have the other, and if you don't have it, then.
Yeah, I lost 5 pounds in 3 days.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And I'm now like tomorrow I got my infusions and I'm trying to pound what I can into me. Like I'm back up again. Like I did
Mhm.
put on a couple of pounds and I'm trying to eat but like it's hard to have an appetite when you're stressed out like this
Mm-hmm. Now
and,
these.
and you're in pain.
Yeah, these infusions. I've been getting infusions for close to 20 years as far as medical, medicine end of things.
Mm.
Do you go into a clinic or does somebody come to your place?
No,
to do? to-
I go to a pain clinic at the Northside Hospital, Northside General, and
Mhm.
they have like a couple of nurses there. We had a great doctor. He relocated to Ontario, and
Mm.
then we had to get a guy. We had a really hard time trying to find a doctor to replace him because we almost lost that pain clinic. Because when I in 2022, I had to leave where I was living up in Nova Scotia, up on the mainland, and move back to Cape Breton because in 3 years trying to pay for my own medication like really put
Yeah.
me low. So before things started coming at me like unpaid, before that stress added to what I
Mhm.
was already fighting with comp, I filed for consolidation because I had to. And then I sold my house and had to move back home. And at that time, there was a housing crisis. I mean, you trying to find a house,
Yeah. Good luck.
selling in 2 3 days.
Mhm. Oh yeah, everything was flying off the wall.
It was.
So, are your infusions for like are they a pain med?
I get lidocaine, and I started off, I think, at like 320 or something, or maybe 340. But since I lost weight, they had to lower the dose because dose goes
Mhm.
according to weight. But
Correct.
they did add a small like amount of ketamine, I think like 2 milligrams or something. That
Mhm.
kind of offsets the pain a bit and kind of helps with it kind of drags the lidocaine out a little bit, if that makes any sense.
Right.
Yeah. Like
It's
I've
a little bit of quality of life.
Yeah. Well, that's the goal too. Eh? Is
Like
give you
I'm literally living from Thursday to Thursday.
yeah. So you get these once a week,
Yeah, every week.
every week. Does it
That's
take
what
you? It takes you what? Does it take them half an hour? An hour?
it's about a half an hour drive. My dad drives me.
Yeah, but as far as the infusions,
Oh, the infusions, they're usually about an hour 15 minutes, but
yeah,
I think an hour and a half.
yeah, okay, yeah, that's about mine were. My original infusions for my medication was 3 hours.
Yeah. And depending, because some people get magnesium and stuff too, right? But
Right.
with me it's just the lidocaine and ketamine. But if like say if I'm like really stressed, or because at one point when I was at the Airbnb, I was leaving there coming to my dad's house, dropping off the dog. My dad we were driving in there, so like it was like gong show from 7 a.m. on, and my appointment wasn't until 11. And I mean, I want to get an infusion, so
Mhm.
just yeah.
Yeah, and then you got to arrange. Well, your dad's got to take you every week.
hmm
Yeah.
And then like he's a caretaker of my mom.
Mm,
Like I didn't come home to add to be a burden to him at
right.
all. Because
Right. Yeah.
I've never ever.
Especially when you've been on the independent. Like you said, you had your own house.
Yeah. And the whole point of like Nova Scotia, like Tim Houston apologized to the disabled people in Nova Scotia like a year ago or 2 years ago, saying that that not enough has been done, not enough is being done, and whatever. And I mean, I've sent him emails of what's going on. Like I saved a woman's life, and not that that makes a difference, but like it's like one time had people beating on pots and pans at 5 o'clock for us.
Mm,
You did,
Yeah.
yeah.
and leave your all the port like all that like and nothing.
Yeah.
Mm.
And the front line message.
And I'm seeing like video commercials on YouTube from the states that are like representing Nova, like looking for like intake, doing recruitment for healthcare workers and stuff, and they're making it look like it's ours. And I'm like,
Mm.
like, and they're harping on the free health care and all this stuff, and I'm thinking, yeah, it's all good and great till you're at work, then you're done. And if you're not from here, then you're a burden. So sayonara. Like I really don't know, and I can't pinpoint it on one government because I've been doing this since 2006.
You're correct. Yeah, you've had to deal with several governments of
Yeah,
different
but
stripes all the way through.
this is the worst because like this has been the worst because even at one time I could file a FOIPOP and get information that I was talked about during a meeting in a very, very negative light. Where now I got to jump through hoops, set myself on fire, and then get 25 firemen and put me out before I can even find the paperwork to fill out.
Are you finding it's the privacy laws that have been, supposed to be protecting us have actually made it so that it's harder for us to get the information that's required?
My
And
privacy,
when did you find the difference?
my privacy, medical privacy, has been breached on 2 occasions that I know of, and both times
Okay.
internal investigations were done and no wrongdoing was found. But yet I was
And this is since Jim Houston's government has come in
no, this was before that.
beforehand too.
Yeah, but
So
this
anything at the healthcare level, like, so when did healthcare start really like diving? How many years do you think it started diving in Nova Scotia?
oh
It's been 20 years. So 20 years since you were injured, right? In 2016. So was it 20, 30, 40? Like how many years do we want to go back?
I graduated from as an LPN in 1997, and we were the first class to graduate with medication administration, IV infusion therapy, and there was something else we had, foot care, I think, something added on that the RNs had as responsibility because they had just closed down. They closed the nursing school at St. Rita's. They were just closing down the nursing school at City. So it was Dal or nothing, or Dal
That's
or
exactly, yeah.
nothing.
That's what I was gonna say. Like there was a time
Yeah.
when
And
registered
changed
nurses were doing
because
everything, and LPNs and stuff were just like basically doing bedpans and stuff. And then the RNs figured that they were doing too much, and then it was pushed down, and they pushed it onto the LPNs to do medication and IV insertion and that, so that the RNs didn't have to do that because all of a sudden the RNs were going to be nurse practitioners too. So doors opened to actually ease up the system. What it actually
they
did
were
was to burden.
they
It worked for a while.
were overworked, but when they just took some of the load off them and then gave it to us, which was good because, like, it opened up a whole new world for me.
Yeah, we use a nurse practitioner.
But
That's what-
again, like I said, it kind of took the burden off too because we had such a lack of doctors.
that's why our clinic here in
Right?
town,
Right.
they
So they opened the doors up so that the LPNs could do more registered nursing. So registered nurses could go on to be more, to kind of ease the system up. But at the end of the day, it was lacking. It didn't fill the gaps where they expected it to for as many people, right?
Wasn't that here in Nova Scotia though? In Nova Scotia, people were leaving and going to the States.
That happened in the 90s too. Yeah.
That's
No, that was even before that. That was in the early 90s. That's
I lost a doctor, family doctor that way.
Yeah, I did. My gynecologist went to the States. She was pregnant with my oldest daughter. That was 92. But again, like that's not so much lacking. Like this has got nothing to do with the cannabis. Like the cannabis. Here's my fucking point on that too. Like these doctors that we're bringing up and bringing now are starting to become a little more educated on cannabis medical end of things, even without the direction of Health Canada or the College of Physicians. Because I've heard it with my own ears, where I've heard other doctors say we tried edibles first before, even my own doctors kind of eased up on it. She's not going to put her name on the license because, you can go to the store and get 30 grams. Why would I give you? Again, whatever the fucking College of Physicians have told them, it's irrelevant. The fact of the matter is we still have fallen through the gaps, and people like Melissa are even in a worse situation than even we are without the lack of care because of the lack of ability for financial aid. Never mind that she's got to order from the mail and blah blah blah. And they don't even have what she's able, what she needs.
Yeah, part of the problem, whether you're even dealing with it from a store or from an LP,
is the fact that the LP just stops producing it.
Hmm.
Might
And
work great for you, but if you're only one of like 3 buyers, they're not going to produce it, right?
they don't
That's
have sour diesel. So it's like going to the drugstore and saying, okay, I need my, would say Ativan filled or whatever. And then saying, oh, we don't have Ativan, but will you take clonazepam?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
That's
No,
it.
I agree.
when I started researching, I did use my farmer brain, and
Mhm.
that's what I did. I kind of did strains that way, and I was mind blown that they didn't teach this in medical school. Like,
Nope.
Yeah, no.
oh, in the
They
hell, like, I
don't.
was more mad. I was mad. How I
Yeah.
am.
No, they don't have any conception about CBDs, and they don't
I
know that we have a cannabinoid system in their bodies. They don't even recognize that. They do when they're talking about breast milk,
Yeah.
but not for
Yeah.
about anything else. They will tell you that there's cannabinoids in your breast milk.
I know somebody who, within the last 2 years, became a nurse, and during their training, they only had one little thing on cannabis. They had to write up something about it, but it wasn't much of a course or anything. It was more like a mention.
Was it about cannabis, whatever syndrome? To be able
Oh,
to see the heart from cannabis.
the CHS, the cannabis.
Dysphoria syndrome or whatever the fuck they're called.
Correct. Well,
Abdominal.
they've got a new name for it. Cannabis hymesis syndrome is not scary enough.
Another fucking fancy name for fucking you
No,
creating
no,
out.
no, they're
Oh,
calling
it's
it
scromony or something
the
now.
scromining. It sounds.
You know
It
what it
sounds.
is?
It's
It's an
scarier.
abdominal migraine. It's an abdominal migraine because we have serotonin system in our gut too.
I knew that, but that's ridiculous. That's the most ridiculous shit I ever heard in my life.
Scromony.
Scromining.
Okay, you
Yeah.
know, I'm not going to dispute people have allergies to medications.
But
I'm
now,
not.
now they'll create a. Now
No,
they'll
it's not
create
for
a pill.
everybody. It's not. I'm gonna
No.
like tuck the horns back in. But again, like that's what
Everybody-
I mean. Like, it's not for everybody. I get that.
No, it's not. Cheeseburgers aren't for everybody either. I can't eat cheeseburgers.
No,
Everybody's different. Everybody has different
Yeah.
body chemistry. And
that
our
just boils me.
comes
But
up.
they come up with this. Like, it's like almost like saying that I don't even want to say it. It just like gaslighting. So it almost like puts it out there like you could have this, like the packaging side effects are blah blah blah, but no expiry date.
No.
Okay, so you can't fucking figure out an expiry date for the cannabis in the package, but you got all these side effects, keep it out of reach of children, and all this crap on it, which is propaganda. And here's the thing: we've been lied to about cannabis for how many decades, and fucking God
Yeah.
knows what else.
Because they were stigmatizing it before it became illegal. So
yeah,
They've been
You gotta say
stigmatizing
100
everything
years.
that's not on the agenda.
Yeah.
And they can't make money off a plant you can grow yourself.
No, you
They are
can't.
now. They can again,
They
chew
can
my
they
tongue off.
they
Money.
they can't patent the plant, but they can patent processes and final products.
Yeah. But you can't make money off healthy people either.
Well, they are.
There's no
But
money.
here's the thing.
No money in
Here's the thing.
cures.
All that taxation that the Nova Scotia government's making off that cannabis, where is it going?
I'd like to know.
So here, me now did a little fucking looky loo on because the federal government does keep a portion, but what portion they've been given, or the 25% federal government keeps, goes to advertising and public health and safety, like those fucking
save the
safe
kids
shit
promos and
and
stuff.
safety little pamphlets, just garbage they could be not bother wasting their money on, but they do, right? The other 75% goes to the
Problem.
provincial governments.
It's funny because
Where
we're
the money?
from
Where the
being
money?
100%.
BC just says, "Oh, we put it back into the everything else," and I'm
Slush
going,
fund.
"That's pretty funny." I don't see that.
I'm trying to figure out how workers' comp went from being broke to 106% funded. And I think you just
Right?
Mm.
Subsidized by governments, yet they're going broke, and they can't afford to pay for anybody's medicine because they're broke.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
Now, have you tried? I don't know. Have you tried a designated grower that could grow sour diesel for you?
No, I haven't even.
Like, do you even know anybody could even get
I
it?
don't even know anybody here.
Yeah, because for years there, when I was doing
I
all
was
that
away
stuff,
for
that
20
was
years.
sometimes the hardest thing to do was to find a designated grower because there was lots of
At one
patients who
point, it was a little
couldn't
easier.
grow, but
No, I was away for 20 years. I just came back. I only moved back here in 2022.
And again, though,
yeah,
too, like now that there's no commodity to it because they're not paying for it, nobody's
yeah.
growing it, and patients
Well,
aren't like they're, before they were lining up to be designated growers, right? Like
Mm.
lining up. People were like all over. I'll take it, grow. I'll take it. Especially if you had a run with some numbers to it. But now people don't. You can't give your license away.
Yeah.
Yeah, these days, yeah, I know it's all changed. So
And you're not able to grow it yourself either, which is super
no, no,
unfortunate.
she's not. No, exactly.
Not
That's why.
able.
That's
I'm
why I
just
mentioned the
living.
designated grower end of
Oh,
things.
no,
So
it's my main function is to keep, because my body's 86, but I took such good care of myself that my metabolism is like I'm 42. So even just to get through the day, I need at least 1,100 calories. Base
Yeah.
minute.
Yeah.
My bones are like paper, and like all the benefits when you read on the benefits.
Have you tried juicing? Have you tried drinking juice? Have you tried juicing
Well,
cannabis?
when I had a couple of plants this summer, and when I was doing the fan leaves and stuff, that's what I was doing juicing, and it was helping, but like that's only good for so long, right?
right.
Well, you can
Yeah.
make it into ice cubes, right? You can store it in your freezer.
I did that, but
And I'm just saying, like, I know that Cheryl's, like I said, working really hard with the research
yes,
for microgreens. And
I
microgreens, like, the biggest thing with that right now is trying to be able to maintain the 1-141 exemption for research and not have Haley have her licensing because she can't have both, right? So she
was
can't
like
grow for Haley medically and then still have the research licensing for the microgreens, even though she's been approved for the research, right?
no.
And has, like, it's a really complicated, and Health Canada couldn't wrap their head around the plant count because they're not plants, right? Like
Yeah, they're not.
they're
Well, they
not
got
they're not
roots.
they are, because
seen
the
it
thing is
like
like health. The thing is with Health Canada, as soon as it's got 2 leaves on it, that's a plant. That's
Yeah.
considered one plant. So if you need 10,000 a month,
I know.
there's no way in hell Health Canada can wrap their fucking head around the fact that you need a licensing for that many grams per day to be able to produce that many microgreens and then try to access that many seeds.
Well, I used to do broccoli seeds, like the sprouts in the
Yeah,
jar.
that's the
So
same thing.
I can only imagine how many,
Yeah.
like for the carafilene or whatever, but I can't imagine the scales.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, and they don't have a calculation. When Cheryl was on the show on Monday, the calculation to wrap their head around what they need, Health Canada was putting her back over here and over there, and they did the girl going like, "We don't know what to do with this." So then Cheryl pretty much did the calculation for them, and they're like, "Oh my god, we'll get back to you because that's like way like over the limit, right?" Meanwhile, she's got 3 doctors all signed off on it because then they're trying
Yeah,
to. She sent them
and a university.
trying to explain to them like it's not a room, it's a tray. Like the tray's this big. Like this is what I want to produce. And she sent them a picture of the exact like what they look like microgreens and a little, the 5 by whatever 3 by 2 tray that you make that you grow microgreens on. Okay, that's what she sent them, and showed them pictures, and they're like, couldn't wrap their head around what she was trying to explain.
Because it was
have fields and fields and fields of microgreens. She's gonna have like a tray, like.
Yep. The more information you give them, the more mind-boggling they are.
Yeah.
They're just boggled. Absolutely.
Anyway,
I'm fighting
ridiculous.
people I'm fighting against don't know the difference between THCA and THC. I mean, fetch me a child of 5.
Well, that's the difference between heating it and not heating it, jackass. That's as easy as that.
Don't decarboxylate it. You're good to go.
High and not high.
Don't smoke it. Don't put no heat to it. You're good. You put it in your mouth, and it's just like nothing.
Since I've become a patient, I can count on one hand the times where I was like high. Seriously. Because I take CBD too.
Oh yeah.
So
Again, I don't think it's that hard or to conceive or understand. I think they just are not willing to.
no,
They just don't. There's no will. There's just no will.
there's no will to educate. Like I as an injured worker, it's my responsibility to do everything in my power to take the best care of myself that I can. Right?
Yeah.
So, and that's what I'm trying to do. But every time I'm trying to do it, it's like being in an abusive relationship, and it's the abuser that's putting up the roadblocks, and I get there, and then it's the abuser is actually calm. Like it's just really messed up. And I'm watching other people walk through with prescriptions for like 8, 9, 10 a day, no problem.
And it's only because of the WCB attachment to this whole fucking mess.
Well, it's WCP injured workers as well that I helped, that used my, when I set the precedent, when I won my claim in 2018 or my tribunal,
Yeah.
a lot of people after that used my decision to win theirs.
Yeah, because it set the precedence.
We had to stop fighting with you over what your access and what your.
And then that's when the hammer come down. Yeah.
You open the
That's
floodgate.
What's that?
You open the floodgate.
I think I already did that 20 some years ago, but
Yeah.
walked away and just left it as it was because it didn't bother me, I guess.
I see we're down at the bottom of the hour. Have you got anything else that you would like to say? Anything along the line of, shout out time, so you can look at it that way.
I want to thank you guys because
welcome.
if you guys, I wouldn't be here. And for Tamara, because you always got my 6, and Kendra and everybody in the live. It's I knew there was going to be some people coming in that weren't sure how to get here, so I made sure he's got here, and I'm glad you showed up. And there's probably more views tomorrow because a lot of people. Wednesday was a odd night for them and not a problem, and they were so glad they could go back and watch later on.
That's the nice thing about the podcast is that people that maybe they're at work or they have other plans, but they can always catch it later. So
They can listen to it on audio podcast too.
correct.
I just want to say to anybody that's watching too, if you're on TikTok, her handle's Saltier Mutter, and she has a lot of good information on her TikTok page as well that you can go back and catch on. And she does lives, and we'll update you on her stuff on TikTok as well. So this isn't the end of Melissa's journey. Just this is the start again. Because when she's feeling better, like this is when we gotta go, right? When she's not feeling so good, it's like anybody, right? We go when we can, and when we can't, we don't. So, well, today she's feeling like she could go. We're going.
I'm hearing beeping. What's going? Where's?
Yeah, it's my phone, and I'm not sure exactly what in the actual
Okay.
heck is going on, or who it is actually. Because I guess I'll find out. It's my daughter.
Okay, because I'm not playing any sound effects. Where's that coming from?
I was wondering.
It's my daughter. I'll get back to her when I'm done. Yeah, she's good. Anyway.
All right. So if anybody wants to, talk to you, they can just find you on Facebook.
Yeah, and reach out. And I really wish that Health Canada and the workers' compensation system, because when I spoke to the lawyer in the summer, he said there was a meeting in Saskatoon and that cannabis was a hot item on their list, because I kept asking for a copy of their latest because it's updated so often you can't keep up with. So I never ever got that. So I just hope that they get this together, because if they don't, a 56-year-old woman shouldn't be suffering like this over a plant and have to take medications that she asked in 2019 to be signed off on in case she became addicted to or any issues to, and no one would even do that.
Who's Riggs?
That's Briggs. That's me.
That's you? Okay. Wendy says, nice job. Nicely done, Riggs.
Thanks, Riz. That's Rizzo.
And like these
Rizzo.
things all roll back on to, the lack of the systems that we're living in within the provinces within where we live, right?
And
And
it's
again,
not-
the only way you can stand up is to have a support network like it seems like it's working. And you got to keep on them because they expect you to give up. They expected us to give up on cannabis too. They expected
yeah.
us to walk away. They expected us not to keep banging on about it, and we didn't. And like I said, I'm not. This what we've got is not perfect by any stretch of the means.
No.
Medical patients
But it's
totally
so-
left out of this whole thing, rolled
So-
into the Cannabis Act. I'm not saying there are a few, like I said, we're not looking over our shoulders. We're nobody's getting arrested for a joint. There are some, positives to this negative. But again, we as patients fought to get medical recognition for a reason, to be distinctly different from the recreational market. And they still don't do that. So we still have a lot of work to do. And I keep saying this, and we don't have any direction because, like you said, it's like herding feral cats.
If there's any cannabis lawyers out there, any lawyers out there looking for like a slam shut civil case that like you can retire on and probably your grandkids too for the rest of your life, gives a shout.
There you go, right. And so you can find Melissa Ellsworth on Facebook. Just send her a message.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else before I sign us out?
No.
Okay.
Thanks
all
for coming
right.
on the show. Hon.
Thanks for coming on the
Keep
show.
fighting.
Thanks everybody
Yours
for tuning in.
Hey, just a reminder to let everybody know that we will be back next week, Mara and I, anyways. And you can. I'd like to thank our sponsors, the friendly and helpful folks at ease.ca, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, as well as the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. As I said, thanks, Melissa, for coming on the program and sharing your story. And thanks to you, Tamara, as well. Plus, as always,
one more
thank you.
thing. One more thing. Allison Murden's my guest for Cannabis and Coffee on Monday. So join me live on Monday morning at 12 Mountain Standard Time with a long-time advocate, Allison Murden. And thanks for everything.
Yeah. All right, other than that, we will see you all next week. Thank you and good night. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Kept my back all twisted, nights run long, old prescription bottles, labels all wrong. Doctor looked me over, laughed at my chart, said, sign this paper, kid, and follow your heart. I got my weed card in my wallet, little green light every time I call it. From the waiting room to mobile yard, life got easy when they stamped that card. I got my weed card, yeah, I'm alright. Sleeping like a baby through the whole damn night. I got my weed card, singing it's so hard. World feels softer with a little green card. Mama shakes her head, says, boy, you changed. But I'm more alone and fix what's strange. Boss don't care as long as I show. Clock and smile comes a little more slow. I got my weed card in my wallet, little green light every time I call. Oh, yeah. From the pharmacy to my old front porch, trouble burns out like a used up torch. I got my weed card, I'm doing fine, breathing real deep for the first damn time. I got my weed card, raise your glass, hard life tastes sweeter with a little green card. Used to hide in the bathroom, looking at the door. Now I walk right out, name tag on my drawer. Running from the shadows in my head. Just a man with a card and an early night in bed. I got my weed card in my wallet. Dr. Little scribble, put a comb in my pocket. From the big bad world to this worn out yard. Heart beats easy with a little green card. I got my weed card. Let the band play one deep breath and I'm okay. I got my weed card. Sing it so hard. Life rolls smoother with a little green card.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's June the 25th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. And a good morning to you, Rev Cindy. How are things on the East Coast today?
Well, good. We got some sunshine coming in, followed by some rain. Both things are needed for everything to grow. But there's an interesting story, or something interesting that I wanted to talk to you about today. Do you remember last week when I talked to you about the overdoses that happened in Moncton?
Yes, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it was from June 1st to June 11th. There were 309 overdoses in Moncton, and I ended up coming across an update that I just wanted to share. So I'm just going to add it to the stage. Just a quick share. It doesn't really talk about cannabis or psychedelics, but addiction is definitely something that these medicines help, and it's something that I work to fight against. So in Moncton, we had 309 overdoses in 11 days. Just so you know, these were 309 overdoses that were able to be reversed. First thing, so that's a really good thing to hear.
Yeah. So that wasn't 309 deaths.
No, it was 309 overdoses that were reversed, which is really beautiful. Lord knows how many actually happened, because these are just the ones that ended up being reported. And there are some that if that don't go reported. If the people make it, they don't necessarily. An addict won't call 911 on another addict if their friend comes back. And then this story popped up, and we found out that it was a veterinary tranquilizer that was added to the drugs in Moncton. Yeah. So it's just really scary.
Yeah, like what's the benefit?
Yeah.
Basically, it's 309 people that would have died. Like, as some people say, you're killing your customers.
Yeah, we chatted about that ahead of time, and Steve and I also chatted about that on Tuesday. Like, what's the sense in putting it in? You're killing your customers. Your clientele is going away. If you're putting it in to get people more addicted to your stuff, well, even if you do get them more addicted to your stuff, is it worth it to kill them? From a business point of view.
Yeah,
exactly. From a
Yeah.
humane point of view of, oh my God, you're killing people. These are humans that you're killing with freaking tranquilizer. It doesn't add weight. You don't get more money.
No.
It makes no sense.
It does make no sense whatsoever.
But they did find out what it was, which is really amazing. I'm glad they found out what it was. And it was 309 recovered overdoses. They were able to reverse them, but still 309 overdoses in 11 days just reported.
Now, I've seen here, like in Peterborough and stuff, where they've announced, warned people that, hey, there's something bad going around out there, and watch yourself.
Yeah, we have warnings that pop up here too. And I'm sure as soon as I got the first few overdoses, they warned in New Brunswick as well. But like, I mean, if it goes out quick, and it's all from the same batch, and it gets out there, like this is sadly how they discover. This is why things like Dana Larson's Get Your Drugs Tested are so freaking important, and we need it straight across the country. And that was something else that we talked about on Tuesday when Steve and I were talking on air. He's got 2 daughters who live in addiction, and when they get their new drugs, the first thing they do is go get it tested.
Good.
And that's how one of the reasons why they're still here with us after 11 years of fighting this addiction. So yeah, folks, if you are in active addiction, please get your drugs tested. Be careful of what you're intaking. Never use alone. Always use with a friend, just in case. Please be careful.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Alrighty. From that, it's time to move on to the news of the day and the cannabis and psychedelic end of things.
Yeah. So our first story is coming to us from StratCan, and it says Alberta's cannabis event model is leading the industry. And I have to say they've been doing that for a couple of years now, and it's kind of exciting every time they make a move. Alberta is quickly becoming Canada's proving ground for one of legalization's next frontiers, integrating cannabis into mainstream public events. According to StratCan, Alberta's evolving approach to cannabis at festivals is drawing attention from organizers and regulators across this country. Rather than treating cannabis as something that must remain hidden away in the back rooms or the back, alleys, the province has begun allowing designated cannabis consumption areas and licensed cannabis experiences at select festivals and public events. Supporters say the approach recognizes a simple reality. Cannabis is legal for adults, yet unlike alcohol, consumers have had very few appropriate places to use it socially. Alberta's model attempts to solve that problem by creating controlled environments where adults can consume responsibly while organizers maintain clear safety rules. The article notes that festival organizers have reported positive experiences with the model. Of course they have, describing designated cannabis spaces as orderly, well-managed, and comparable to licensed alcohol areas. Pardon me. The approach has also gives licensed cannabis producers an opportunity to engage directly with consumers educate them about their products, and promote responsible use. Industry leaders believe Alberta's willingness to experiment may influence other provinces that have remained far more cautious about public cannabis consumption. Nearly 8 years after legalization, the conversation is evolving beyond simply whether adults should have legal access. It's becoming about what a mature cannabis culture actually looks like, and Alberta may be helping write that playbook. I'm pretty excited about that, Al.
Well, it's a perfect place as far as to use as an example, like the situation itself. Um, it's things that us here advocates have been calling for a long time on the legalization front, is to be able to have things at events as well as the lounges and other items along that line. They say here in the article as well that Alberta's model works because it treats cannabis retail that way. It treats any other legal regulated industry. And it says that provinces are leaving money on the table by not moving ahead on things. And the more
Yes.
stricter the locations, such as Quebec, you're leaving that money out there. You have an opportunity to bring it in and
Yeah.
give things that people want, because people want these type of things. And I see
And
that
they've
they say
been-
that pre-rolls are the number one thing too.
Absolutely, and like I mean, they give when they allow consumption sites, at these festivals, they actually give a producer or a store the chance to come in and set up a minimal store, but still to sell product there. They license them for the 1-day event. Yeah, so you don't even have to bring it. You can just go to that, like you would go buy a beer at the beer gardens and drink it in the drinking area. You can go buy
Exactly.
a joint at the cannabis gardens and smoke it in that area. One of the things that we have here in Nova Scotia, when things became legalized, the Nova Scotia government said, it is legal to smoke cannabis everywhere it is legal to smoke cigarettes. So
No
I haven't,
confusion there.
I'm not a huge, event goer like that, but I have gone to events since then, some outdoor events, and I do go to the legal smoking areas. And as long as I'm not seeing no cannabis, I spark up.
Do you?
And I haven't, knock on wood,
Yeah,
I
no
haven't
problem.
been yelled at yet. So
Yeah. I would say the unfortunate thing is that people are using cannabis to get, some people, patients, to get healthier, but you're unfortunately being forced into a smoking area.
which really sucks. Yeah, like if my back is in pain and I want to smoke a joint to help with the back pain, I've got to go, inhale a cigarette at the same time. But it is a start. And it is a good arguing point that I don't want to inhale the carcinogens, so please give me a different area.
Exactly. All right, from that story, we'll move on to the next one. And as well, it is from StrapCan. And the headline there says Cannabis Council of Canada ends active operations. The Cannabis Council of Canada is suspending its active operations as of June the 22nd, so just a few days ago. Now, in a press release, the organization says the board will now take time to consider the council's future and the role it can continue to play in advancing the sector's policy priorities. The decision, says President Paul McCarthy, reflects the headwinds facing Canada's licensed cannabis sector. He says, the council is proud of the role it has played in advocating for responsible, competitive, and sustainable legal cannabis industry in Canada. While it will not be operating in the same active capacity during this period, its work, records, and institutional knowledge will be preserved so that progress made is not lost. Now, the need for coordinated national advocacy remains clear, even as the same financial, regulatory, and market pressures affecting licensed operators have constrained the resources available to sustain a national association at its current level of activity. Now, the board will now take time to consider the council's future and the role it will continue to play in advancing the sector's policy priorities. He says that the organization has been outwardly seeking regulatory changes on headline grabbing issues such as excise tax reform since early 2022, but has seen no resulting policy changes some 4 years later. The last public facing event held by the organization was in October of 2025, which was in Ottawa. It was called Cannabis at the Crossroads. C3's last Grass on the Hill C3 lobbying event took place in October 17th of 2022, and that was in Ottawa. Now, the primary national voice for Health Canada, licensed cannabis producers and processors, the C3 has also had difficulty in recent years maintaining existing memberships and attracting new members, especially among the hundreds of small and mid-sized cannabis companies that are not publicly traded. Some companies have been engaging in their own independent lobbying as well. Now, it was founded in 2018 through the merger of the Cannabis Canada Association, the Canadian Medical Cannabis Council, and Canopy Growth Corporation. The organization has undergone several versions of itself under different leadership. Now, McCarthy's a former executive at Canopy Growth, took on the role in 2024 after the previous president, George Smitherman, stepped down. Smitherman was a longtime Ontario politician and had been in the role for 4 years. Now, the Cannabis Council of Canada first formally launched its major public-facing campaign for comprehensive excise tax reform in May of 2022. What do you think, Cindy? Like, this is, I look at it as it's industry. They're lobbying the industry. It seemed, from what I ever always saw of them, was that they're advocating for this tax relief, the excise tax relief. But I wonder if they had branched out more, not just been just for the corporate end of things.
I really honestly am not sure. I know that, they've been involved, in helping the business, helping, the industry grow with changes. And I know that one of the reasons why they wanted to dismantle is their frustration with the quote unquote illicit cannabis.
That's their frustration there, that they voiced in some of the other articles, was the illicit cannabis, and that's where they were putting a lot of this blame at.
Yeah. And then I saw something or comment that somebody made about it, about how the provinces are, at least Nova Scotia, is looking at trying to hand over responsibility for shutting down the quote unquote illicit cannabis back to the federal regime.
Yes. Yeah.
Because it's something, because especially here in Nova Scotia, it's become a treaty right. They, cannabis is the catalyst, but it's become about treaties, and that's going to be a federal fight. Is what I've heard. So
there's treaties there's provincial treaties and national treaties, is there not? Or am I wrong there?
I'm not sure. With the comments that I saw, they were talking about, national treaties.
Yeah.
And yeah. So it's just, it's another part of this, from what I can see, this fight between, like, again, air quotes, illicit cannabis and legal cannabis. And I'm just interested to see what's going to happen.
The end result. Yeah.
My prediction.
Yeah, because as far as I know, they were one of the only lobbying companies for the licensed producers, and it's gone. And it obviously had some people that were involved in it that would have some channels, and people know where to go to hopefully advance things. But I just wondered if whether they advance for the regular citizen, Joe, you, I type thing, versus for corporate companies might have, or maybe that's what they're looking at on the redirection.
Who knows?
Yeah. All right, shall move on to the next story. I'm done with that.
On to the next story. Next story is coming to us from The Ounce. And the title reads, Ontario cannabis stores sold 441 million grams of cannabis. Like, holy cannoli. Ontario's legal cannabis market continues to post staggering numbers. According to the ounce, licensed retailers across Ontario have now sold more than 441 million grams of legal cannabis since legalization began, illustrating just how dramatically consumer purchasing habits have shifted over the past several years. The figures reflect one of the largest regulated cannabis markets in the world, with more than 2,000 licensed retail stores now operating throughout the province. Oh, wow. Legal cannabis has become an increasingly normalized consumer product. The report notes that dried flower remains the largest product category, but sales of concentrates, vapes, beverages, edibles, pre-rolls, and infused products continue to grow as consumers seek greater variety. Industry analysts say the numbers also demonstrate how much of the market has successfully transitioned away from Prohibition-era purchasing habits. Every gram purchased through licensed retailers represents product that has been tested, labeled, and sold with a regulated framework. At the same time, experts acknowledge that Ontario's illicit market has not disappeared entirely. Price competition, product availability, and consumer loyalty continue to keep many unlicensed sellers in business. Still, selling nearly 500 million grams wow, through the legal system represents an extraordinary milestone. It's a reminder of just how large Canada's legal and unlicensed cannabis economy has become and how quickly it continues to evolve. Holy cannoli, Al, 500 million grams in Ontario alone.
Just Ontario alone, exactly. Yeah, we got almost 1,800 stores, so there's lots of access that way with the stores. Another thing that I picked up in the article is I can remember years ago during, like, before even legalization was even discussed, to be able to see cannabis, to be able to buy cannabis for $5 a gram would be a good deal, because people were paying $250 for an ounce. That's obviously more than $5 a gram.
And when we could get an ounce for $2.50, we were like, yeah, score, less than $10 a gram.
So that was at $5 a gram. You get a $5 a gram. Gee, that's only be $150 ounce. That'd be great. Well, according to that article, the average price in Ontario was $3.75.
Yeah. It's one thing that I've noticed is the prices have gone down. And, like I go to, every time I hear about an Indigenous store opening near me, I go and visit it. Straight up. I go and I'll like, okay, what do you smoke? And I'll buy whatever they smoke. Normally it's the $10, $12 a gram product. And the last one I went to, they were all $10 a gram across the board. So I bought 3 different strains and all 3 of them burned black as night.
Yeah. I know in my travels.
And for $4.50 a gram, I can get 3 different grams and they'll all burn beautifully.
I have seen in my travels, well before legalization though, $25 a gram, super lemon haze.
In Amsterdam, my most expensive gram was $48 a gram.
Oh, holy shit. I hope that was good.
Oh, it was friggin' amazing. The cheapest one I bought was 23. Oh, and these are US prices.
Even more expensive then. That's brutal.
But it was everywhere, like everywhere, right? And it was a tourist town. Apparently, if you go to different areas in the Netherlands, there's a couple other towns I could have gone to. It's set up pretty much the same way. Coffee houses all over the place, and things are actually less expensive because it's not the tourist town.
Right. Good. Well, all righty. Anything else in that story?
I think we're good.
You're good. All right. Moving on to the next one. This one is coming to us from Leafly. The headline there says Irish committee recommends decriminalization of all drugs for personal use. That's right. Irish committee recommends decriminalization of all drugs for personal use. A parliamentary committee has recommended the decriminalization of possession of all drugs for personal use following an extensive examination of drug policy in Ireland. The Joint Committee on Drug Use published its final report, which includes 161 recommendations aimed at shifting Ireland's approach from a criminal justice to a public health model. Nice. Central to these is the repeal of Section 3 of the Misuse of Drugs Act of 1977, which currently criminalizes drug possession. The committee has concluded that the personal possession of drugs for one's own use should cease to be treated as a criminal matter and should instead be met with a health-led approach, said committee chair Gary Gannon of the Social Democrats. He continues with, this is not a marginal adjustment. It is a recognition that criminalizing people for their own drug use has not reduced harm, and that a different approach is both possible and overdue. The committee believes decriminalization should apply to all substances rather than just cannabis or selected drugs based on what it describes as the vast body of evidence, suggesting such a move would be unlikely to lead to increased consumption. However, the report acknowledged that jurisdictions which have implemented decriminalization have reported increases in drug consumption in public areas. To address this, the committee recommends local authorities should be required to discourage and reduce consumption in public spaces through bylaws similar to those governing alcohol. The report, which responded to 36 recommendations made by the Citizens Assembly on Drug Use in 2024, calls for a comprehensive health-led approach to substance misuse. This would include expanded harm reduction services, supervised injection facilities, including mobile sites, and making naloxone available over the counter. The committee heard evidence from government departments, the police, health professionals, academics, international experts, and people with lived experiences of addiction over multiple hearings between September of 2025 and April of 2026. Among its 161 recommendations, the report calls for greater investment in family and community support services on multiple annual basis, expansion of the drug treatment court model to all regions, mandatory health warnings on aerosol deodorants, and age restrictions on their sale, investment in youth services, including youth hubs and structured activities, improved access to addiction treatment services, including alternatives such as heroin-assisted therapy, ending short prison sentences for nonviolent drug offenses, greater support for kinship carriers looking after children affected by parental substance use. The committee acknowledged concerns about organized crime and drug trafficking. It recommends maintaining strong criminal sanctions against organized crime, drug trafficking, coercion of children, and commercial supply networks, while separating these from personal possession offenses. The committee recommended that its report be considered by the Departments of Health, Justice, Home Affairs, and Migration, and with the toil shirts, which both is a debate within the parliamentary house. So they want it to go before the parliament to be discussed. This is something, Cindy, I don't think you and I have ever talked about the decriminalization of all drugs. I know that I have talked many times with a friend of the program, and that's Alison Merton, on that. And that's actually something that she's been talking about ever since I've known Alison, even like when she was on the network helping out with the Pace Radio show. She always talked about the decriminalization of all drugs. not just.
Well, I mean, she's also a retired police officer, so she has seen everything from that side too. So that makes her a very strong voice. You know, she
I can remember when she first started talking about it, going, "Whoa, hang on, what are we talking about?" And from talking with her and all that, people who are addicted to drugs are people.
Oh, hell, yeah, 100%. When I was in Amsterdam, one of the things that I learned when I was over there is that it's not necessarily decriminalized or anything, but you know, the Netherlands people are very tolerant, is how it was explained to me, and they're very supportive of their own people. So there are places that people go use. They don't get arrested for using. They don't get arrested for being high. They don't get thrown in jail for this. In my 8 days that I was there and all the walking around I did, I saw one person using once.
That's it,
One.
just one.
Just one. And there was one person, and I even though I saw them more than once, I only saw them using once. And so it just, and like they just tolerate it. They stand with their people. I mean, homeless people there have places to go, and it's that kind of model that, you know, they don't have people dying of overdoses and, you know, constant, you know, needing of Narcan, and they don't have that. It's just not what goes on. Same in Oregon. I mean, Oregon has things decriminalized, and like, wow, like they're doing better than the average state.
Yeah. You know, Portugal has been decriminalized for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know, there's some of those things in those recommendations that, you know, has tried here in Canada and has been tried in some other places, but some of the recommendations go further, and there's a whole pile of them. And that's only a few that I read off.
Yeah. Yeah, they said what, 100, and let me scroll up here.
161.
There's 161 recommendations.
Yeah.
You know, so this isn't a legal problem. This is a medical problem. This is a human problem. This is
Health issue, as they mentioned.
Yep. Yep. It's the same as the people in New Brunswick. This is a health issue. Addiction is not something that we choose. Addiction is a health issue. And a lot of people get addicted, as you said earlier, because, you know, they had surgery and they were prescribed, you know, opiates or fentanyl and sent home with it, you know, and then next thing you know, the doctor won't give them any more prescriptions, but they're withdrawing. So they buy something from the street, you know, and then they lose their family, their job, their home, they're on the streets. They're like, you know, and tell me how that father of 5 is supposed to be on the streets and it's all his fault because he broke his freaking leg and needed a pin and then needed some painkillers. Like, give me a break, right?
You
Like,
know,
we have to take that stuff into consideration.
Fun of those stories, the same with the trauma end of things. And yeah, it sounds like Ireland, which just surprised me, because, you know, I didn't expect that out of the Irish. So good for them. Good to see you.
Good on you, Ireland.
Yeah,
you can go on the list of places Cindy wants to visit now.
All right. Other than that, it is time for us to take a break. Cindy and I will be back in a couple minutes, like 3 of them, and we'll bring you some more stories when we do so. And other than that, we'll see you in those 3 minutes.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store,
They offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We got, 4 more stories. We're going to be talking about a request sent to the DEA. And we're going to get an update on what's going on in Thailand. And we're going to go do some scuba diving as well.
Cool.
All righty.
All right.
Let's find
Okay.
out what's going on with the DEA.
Yeah, I can't wait to read this. This is going to be great. Our next story is, once I click the button, coming to us from Marijuana Moment. The title says, Marijuana Moment has asked the DEA judge to allow live streaming of reschedule hearing for transparent public access. Oh, please. Come on, Marijuana Moment. Fight hard for this. Transparency has become the latest battleground in America's cannabis rescheduling process. According to Marijuana Moment, the publication has formally asked the administrative law judge overseeing the DEA's cannabis rescheduling hearings to allow the proceedings to be live streamed for public viewing. I think I'd probably be watching. The request comes as the U.S. government considers one of the most significant federal cannabis policy changes in decades, whether to move cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 under the Controlled Substances Act. Marijuana Moment argues that because the hearings concern an issue with enormous public health, scientific, economic, and legal implications, the public should have the opportunity to watch the proceedings unfold rather than relying solely on written transcripts or second-hand reporting. The request also follows criticism surrounding the hearing process itself, including concerns raised by some cannabis advocates over witness selection, and transparency. Supporters of live streaming say openness would strengthen public confidence in the process and allow patients, researchers, healthcare professionals, industry participants, and everyday citizens to hear the testimony directly. Whether or not that request is granted, it reflects a broader theme emerging throughout cannabis reform. As legalization expands, advocates are increasingly demanding that policy decisions affecting millions of people be made not only fairly, but visibly. What do you think, Al?
I think it should be aired. I completely agree with Marijuana Moment on this. And according to the article, it has this was granted back in the last administration. They were going to allow the live streaming to happen so people could watch it. It's an historic moment. Why should it be limited to just the people who can get to the courtroom to watch it? Why not allow, in the name of transparency, all of the US citizens an opportunity to see this?
I agree.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a good idea, and hopefully they can, get this done. Now the judges had already ruled that um, that it would not be, even though they believe that. Let's see here. It says the chief administrator law judge last week issued a preliminary order laying out rules and timelines for it, and he says. Recognizing that national public interest in this issue predicates towards a policy of transparency, while also determining that the hearing will not be televised, live streamed, or broadcast. So, how can you say transparency but not allow the people to watch it?
Yeah, yeah, it's quite interesting.
Me. So, I hopefully, marijuana moment, the lawyers can nail this down and have that happen.
Yeah, I love the fact that they're getting loud about it. I think it's beautiful. Good on you, marijuana moment.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll obviously keep an eye out on that. So
Yes, we will. And if they do live stream it, we may share a link. We may even share the live stream. Just
you
saying.
just never know.
Never know.
Exactly. All right. Time for us to move on to Thailand. And what's going on in Thailand? Well, according to the International Cannabis Business Congress, they say Thailand issues new cannabis enforcement guidelines. Now, one of the most closely watched cannabis markets on the planet in recent years is Thailand. The Southeast Asian country's emerging cannabis industry has undergone multiple policy and regulatory changes since 2022. That process continued this week with Thailand's government announcing new enforcement guidelines for the cannabis industry. They say Thailand's Department of Thai Traditional and Alternative Medicine, which is the DTAM, said on June the 22nd, it had issued tougher enforcement guidelines for cannabis businesses that breached the Public Health Minister's 2025 rules on cannabis as a controlled herb, with license suspensions of 30 to 90 days and possible revocation for repeat offenses reported in the nation. Now, it goes on to say that under the guidelines, a 30-day suspension can be imposed if an operator fails to keep required business reports at the premises, keeps incomplete reports, or fails to submit them to the registrar. According to the report, now they also say that the same penalty also applies to sales of exports of controlled herbs that do not meet good cultivation and harvesting standards known as the GACP or an equivalent or higher standard. Now, suspensions will also be applied for the following violations: failure to clearly display a license, failure to provide an electronic license to inspectors, advertising cannabis for commercial purposes, failure to report exports, selling cannabis without a prescription from a qualified practitioner. Now, revocations of license will occur for the following violations: filing false reports, selling cannabis to people under 20, pregnant or breastfeeding women without a prescription, allowing on-site consumption, selling products in vending machines, selling cannabis online, selling cannabis in prohibited places such as temples, dormitories, and public parks. Now, Thailand's climate is ideal for large-scale cannabis cultivation, and the country has the potential to become one of the top international sources for cannabis exports to other legal markets. So, Cindy, Thailand has really changed the rules because back in 2022, it was a free for all. No rules. Here's a million seeds. Go out and grow your cannabis. Now, you get caught smoking inside, you could be put in jail.
Yeah, well, they've gone back and forth a few times.
Yeah.
It's, I'm going to sound a little sarcastic here, but eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Make up your freaking minds, Thailand.
Yeah. How are people supposed to get, to move on this, but to keep changing the rules? It's just like moving the goalposts all the time.
Yeah. So, but I mean, at least they're moving back towards the right way. I find it interesting that kind of the opposite as many places here. If you smoke inside, you can be in trouble. And there's places around that if you're caught smoking on the street, you could be in trouble. So keep it in your home.
Yeah. Well, aren't you in a province that's now allowed to smoke on the sidewalks?
Well, in Nova Scotia, you are allowed to legally smoke cannabis anywhere where you're allowed to legally smoke cigarettes. So there's all kinds of outdoors consumption sites that way. But I mean, a lot of the towns here in Nova Scotia have gone completely smoke free. So technically, you can't even smoke cigarettes. Now everybody does smoke cigarettes, smoke joints, walk up and down the street. The cops don't really seem to be doing anything about it. But yeah, technically here, like you can only smoke in certain areas outdoors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we can walk down the sidewalk. We're good. They don't consider it a public space, but really, it is public space.
Yep.
Alrighty. Well, from that story, what we got next?
Oh, well, next, we're going to head over to MSN. And here the article is talking about from trance parties to the stock exchange. Wall Street investors rush into psychedelic medicines, which is just, we've had a similar story following along with cannabis all these years, except for they're not quite on Wall Street yet. Psychedelics are undergoing one of the most remarkable image transformations in modern medicine. According to an article featured on MSN, substances once associated primarily with underground culture and music festivals are increasingly attracting serious attention from major investors, pharmaceutical companies, and financial markets. The report describes how Wall Street is pouring investment into companies developing psychedelic-assisted therapies for conditions including depression, PTSD, addiction, anxiety, and neurodegenerative diseases. Much of that enthusiasm is being driven by a growing body of clinical research, studies involving psilocybin, MDMA, and other psychedelic compounds in the United States, specifically iboga or ibogaine, have reported promising results, particularly for patients who have not responded to modern treatments. The article also notes that large institutional investors are beginning to view psychedelic medicines as a potential long-term healthcare sector rather than a speculative fringe industry. As regulatory pathways become clearer and more clinical trials advance, companies working in psychedelic medicine are attracting increasing attention from mainstream financial markets. At the same time, experts caution that the industry remains in its early stages. Many companies have yet to bring products through the full clinical approval process, and investors continue to face scientific, regulatory, and commercial risks. Still, the trajectory is difficult to ignore. Just a generation ago, not even, psychedelics were largely discussed in the context of prohibition. And today, they are being discussed in boardrooms, investment portfolios, medical journals, and hospitals. It's a remarkable cultural shift, and one that may ultimately reshape not only mental health care, but an entirely new sector of the global economy. It's exciting to be part of all of this, Al.
Oh yeah, major changes going on. And as they mentioned, some of these were just known as rave drugs.
Yes.
And here they are, medical benefits.
Yes.
Big time. And changing people's lives, improving quality of life.
Yes.
Yeah. Who can say that's a bad thing?
There are some people that do.
Yeah,
You
unfortunately,
know, but
there
the
is.
people that do, I've come to realize as somebody who's walked this complete walk, the people that get mad at me are the people that are upset that I have boundaries now and that I have a backbone and a voice. And they don't like the fact that I am losing that people pleaser hurt attitude, and doing everything for everybody else. And yeah, and that's, those are the naysayers. They want to be in control. I mean, it's the same as the government just wants to be in control. So yeah, it's really exciting to see this. It makes me so happy that it's moving this way and it's helping tons of people. I mean, I hear new miracle stories every day, and it's just beautiful.
Yeah, that is great. Yeah, been searching for help in certain things like mental health for a long time, and here's something that is obviously showing major success or benefits to. And just like all medicines, it doesn't always work for every single person.
No, everybody needs something different. Like I know people that, like the Bufo 5-MeO that I've learned, isn't the medicine for them. It's not that it hurts them. It's just not the one that helps them take the steps forward. Psilocybin is. And then I know people that are complete opposite that can't do mushrooms at all, but that 5-MeO has changed their life. Or other MDMA, iboga, ayahuasca.
Cannabis, same thing.
Cannabis.
I've had people tell me over the years that it doesn't help me. And
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
yeah,
okay,
everybody needs something different, right?
That's right. Exactly. Even happens with prescription medicines, not just natural medicine. So
Yep.
Okay, from that story, we're going to move on to the last story of the day. We're going to head down to the tropics, and we're going to do a little bit of scuba diving. But here we go. The next story here is coming to us from CNN. It says Italian police divers find huge cannabis stash in sea cave off celebrity holiday island. Police divers have discovered more than $500,000 worth of hashish hidden in a cave on the picturesque Italian island of Ponza. The authorities on the island, a popular vacation spot for the rich and famous, said they seized 330 blocks of hash weighing 88 pounds in total from the cave, which can only be accessed by sea. Police on Ponza, which is widely known for spectacular cliffs, told CNN on Wednesday that they had been watching the mouth of the cave in the Chaya de Luna area. They believe the drugs, which are estimated to have a street value of more than $500,000, were intended for the summer tourist season, which is due to kick off with a 3-day holiday this weekend. Now, a video published by the authorities showed that police divers had to access the tiny cave from a boat. The fourth Naval Unit Squad of the Gaeta Naval Operations worked with the Ponza Island of the Guardia de Finanza Financial Police, which said in a statement Tuesday that the seizure was made by cave divers who accessed a tunnel to get to the cave. They say the investigative activity carried out through intelligence services, territorial observations, and monitoring of suspicious movements led to the identification of a significant quantity of narcotics intended to fuel the illicit market during the summer season, they say. They go on to say that this is a significant achievement that demonstrates that professionalism and training of the personnel employed capable of operating in particularly complex and difficult to access environments. And they say that the drugs were thought to have been brought over by a dinghy from Anzio on the mainland. Well, Cindy. Oh, there you are.
Here I am.
So I've never heard about people stashing their hash in a cave, but hey, you just never know these days.
Wow. Yeah.
Those places. But hey, they had it and now it's gone.
And
Yeah,
now it's gone.
Yeah, no, it's gone.
I'm sure there will be more.
And a celebrity's island be a home of maybe the rich and the famous.
Yep.
Wanting some hash.
They just wanted a little bit of hash for their guests.
Yeah, that's just for the guests. That's all. That's all. Nothing else. All right. Well, we have got our stories done for the day. Anything else? Something
I
that you
have
might want to
my
remind
little
people about?
reminder, yes, about what's going on here in Nova Scotia. July 3rd, this is coming up pretty quick, a week from Friday. We are going to, we being the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society, are putting on a movie. This is our biggest annual fundraiser. We are bringing in Descending the Mountain. It is a film about mushrooms and meditation, and I am beyond excited to be helping with this. We are presenting the film screening July 3rd at 7 p.m. at Paul O'Regan Hall at the Halifax Library in downtown Halifax. And we invite you all down. You can get your tickets online. Look us up on Facebook, and the Eventbrite link is there under events. Or you can just look it up on Eventbrite itself. Tickets are $20 ahead of time, $25 at the door. There will be a really amazing elixir bar. One of the friends of the board, Coco, is coming in with an elixir bar and will be there with that and to answer questions about what she has done. So we're pretty excited to put this on and invite you all down. Come on down and join us.
I'm excited for you. Now, education, spreading the knowledge.
That's right.
Keeping people informed, which is important.
Yep.
Right. So, and that's why we do the news too.
It is.
Inform people, educated people. If you don't get informed, you don't know what's going on.
That's right.
Right. So, all right. So that's it. Nothing else.
That's it. I'm good.
All right. As Cindy says, that's it for today. We hope you found it informative and educational. Thanks go out to everybody for tuning in to the broadcast. We really appreciate it. And also to our sponsors, limestonecityhydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. And we will see you Monday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. And as I always say, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
to Music by Al. Today on the program, it's a great music for you to enjoy. Tonight we'll be playing some rock and some country tunes, plus a great mix of different genres everyone will enjoy. That's enough talk and get this turntable spinning with some fire.
Posters on the lamppost, chalk signs on the ground. Friend rolling up from every side, filling up downtown. Drummers on the corner, tie-dye flags held high. Mamas with their strollers, sharing lighters, sharing time. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Steps in rhythm, hearts on beat. From the vendors to the bands, we raise our leafy hands. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Hey, at the marijuana march, we all agree we're not hiding anymore. We're the cloud outside your door. We're the cloud outside your door. Glass pipes on a blanket, brownies in a pan. Clipboards, pens, petition, change starts hand to hand. Saxophone is wailing, kids dance on the curb. Cops watch from a distance as we chant each burning word. We get high on the street, high on the street. Steps in rhythm, hearts on beat. From the vendors to the bands, we raise our leafy hands. We get high on the street, high on the street. Oh, at the marijuana march, we all agree we're not hiding anymore. We're the cloud outside your door. We're the cloud outside your door. This is more than smoke and joke. This is laws that choke our folks. Grandma's pain, herself for that. Tell me how you justify that. Side by side we blaze a path. Turn that stigma into laugh, into living, into rights, into days in open life. We get high, high on the street. Steps in rhythm, hearts on the vendors to the bed. We raise our leafy hands, we get high on the street, high on the street. Oh, at the marijuana march, we all agree. Call it protest, call it peace. We're marching, laughing, flame, yeah. Till the law remembers our name. Oh, got trinkets and things. Musicians are jamming on electric guitar strings. Friends gather round now with stories to tell, breaking these old laws. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, we get high, oh, we get high on the steps in rhythm, hearts on the healers on the band. We raise our leafy hands, we get high on the street, high on the street. Hey, at the marijuana march, we all agree. Call it protest, call it peace. We're marching, laughing, flame. Yeah, till the law remembers our name. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Morning rough, don't talk loud. I rose slow through the crowd. Green breath in a paper crown. Got the weight, but I sit down. Hard week, heavy hands. Pockets full of shifting plans. You say pain don't leave clean, but I know what the roots mean. it spin, let it swing. One small spark and the whole room sings. Easy now, take your time. Feel that calm come over mine. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals, 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 heals. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals. Yeah, it cools, it shields. One deep pull, I'm back in my skin. Cannabis heals, let it roll in. Mama said, boy, stay wise. Read that truth behind the eyes. Some folk talk, some folk lie. Still I keep my head held high. On the porch with the plate half full. Baseline warm and the night too cool. Friends lean close, the worries fade. One love glow in the shade. Let it spin, let it swing. One small spark and the whole room sings. Easy now, take your time. Feel that calm come over mine. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals, 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 heals. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals. Yeah, yeah, it cools, it shields. One deep pull, I'm back in my skin. Cannabis heals, let it roll in. No rush, no fight, just a slow moon ride tonight. When the world gets wild in me, I find peace in the in between. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals, 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 heals. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals. It cools, it shields. One deep pull, I'm back in my skin. Cannabis heals, let it roll in. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals, 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 heals. The clock strikes 12, a breath of hope begins. We leave behind the weight of yesteryear. With hemp beside us, peace flows from within. His gentle touch dissolves the edge of fear. No longer bound by stress or aching skin, we rise anew with purpose crystal clear. The path ahead is green, serene, and now sincere. A dry January calls for sober cheer. Yet cannabis brings joy without the haze. A calming balm, a friend who stays near to lift our hearts and brighten weary days. It soothes the mind and makes resolution dear. No need for wine to dance or feel a blaze. We toast with tinctures, with laughter in our gait. Let's walk the green fields of tomorrow, where healing grows and sheds our sorrow. With every puff we rise and mend, with every leaf our hearts transcend. Let's walk the green fields of tomorrow. The gym awaits, our muscles ache and burn, but Amp's relief restores our strength with grace. Recovery comes with every herbal turn, a balm for joints puts a smile upon the face. We learn to rest, to breathe, to slowly earn the gains we seek, not just the frantic pace. We find our rhythm in a kinder space. Sleep finds us now, not chased but gently won, with CBD and dreams that softly bloom. The racing thoughts dissolve, the day is done, and cannabis smoke begins to fill the room. We rise refreshed beneath the morning sun, with sharper minds and joy that finds its bloom. The plant has turned the dark to light and remove the gloom. Let's walk the green fields of tomorrow, where healing grows and sheds our sorrow. With every puff we rise and mend, with every leaf our hearts transcend. Let's walk the green fields of tomorrow. Little bag in the drawer, crinkle like late night plans. You break it up on a diner plate, sticky finger, stained hands. Oh, hoodie on, same playlist. Ashtray crowded like a rush hour train. You twist the paper, hung on the edge. Roll all the bad days in one thin vein. Green in the filter, slow it down. Pass that memory round and round. Every hit a leaf falls off my worry. Foliage on the kitchen floor, blurry. Green in the filter, hold it tight. Tiny ember in a quiet night. Breathing out ghosts I don't believe in. Breathing in something that feels like leaving. Oh yeah. You spark it up with a shaky thumb, cheap light a faded flame. Window crack, curtain dancing, neighbors calling my name. Burn lip on the first quick drag, laughing at nothing on the screen. Stuffed out stories in a coffee cup, little roaches lined up like a busted dream. Yeah, green in the filter, slow it down. Pass that memory round and round. Every hit a leaf falls off my worry. Foliage on the kitchen floor, blurry. Green in the filter, hold it tight. Tiny ember in a quiet night. Breathing out ghosts I don't believe in. Breathing in something that feels like leaving. Cows sink, hearts sink slower. Ceiling fan tracing lazy halo. I say I'm quitting in the morning. You say you heard that line before. Green in the filter, slow it down. Pass that memory round and round. Every hit a leaf falls off my worry. Foliage on the kitchen floor, blurry. Green in the filter, hold it tight. Tiny ember in a quiet night. Breathing out ghosts I don't believe in. Breathing in something that feels like leaving. Wake up slow, sun in the curtain. Coffee runs low, grind up a little. Roll it just right, twist that piece for a softer mind. Green and sea, let it ease my chest. Deep long breath, hold it, let it rest. Pass that feeling, pass it back to me. Life sounds sweeter. Singing green and sea. Ashtray ring like yesterday's plan. All that rush just slips from my hand. Laugh for nothing, talk till we're clear. One more spark, all the fear disappear. Green and sea, let it ease my chest. Deep long breath, hold it, let it rest. Pass that feeling, pass it back to me. Life sounds sweeter. Singing green and sea. Call it medicine, call it escape. let it ease my chest. Deep long breath, hold it, let it rest. Pass that feeling, pass it back to me. Life sounds sweeter. Singing green and sea. Old hooded backyard chair, sun sinking slow in the tree. Cousin rolling fat as a finger, uncle laughing, telling old stories. Torch kiss, paper sparks, little green halo in the dust. Pass it right, pass it left, whole clan buzzing on trust. Cannabis ganja, pass that flame. Smoking Mary Jane on the back bed, same old game. Devil's lettuce in the circle, calling my name. Just birds and love and that backyard haze. Ashtray on the wobbling rail, dogs at our feet, waiting scraps, playlist humming those marijuana anthems, every chorus hitting like a tap. Sticky fingers, sticky jaws, neighbor waving through the steam. We're all muggles till the magic hits, then the world slows down to a dream. Oh, cannabis ganja, pass that flame. Smoking Mary Jane on the back deck, same old game. Devil's lettuce in the circle, calling my name. Just buds and love and that backyard haze. Little cough, then that grin, oh yeah. Someone says you remember when same sky, same crew, new bed, same view. Every puff pulls us closer again. Cannabis, pass that flame. Smoking Mary, same old game. Devil's lettuce in the circle, calling my name. Just buds and love and that backyard haze. Low glow in the lab, white coat, dark shades, beakers on the table, science on parade.
the plan, drop it in the vial, charting every change, every little smile. CB1, CB2, talking to your brain, slide into your system. You never feel the same. Cannabinoid groove, sliding through your veins, so smooth. From your head to your shoes, every little cell approves. Cannabinoid groove, body talking back in truth. Let it all line up and move to that cannabinoid groove. Cannabinoid groove. Got a map of your nerves laid out on the wall. Lock meets key, now the dominoes fall. Pain takes a seat, worry drifts aside. Tiny little molecules taking you for a ride. Cannabinoid groove, sliding through your vein, so smooth from your head to your shoes. Every little cell approves. Cannabinoid groove, body talking back in truth. Let it all line up and move to that cannabinoid groove. Cannabinoid groove. Up in smoke or under tongue, either way that signal spun. Tiny switch flips your mood, turn a static into attitude. Heart slows down, thoughts get wide. All your edges soften on the
Wow, those were some smoking hot tunes. Thank you for tuning in to Made by Al, your AI-assisted cannabis music show here at 420pace.ca. Who's ready for some more smoking cannabis tunes?
Crumbled bag on the coffee table, green dust on my thumbs. You laugh, say my eyes look ancient. We ain't even started to run. Pass the grinder, pass the time. Ashtray full of last week's plans. You light up, I watch the flame dancing in your shaky hands. Cannabis, you keep me honest, slow my head when it's all too strong. Little bit of hash on the edges, mix it in and it all feels calm. From the pipe to the tall grass tower, every breath just drifts along. Spark it up, let it burn, let it burn. We're singing to the fire in the bong. Yeah, yeah. Couch got dance with our names in it. Same groove, same old show. You call, then you start confessing things you never let me know. Cherry glowing in the dim, whole room smells like late July. I lose track of every worry. Watch the circles climb and die. Cannabis, you keep me honest, slow my head when it's all too strong. Little bit of hash on the the edges, mix it in, and it all feels calm. From the pipe to the tall glass tower, every breath just drifts along. Spark it up, let it burn, let it burn. We're singing to the fire in the bone, We've been running from the blaze all week. Now we faded just to feel that peace. If tomorrow hits a little too hard, save a little in the jar. Cannabis, you keep me honest, slow my head when it's all too strong. Little bit of hash on the edges, mix it in, and it all feels calm. From the pipe to the tall glass tower, every breath just drifts along. Spark it up, let it burn, let it burn. We're singing to the fire in the barn.
Got a rusted out truck and a borrowed piece of land. Coffee can, seeds, and dirt in my hands. Sun creeps up on a red clay road. I'm whistling soft, watching green things grow. I'm just getting high on my own hill, paying these dues, chasing that thrill. From a mason jar dream to a backwoods bill, I'm just getting high on my own hill, oh my own hill.
Sheriff drives by with his mirrored shades on, tips his hat, says you're working hard, son. He smells that breeze, but he don't say a word. Guess the Lord loves farmers growing what they earn.
I'm just getting high on my own hill, paying these dues, chasing that thrill. From a mason jar dream to a backwoods bill, I'm just getting high on my own hill.
In my own hill.
Mama in the kitchen hums that old church song. Girl on the porch swing sings low.
Sing strong, she takes the high notes, I take the blame.
We both laugh easy living off this little flame. I'm just getting high on my own hill, paying these dues, chasing that thrill. From a mason jar dream to a backwoods bill, I'm just getting high on my own hill. Just getting high on my own hill.
Getting high, getting high, getting high.
Hash on the table, soft in my palm. Gumball in the glass jar, calm in the storm. Fingertips sticky, scissor blades brown. Pass it in a circle, kept it low, kept it sound. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, press it, fold it, take it slow. Original concentrate, that's gold. All love, harm reduction, consumption. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, soft little sun in a snow globe. Just story in the smoke. All love, harm reduction, consumption. Yeah. Hash ball rolling, warm from the hand. Soft little planet, spinning on demand. Talking about limits, water and ice. Treat your trichomes gentle, never aim for the edge. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, press it, fold it, take it slow. Original concentrate, that's gold. All love, harm reduction, consumption. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, soft little sun in a snow globe. No leaf, just story in the smoke. All love, harm reduction, consumption. Roll it like a worm, break it up, smoke in a joint. Smoke it in a joint, it's a go. Blender in the ice, broken track, chrome head. Hash bags with micro screens, a solvent less. Concentrate like Play-Doh, press it, fold it, take it slow. Original concentrate, that's gold. All love, harm reduction, consumption. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, soft little sun in a snow globe. No leaf, just story in the smoke. All love, harm reduction, consumption. Used to wake up stuck in grayscale. Same four walls, same still air. Brain like a TV stuck on static. Couch my kingdom vacant still. Then a friend said, man, try something. Brown bag, back porch, half a moon. Bit the stem, laughed at nothing. Suddenly colors filled the room. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Left its keys on the table. said I don't live here anymore. I shook hands with all my monsters and watched them melt right into the floor. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Heartbeat drumming in my ribcage, floorboards breathing with my feet. Every shadow started dancing to a rhythm under the street. Saw my scars turn into rivers flowing out beyond the blame. Took a toe, took off the armor, heard my own voice say my name. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Left his keys on the table, said I don't live here anymore. I shook hands with all my monsters and watched them melt right into the floor. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Yeah, I talked with the ceiling. Said I've been down here too long. Then the lamp turned to a lighthouse, flashing out a four-note song. Oh, yeah. I was barefoot in the backyard, every heartbeat on the one. Laughed so hard I broke the handcuff, felt my body weight like lead.
Dewdrop ready on the table, sun just peeking through the pines. Wake and bake, mugs in our hands, laughing at the way time slides. My old lake fog on the shoreline, your hoodie smells like last night's smoke. We pass around that little green halo, let the whole day sit there broke. My old lake mornings, high and slow. Hear the loons calling soft and low, ash in the sand, coffee on your breath. We've got nowhere left. My old lake mornings, hearts on fire, cannabis circling around the fire. If this is all we ever make, I'm okay right here on Mayo Lake. Yeah, yeah. Apple bar lit in the distance, somebody's telling the same old tale. We're feeding turtles off the rock face, bare feet hanging, we're loving this place. Pot clanks over the open flame, corn and beans smoke in our clothes, grease on our fingers, grin in your eyes. Everything simple just glows. Mayo Lake mornings, high and slow. Hear the loons calling soft and low, ash in the sand, coffee on your breath. We got nowhere left. Mayo Lake evenings, flames climb higher, cannabis circling around the fire. If this is all we ever make, I'm okay living in Mayo Lake. Mayo Lake.
smoke in our hair, nothing to lose if this is all we ever make. Swear I'll stay right here on Mayo Lake. Mayo Lake. The emerald smoke climbs the velvet wall, and the shadows stretch a mile long in the hall. A glass eye stares from the mantelpiece, while the silver paper brings a sweet release. We're leaning back on the edge of the sky with a heavy love and a vacant eye. Oh, the clock is melting on the wall tonight, and the floor is humming in the pale moonlight. The forest is breathing agony, the rug in the quiet pool of the gravity tug. We're drifting out where the colors bleed beyond the soil, beyond the sea. The silver mountains whispering names in a language born of the solar flames. The ceiling tiles start to liquefy into a kaleidoscope of a Tuesday sky. Time is a circle or a broken plate, and we've locked the keys outside the digging deep where the river runs, tasting the heat of 1,000 suns. One step for the spirit, one leap for the soul. Now the tea is black in the crystal bowl. Suggestions for specific chords or instrumentation can be provided to give this more of a dark side or a metal era feel upon request. The emerald smoke. The emerald smoke. The emerald smoke. The emerald smoke cleanses the velvet wall. The emerald smoke comes the velvet wall. The emerald smoke. The emerald smoke. Emerald smoke. Found you in the cafe corner. Bampton blue still dripping rain. Name of some old bank in silver. Phone number fading like a stain. Leftover umbrella. Who did you wait for? Stood by the door like a loyal little girl. Leftover umbrella, lost in a crowd. I'll carry you home in my shopping cart heart. Leaning by my cluttered doorway. Next to boots I never wear. You smell faintly like wet pavement. And someone who used to care. umbrella. Who did you wait for? Stood by the door like a loyal little dog. Leftover umbrella, lost in a crowd. I'll carry you home in my shopping cart. Maybe you remember lightning. Maybe you remember hands. All I know is on the worst days, you open up and understand. Oh, leftover umbrella. Who did you wait for? Stood by the door like a loyal little dog. Leftover umbrella. Stay if you want. I'll keep you around in my shopping cart.
Sadly, we have come to the end of this Made by Al release. Thank you for tuning in to Made by Al and 420pace.ca. Remember, always respect your cannabis.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.